Hello everybody and welcome to Whilton Mill Kart Club round 7 here at, obviously, Whilton Mill. It's actually sunny for once, which is nice given the last round, which this round is now named for, was postponed / cancelled due to, shall we say, being mildly moist. It was definitely wet. My name is Stuart Rice, I'm person on the right hand side obviously, and I'm here with the ever inimitable Kieran Mogg with me in the comms box.
Hello, thank you very much for having me. Yes, indeed. The last round, unfortunately, was a little bit on the damp side. And, I mean, obviously, we were both here for that. We were absolutely drenched by the end of it. And bear in mind, the racing didn't even get started. I think the dummy grid was all underwater. Scrutineering was all underwater.
Yeah.
And it's a real shame, obviously, it got cancelled. But, like you say, it is sunny out there. But it is a little bit on the cold side. So that is going to add a little bit more of a challenge for the drivers out there today.
Absolutely. Being colder, obviously, it's a lot harder to get the heat in the tyres. It's going to be a lot harder to get that grip, which they require. Just to let everyone know, in the bottom left, it does say Cadets Heat 1. That's fine. We're not racing just yet. That's just because there's got drivers out currently practicing. Whether, hopefully, it's going to be accurate and be correct. We should hopefully have no rain today, fingers crossed. But as we've said before, it's going to be cold. The wind's not exactly slow for being cold either. So potentially, it won't cause any balance issues in the karts, but we may get the track staying cold throughout the day.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was out having a bit of a look at the drivers this morning before we went live, and we can just start to see there's obviously a little bit of rubber going down. But because of how cold it's been the last couple of days and how cold it was overnight and all the condensation, everybody was just going off left, right and centre. I mean, down into Ashby, into the entrance to the boot, people just driving straight off the track because it was cold, it was damp, it was wet, and there was just no grip on the actual tarmac itself. So that's obviously going to add a little bit of a challenge. You know, the drivers have got used to all these either completely wet races that we've had throughout the year, or obviously the nice heat, and now we're getting into the winter series, and it is, yes, just trying to get the temperature into the tyres has been proving difficult for some of the drivers out there. But I believe there is a bit of a drier line starting to form, which you can't really tell on the cameras, and to be honest, it's quite difficult to tell when you're out there as well. But I mean, we'll find out in a couple of minutes' time as to whether it has dried enough for it to be easily manageable for them.
Exactly. So it's not the big positive of Whilton Mill is it's actually it's a complex circuit, and I'll explain why I think that's a positive. It makes it a lot easier for drivers who Sorry, I'm just going to restart my words there. Basically, yeah, it's better for the drivers, and it is actually a proper show of skill as well. Like, if you can be quick round here, you can be pretty much quick round anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I mean, one thing that you can't quite get from the cameras as well is I believe there's a 2-story elevation change between the paddock area and the top at Christmas Corner. So when they're going through Oblivion, round the right hand and up to Christmas Corner, they are climbing 2 stories.
Oh, yeah.
And you don't see that on the camera at all. But then you're coming down into something like Ashby. Yeah. Here we go. Thank you very much, Luke, on the direction there. So we're looking at Christmas Corner now. So, yeah, coming from the building, you can see on your left-hand side of your screen there, and coming up the track on the right there, as we're looking at it now, that is a 2-story elevation change that they are climbing up. So, obviously, that's going to be putting the cars under a bit more stress. And so, up there, what you'll see is the slipstreaming is very, very powerful.
Oh, yes. It's definitely got a hell of a slipstream up the hill, and especially in the lower power karts as well. Slipstream becomes even more important to make sure you can get the run. And it's also Christmas Corner being the best place to dummy move and go round the outside. We've seen that.
Exactly. We saw that earlier in the year with... yes, exactly. That very
Bishop,
viral
British.
clip. Yes, Macaulay Bishop, thank you. That went completely viral. And I was actually here for that weekend, and the atmosphere inside the commentary box when obviously Henry and Andy were commentating on that was absolutely electric. I mean, that was an extraordinary move from Macaulay Bishop. Could we see another one of those moves today? It's possible. We've got some world class drivers. We've got some British Championship drivers racing today.
Absolutely.
And also, yes, so we've got some of the top class drivers in the UK driving today in all different categories as well. Obviously, there's a lot of people currently out in Italy competing in the Rotax Grand Finals, and we obviously had the Grand Champions crowned yesterday, so congratulations to all of those people, and obviously I hope that you enjoyed the stream that was covered by Alpha Live as well yesterday. But today, obviously, we've got Whilton Mill, and it is the final round of the year as well. Unfortunately, the round 8, which was this was supposed to be, has now been renamed to round 7, as we've already mentioned. Now, one thing that's also worth mentioning is it's cold out there. It's not damp, But like we've already said, with the condensation, they're really going to have to work to get the heat into the tyres today. And you can just about see there's a bit of rubber gone down. They've already had some practice sessions out there this morning, but they're only on track for 3 minutes. They haven't managed to get all that much information in just 3 minutes of track time. It's amazing how much drivers like this can get in 3 minutes compared to the likes of us that aren't professionals, but it's still only 3 minutes.
Exactly, and you can, as you say, you can gain a lot of information. These drivers will be able to feel exactly what's going on track through the wheel. Some of them will feel what's going on track just in general. Having driven a kart recently, and incidentally around Whilton Mill, you do get a lot of feel through the whole kart. It's not just the wheel.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, especially coming into the boot, for example, with the new... oh, here we go. The kart's coming out as well. I would quickly finish my point, though. Coming through the boot and into the new chicane, obviously, that was introduced for the start of this season. Yeah. The feel that you get through the kart as you're going through that chicane in particular is amazing, because you have to really dance the kart around. You have to be able to get the back end out to get it in. But anyway, so we've got the first session coming up now. And I believe we're going to have the grid coming through in just a second. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly find out who the grid's... here we go. Okay, so I'll pass over to Stuart to start.
Okay, so on row 1, we've got Benediktas Masiokis on P1, followed by Albert Ferrer in P2, Darren Dimitrov P3, followed by Logan Rolfe in P4, Harry Knight in P5, and Dimitar Uzanov rounding out the first six positions on the grid. On the 4th row, we have Charlie Page, followed by James Devereaux, Harris Barber, Ethan Coupland, Ralph Martin, Ted Hayward. On the 7th row, we have Chloe McGill is 13th, Toby Miles in 14th, 15th is Leo Russell, 16th is Piers Taylor, followed by Max Armit, Rudra Gokolnath, and rounding out onto the 10th row is Maximilian Eberhardt, Otto Amy, Alessandra Salas, Philip Petro, Henry Algar, and Ollie West. And that does us for the grid, just as we get, hopefully, race start for the first grid. Yes.
Yes, here we go. We are into the first race. So obviously coming round the down through Oblivion now, and up to Christmas Corner. Obviously there's all 3 wide there. No, not quite. Still, just obviously everyone keeping it tidy. Oh, bit of a touch there, but nothing too bad. So we're going down into Ashby now. The leaders are quite close, but obviously in this stage of the race, what they're going to be doing is just trying to find the momentum, trying to find where they can find the grip, and where they can sort of learn bits from the competitors that they are currently racing against.
No, exactly. As we're coming around towards the end of the first lap, the second grid will have gone now, so that is on the second half of the grid. So we've got a split grid currently. This is the Cadets, so this is... I'm just going to have to get here to remind me of the actual class of this one. Apologies,
yes, let me just find that out for you. Okay, so what we have got is, just stand by just a second.
Okay, so come around the first corner. We are close on the lead battle right now, followed by second. It's still quite a large train going on up the hill. So Benediktas Masiokis still in the lead, followed by Darren Dimitrov, and then Albert Ferrer in third. So this is the Waterswift Restricted and the Rotax Micro classes. So there's 2 grids here. The second grid's a little further back. It's a little bit smaller than the first grid, so apologies if we don't manage to cover both. It's surprisingly difficult to follow 2 grids like that. But coming down through Ashby now, and still very close between the leaders still. Potentially could see some moves, or maybe they'll work together. I think
they'll be working together at this stage of the race. Obviously, we've still got 5 and a bit minutes left of the race. I mean, obviously this is quite a short race. You know, these initial heats are only 7 minutes plus a lap. So initially, what they should really be doing, and I think we can see them doing that now, is they're literally just working together, just to try and build a gap between them two and the karts behind them, just so that when they get to the later stage of the race, they can battle just the 2 of them. And of course, they're going to lose time, but they then aren't going to be overtaken or under threat, at least from the driver behind. But there is Albert Ferrero right behind them, and you cannot count out Albert Ferrero. Obviously, British Champs driver, he has had some extraordinary success this year, and so as much as they want to try and get away from him, he currently has the fast lap. Yes, okay, we're still early doors in the race, but I think it might be a little bit more tricky than they perhaps think it would be to get away from somebody like him.
Absolutely. Darren Dimitrov potentially having a think about a move for the lead there. It was only a slight move, but it was still a move. Coming down towards Chapman Corner now, onto the back straight and towards the boot. 3 close currently, still coming into the boot entrance there, and the leaders still right on each other. It is an interesting one. You've got sort of the leaders and then 1 kart, and then a little bit of a breakaway from that, and then we fall back to fourth, 5th place. and they're clattering. I still love that curve because it just causes them to just absolutely have to clatter over it to get a fast line through.
I mean, obviously, I know it's kind of split people's opinions.
It
You know, so some people love it and some people hate it. Obviously, the main reason for it really coming in was obviously safety. I have driven moved for fourth place there. I believe that is Charlie Page going past Harry Knight, and obviously Harry Knight is then going to try and maybe is he going to get back at him into Ashby? I don't believe so. No, he's not. So got Logan Rolfe on that trio as well. So yes, follow this battle a little bit at the moment. There's a yellow flag coming out there. Is that anything?
Oh, who's that off just before Chapman? We've got a cart off. We'll see if we can get a look at that. But that is a cart off. I'm not sure who that was. I'm going to just... Hang on a minute.
Is that one of the leaders?
Hang on a minute. That actually might be. Who is that?
Can't see the cart number.
I unfortunately can't see the number, but that might have been... 88?
88.
Unfortunately not. No, I don't believe that's the leaders. That's Max Dunn. That's a shame to see someone out the race so soon. But currently still, Benedictus Masiokis. That is a contact warning to Albert Farrow.
Has he caught them already? Oh, he has.
He has caught them.
Wow, that's impressive. They had quite a gap to Albert. Oh, he's in second place. I've been focusing on the little bit battle a bit further back. I haven't realised that Albert. I told you, you cannot count out Albert Farrow. He's already in second place, and he is chasing down the leader for the race at the moment. And yeah, like okay, so we're currently focusing on the battle for fourth place, I believe. And yeah, so like I say, so Charlie Page, Harry Knight, and Logan Rolfe, they're all three very, very close together. And we've got two side by side going into there as well. Okay, here we go. We've got the leaders now, I believe. Is this the... Yes, here we go. This is the front two tree. And then we've got 7th, 8th, and 9th. Coming into the... into Oblivion, up to the Christmas corner. So, here we go. Albert Farrow is definitely closing now. He is 0.3 behind. Yeah, look, I mean, the trio are there now. I hope Mr. Director...
Incidentally, is that a back marker in front? That is. Could that potentially... Is that...
Ooh, that's not what we want to see.
I am kind of wondering if that is someone who's not up at the front. I'm not sure, because I didn't see if that was 65 or not. I'm just having a check.
So I'm just looking at the map here. So we've got...
Whoa! Someone's round. That is number 15.
Which, Ted Hayward. Ted Hayward off track.
Ted Hayward going off.
That's a shame, definitely. I mean, obviously, there's still a couple of races left today, so he's got a chance to recoup it. But let's have a quick look at these now coming through. So this is the leaders now. So yeah, excellent. So we've got the first, second, and third, and they are separated by less than a second, 0.81 seconds between the three of them. And there's a minute left of this race. Oh, wait, Albert Farrow up the inside at Christmas corner, and he makes the move nice and clean. That is what we were talking about. He got the slipstream out of Oblivion, up the hill towards Christmas corner, and Albert is now able to to start pulling away. Now the question is, will he start to pull away, or will he try to work together to get away from Darren?
I'm not too sure that he will be able to get away that easily, because obviously, as you've said, he may have used the slipstream to catch up, but you also get quite a large slipstream down the back straight, and then you've also got the opportunity again up through Oblivion and up towards Christmas. They're still very, very close. As again, you can see they've all bunched up, because it is a very much skill-based corner. That some drivers will be better in some corners, some drivers will be better in others, and sometimes that means that you get drivers who are faster on one part of track than the other. As they come up towards Christmas now, Albert Farrow is still in the lead. I'm not too sure whether Benedictus Masiokis... There's the defensive move just to block off the inside line, and not quite able to have any sort of opening to actually make a move. And I think that's the important thing. Will Albert Farrow defend hard, or will he just try and use pace to stay in front? Not necessarily hard defence.
I think he's going to defend, because obviously they've got a there's a big, we can't see it from these cameras, but there's a big board over the start-finish gantry that shows how much longer left there is, and he will have seen there is less than a minute. So I reckon he'll be defending for his life right now. And we've just seen, yes, Benedict is then kind of signalling to Darren behind him, let's work together, let's get Albert. And what I did notice on the last lap as well, into the boot, is that Benedictus his braking was so much better than Albert's. And last lap, yes, here we go. So we're on the final lap now. Then there has been a little bit of a gap open up now for Albert. He's got a little bit of a safety barrier, a little bit of a margin, and he's just done, I believe, his best lap of a 52.46 as well. And yes, he has. So he has just managed to pull a little bit, but I believe Benedictus is coming back into it.
Interestingly, I did spot on the digiboard coming across the start line that number 41 is under investigation, and that may be due to the contact warning. So that is Albert Ferro at this time. So oh, that was a heavy defence, going for second place. Dimitrov trying to make a dive down the inside. I mean, it was brave, I will say. So that's one thing. He's still having a look, but I think that slowed him down just a little bit too much. And I don't think, unless there is one huge move by Benediktas Masiokis, we are going to see potentially that will just be the win for Albert Ferro across the line. Albert Ferro taking the checkered flag in first place. Of course, there is that under investigation, but you can't speculate on that until it's actually completed.
No, absolutely. We'll leave that up to the stewards. It's not our job to
Exactly.
to decide what the repercussions are. And also, it might not have been that. It might not. It might have been something that we didn't see as well.
Exactly.
So we don't want to sort of say any judgment or any opinions because we don't know what it's for. So
all we know is there was a contact warner earlier in the race. That's all we know as a fact. So yes, so that is the Cadets Heat 1 rounded out, and I will pass to Kieran if we have the results. I mean, worst case, you can run through them anyway.
Yes, okay, so, well, I've got a screen up next to me, so we'll run through the results here. So, first place, Albert Ferro. Second place, Benediktas Masiokis. Third place, Darren Dimitrov. Fourth place, Charlie Page. Fifth, Harry Knight, Logan Rolfe, Dimitar Uzanov, Harris Barber, Chloe McGill, and James Derofa finish out the top 10.
It's the important bit.
Here
it's
we go.
the nose cone check.
Nose cone check, this is what we want to see.
He's
good.
fine.
Oh, screen's frozen.
That's all good.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah,
that's
it's a shame at the time, but yeah. So it does seem like, well, at least Albert Ferro has managed to get past without any nose cone penalties. Hopefully, second and third also managed to. But yeah, so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was. Yeah, obviously that was a fantastic race, and it's obviously worth mentioning that, you know, these drivers are sort of between 8 and 12 years old, and they put on a battle like that is absolutely fantastic. You know, I am by far not a professional driver, by far, and I could not put something like that, and I'm apparently an adult. But, you know, these drivers are, you know, between 8 and 12 years old, perhaps 13 at the higher end, and they're putting on a battle like that. It has been fantastic racing just from the get-go already. And we can see, obviously, the rest of the drivers are coming through now. Hopefully, someone being stopped? No, he's all good. I just don't want to see any penalties here. That's not what we want to see. Oh, no! Somebody, 77, I believe that is. Is that right? Otto Ame. Yes, Otto, unfortunately, get a nose cone penalty there. He's put his visor down. He doesn't look particularly happy, which I don't blame him for. We've also got 64, which is Leo Russell. We've got the GP plate of Alessandro Salas as well. He's coming through okay. So we've got 2 nose cone penalties there at the moment, but I think for the most part they're getting through without too much incident.
Absolutely. But that being said, we're about to hit the last of the karts on track for this heat. And next up we will have, just checking, we'll have the heat for the Army Waterswift Interclass.
Yes, absolutely. Now the Waterswift Inters, I do think is possibly one of my favourite categories because the drivers in that, they just go flat out everywhere. I mean, you know, obviously, I know that's kind of the general position of racing anyway, but these drivers seriously do. They put on a fantastic show normally. And yes, so we're about to go into this. So coming up now is the Army Waterswift Inters. Alright, so let's get the grids. So, wonderful music is playing. Are we ready? Let's go through the grid. So, I'm just waiting for this. Okay, so in first place we've got Henry Clark. Second, Enzo Buttigieg.
Oh no, it's changed a little bit.
Row 2. Oh no, it's changed. Okay, we're sorry, we're looking at 2 different screens here. So on row 2 we've got John T. Restrick. In fourth, Alfie Taylor. Row 3, Grayson Wortley and Jensen Ackerman. On row 4, Simeon Stone, Jacob Neeren. On row 5, Henry Johnson and Orion Metha.
Lovely.
And we're coming round into the boot now for the second race of the day. And yeah, like I was saying, these drivers can really put on a fantastic show normally. So, round the boot, here we go. We are racing. Well, no, not racing yet. Do we have a green flag? I believe we are racing. We are, absolutely. So, through Oblivion and up towards Christmas Corner. Don't forget, obviously, this is a 2-story elevation change now, so they're going to be trying to jump in the slipstream of everybody. They're all sort of taking it nice slowly at the moment. They're sort of being quite sensible at the moment. Obviously, the tyres are still a little bit on the cold side. As I say that, though, there might have been a little bit of a touch there, but we'll gloss over that and carry on. So they're sort of working it out now, trying to find a bit of a line to formulate into. So they're all sort of, trying to keep it nice and steady. It's what they should be doing, really, is trying to keep it nice and steady. But what they have ended up doing is Jensen Ackerman, who started in 6th place, is in 1st and driving away from the field. Jensen Ackerman, again, he is one of the country's best drivers in the Waterswift category, and you cannot count him out.
No, absolutely. He's got a little bit of a gap, but the second 3 will potentially be looking to work together. I'd like to hope they'll work together. I mean, that looks like there's a move going for 3rd, so I'm not entirely sure whether that is working together. No, they will be absolutely trying to fight for every position. That is currently, I'm just trying to remember who that is on the card number. That's the 18 of Simeon Stone making a move there. But I think, to be fair, Jensen Ackerman not as far ahead that I have. That's a work together sign there, just to try and, well, I mean, the tap on the head is work together, sort of. Not necessarily use your head, but that sort of thing. It's just, that's getting very close down towards.
Yeah, I'm not sure Grayson got the message there because he's taken a move. No, he's backed out of it. Yeah, I'm not sure he got the message about working together there, but hey ho. So obviously we can see Jensen Ackerman at the front there. He has started to build a gap. So we'll wait for them to come over the line, and we'll see what the gap is. 0.2 of a second. Actually, he's closed up a bit, has Enzo. And Enzo is starting to get in the slipstream of Jensen there. So Jensen could possibly find himself under attack, possibly by the end of this lap, I'd say. Once we get over the start-finish line again, I reckon that's when we'll see. Unless Jensen obviously has a bit of an iffy corner, I reckon over the start-finish line is when we'll see the two a bit closer together.
Yes, that's the thing with Whilton Mill. It's a track where it's very easy to make a mistake, and if you do make a mistake, you use a lot of time, which time is everything around here. Momentum is key. You've got to make absolutely certain that you can just keep it all going properly. That's a little bit of a contact warning there for Henry Clark, just further back in the grid. He's currently P6.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Maybe that was involved at the first lap that
potentially,
we saw there.
yes.
Potentially it could have been something else as well, but again, we don't speculate. But here we go, coming across the line now, so it's 0.3 of a second. I did get it wrong last lap. It was 0.4, not 0.2. So he's close to 1/10 of a second. So he's right with him now. And John Turistrick has also set the fast lap down in 7th as well. He is currently 0.2 of a second quicker than the leaders, which is quite impressive. And Enzo was 0.2 of a second quicker than Jensen there as well. So they are all starting to hammer down on Jensen's lead, and I believe Jensen is going to be under threat any moment now.
No, exactly. And I mean, it's whether they'll work together, because currently they're in 1st and 2nd. They're not far from the karts behind. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only about a second between them and Simeon Stone behind them in 3rd place, unless there's been any changes off camera. The thing is, you can tell a car to work together. You can tell them, yes, we want to keep the pace. Yes, we want to make sure that we can pull away. But realistically, when you're in a kart, are you really going to want to stay slow if you're quicker than the car behind? Because it looks like he's round the back. That is working together.
That is working together. Yes, absolutely. Well, that answers our question. I mean, there's 3 minutes left on this race, but this is what I was saying earlier. You know, these drivers are between 10 and 13 years old, and they can think about this in the heat of the moment. When someone, like anybody else, when we go rental karting, for example, you know, you just want to overtake your friends. But this, they are working together. They know they have to pull out a gap as far as they can between them and Simeon Stone in 3rd place, just so that towards the end of the race, they can have a battle without risk of being caught.
That's the thing, and again, that leads back to momentum. If you're battling, you do slow each other down. You'll notice it when karts at the front just have a little bit of a fight on track. They're pushing too hard, and you're actually slowing yourself down. So putting too much pressure on yourself will inevitably lead to very small mistakes. Not noticeable in the seat, but noticeable over your lap times, and that's 100%. The important bit.
I mean, don't forget, obviously, these guys and girls, they've had testing yesterday and all these practice sessions that they had yesterday, and they've found a rhythm that works for them. They found their braking points, they've found their reference points, their steering in points, they've found the lines that they want to take. But when you're racing, a lot of that kind of goes out the window, because you have to take different lines to try and close the gap, you have to take different lines to try and defend the position, and you have to take different lines to obviously make a different move. So it's really the best drivers that start to excel in those conditions, because they can adapt to that in the moment. They can figure out, okay, here's the grip, there's no grip over there, I'm not going to go over there. Yes. And that's what sets them out compared to your average Joe or your even your sort of fairly decent drivers. They're not necessarily going to be the absolute greatest. But here we go. Is he going to work together? No, we saw Jensen there. He was waving his hand. Let's work together. Let's work together. There's a minute and a half left. So I reckon Enzo, at the end of this lap, once he sees that that timer is below a minute, I reckon that's when he will start to fight. Now, I'm looking at the gap here. We've got nearly 2 seconds of a difference between Enzo and Simeon. So they have got possibly enough of a gap now to start battling for a lap or two.
No, absolutely. And coming down into the boot now, leaders still with each other. I expect we're going to see a potential move within the last minute from them. And that's very close behind in P3. That was side by side into the boot entry. I'm not sure if anyone switched positions. We're going to see in a second what's happened there. Potential switches? No,
I don't
not
think so. No.
White. I don't believe he had any switches, but it was certainly mighty close, that's for sure.
What I did spot there is, though, through the boot, Jensen took a chunk of time out of Enzo and managed to pull away a little bit. Obviously, we're not following them at the moment, but yeah. So like Jensen managed to go a load of time, and obviously, we've only got sort of 30 seconds left on the timer now. If Enzo doesn't get right up back behind him, there's no chance he's going to be able to make a move. So we're currently following the number 18 of Simeon Stone and 70 of Grayson Wortley. And obviously these guys are very, very close. And that's obviously going to put the leaders in a bit of a better position, because if these guys are battling, then they don't need to worry about it. They can start battling as well. But, we can see here Grayson really wants that place away from Simeon. He wants to get past. He wants to stamp his authority and get past that kart of Simeon Stone.
And we just crossed the line with a few seconds left, so it will be this lap and one more. So heading up towards Christmas, it's now whether the time for Enzo Butterazzi to actually make a move. I think they're just going to work together. Incidentally, it's the group behind who are actually battling each other, trying to keep with it, but they're not fully battling. They are all trying to work together, potentially to try and get to the leaders, but I just think Ackerman and Butterazzi. There's a move down the inside into Ashby. What a move from the number 70 of Grayson Wortley there. That was a really nice and safety done.
There was a very opportunistic move there. I think that was Harry Clark, wasn't it? Henry Clark, sorry. Oh, no! I think that was Henry Clark making a move on Simeon Stone. I can't quite tell the numbers from here, so I'm not 100% sure. But I believe the leaders are about to go on to the final lap as well. Incidentally, coming through that last lap, Enzo Butterman closed 0.2 of a second down on Jensen. So here we go. What's the gap now? There's 0.3 of a second between them. It's a bit of a gap. Jensen is probably safe as long as he just sticks to his lines, sticks to his braking point, and just brings it home.
Absolutely, coming round through Christmas now. There's a lot of movement on the track there, just trying to keep defensive lines for the number 18 of Simeon Stone. He wants to keep that fourth position, but Jonty Restrick still has the fastest lap, just to point out as well. Going very quick behind the leaders and just keeping with each other. And it's a case of just whether they'll battle or, as we just saw, he lost a huge amount of momentum by battling. Yeah. So I think that's a concern. But there's a side-by-side. That's immensely close and really, really fair and hard racing. I like to see that. That's always nice. Leaders coming around the final corner, though.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Jensen has put off the pressure from Enzo, and he comes home to take the first win of the day for the Miami Waterswift Interclass. And following them, we've got Grayson Wortley, Simeon Stone, Jonty Restrick, Henry Clark, and Alfie Taylor in 7th position. Just waiting for the remaining drivers to come across the line now. And we've got Henry Johnson, side by side, Arai Metha and Jacob Narin complete the top 10 and the final positions on track.
Exactly, and that's what you like to see. Hard, fair racing is always nice to see side by side. It is the best part about watching stuff like Whilton Mill Kart Club, is you get drivers who are just absolutely on it, and it is absolutely brilliant. And I love to see it, because it's just, you can't beat proper kart racing. You just can't beat it. No, you can't, absolutely. And what we saw there, obviously, that side-by-side battle through Chapman coming down the hill from Parker is one of those, because you've got a very tight left and then a very tight right, really, to try and get through onto the back straight before the boot. Just going to hold fire.
Yeah, see if there's any penalties. So far,
Butterazzi.
So good.
Oh, yep, just he's holding him a little bit long there. That was a bit. So, yep, 70 is fine as well. Grayson Wortley is fine. We've currently got Simeon Stone waiting in the line. He's all good. Just keep it on this. The 24 of Alfie Taylor coming through behind him. Just a little bit out of position to the finish places. So, just making sure everyone's good. It's always nice to see when there's no nose cone penalties. Of course, nose cone penalties can happen from anything. It doesn't just have to be for content, but it does look like we got the next grid coming out on track. So that means that we're going to be moving on to the Rotax Mini Interclass.
Yes, indeed. So obviously these drivers are about the same age as the last ones in Miami Waterswift Inters. So we should see, I'd imagine, some similar racing. Obviously, it's a bit different in the way the Rotax delivers power to Miami, but we're going to get the grids now, I believe, on screen. So just going to wait for that. Here we go. So on row 1, we've got Benjamin Lawn with Sebastian Clark on side. In row 2, we've got Leo Livings and Ivela Velica. Row 3, Finley Hines and Otis Clearly. On row 4, we've got Max Wheatley, Ed Spain. On row 5, Jensen Sale and Adam Juratas. Row 6, got Warwick Milam, and we can't finish the grid, but then we are racing, I believe. Yes, no, yes, excellent. We've got a green flag, so we are coming through. This is a big grid.
That's a false start, I believe.
Full start, was it? Oh, yes, we've got
There's the flag.
Yeah, we go. The flag is out. So, full start, yes.
Probably could have finished the grid.
Probably could have finished the grid, but never mind. It's all right. I couldn't talk that quickly, unfortunately.
No, understandable.
But hey ho, yeah. Now this is a big grid. We've got 32 karts out there on this grid. And don't forget, these drivers are between 10 and 13 years old. They are going to be scrapping the entire 7 minutes plus 1 lap of this race.
No, absolutely. They're all going to have to form up again. They're probably going to get a little bit of a comment, just going, you need to slow down.
Yes.
It could also have been the back of the grid wasn't actually with the front of the grid. That does happen occasionally, especially on big grids like this, 32 karts on track. It's always impressive to see that amount of karts. But going through the final corners now, heading into the boot, are they all lined up and ready for a race start? They all cut through here. That sounds like the engines are rising a little bit already. We're going to see if they go again. Are we going to get that as a start? That is a race start. That is a green flag, I believe, round into the first corner. Everyone fighting for their position to start with, and we're potentially going to see some early moves up into Christmas.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you're seeing Benjamin Lawn there covering off an attack round the outside from Sebastian Clark as he got it. No, not quite. He slots back into 3rd place. But I believe Ilya Velanko is coming into 4th place now. They are going side by side down into Ashby. And they just cannot stop fighting. I mean, they've only just started. Like, guys and girls, you've got 7 minutes to work this out. You don't need to just take all the risks straight at once. But that is exactly why we love this racing, because they don't care. They just want to race, and that's exactly what we love to see.
No, exactly. And the top 3 still looks like that's a move down the inside from the number 12, I believe, of Max Wheatley. It was a choice move. It's very hard to make the move into the inside of the boot because it's so narrow. I mean, it's quite wide actually, but
it tightens up so quickly,
yes,
though, especially with the new chicane there now. You sort of turn into it and then you kind of go, oh, but turn a little bit more. And so it tightens up. Here we go. Leave for the change for the lead, sorry. Leo Livings up the inside of Benjamin Lawn, and Finley Hines comes in and takes 2nd place as well. So we've had, that's a bit of a shame for Benjamin Lawn, dropping down from 1st to 3rd in 1 corner.
Exactly, and that's of course the danger when you are getting overtaken is in karting. You're not likely to lose 1 position. You'll probably lose a lot, especially if you're in a train.
A little bit of a touch there on the wheel, but nothing too bad there. I believe Benjamin Lawn has lost a place to Leah, I think. I'm not 100% sure. I'm just trying to look at the numbers. I think 124 is now in 3rd place, so yes. So, Benjamin Lawn has gone from 1st to 4th in 1 lap, and that's exactly what can happen if you are battling around Whilton Mill. These things happen, and that's why we love the racing here.
No, 100%. We've had a few changes at the top. So your current standings, well, I was about to say your current race as it stands, but everyone's deciding to battle into Christmas. There's a number 51 of Sebastian Clark tries to go down the inside. Doesn't quite make it work. But currently, as it stands, before they reach the line, is currently Leo Livings in 1st, followed by Finley Hines in 2nd, Ilya Velico in 3rd, Sebastian Clark in 4th. And that's a mechanical flag for Arthur Brooker. Number 31, just towards the back, that is the meatball flag. They will have to go into the pits to sort that. Unfortunately, that is a shame. It's never nice to see mechanical flags, but they do happen. But your current top 5 after Sebastian Clark was then Benjamin Lawn. So currently still very, very close. 57 right on the front of 124, and it's starting to pull away as well. That's an interesting one. Leo Living's taking advantage of that little bit of battling behind to build a gap.
Exactly, and in that process as well, he's seen that going on behind and has just kind of gone, right, I'm going to get on with this. And you can see at the top of your screen there, he has just set the fastest lap. I'm looking at the gap at the moment, so I'm looking at the times at the moment, and he just went half a second quicker than the drivers behind him.
Move.
Yes, they were battling, or side by side, coming through the, through
Just down towards
Parker
Chapman.
and down towards Chapman at the moment. I'm trying to see. Okay, so we've got 51. So Sebastian Clark is now back up into third place. I believe Finley Hines has just started to build a little bit of a gap. And we've got 85 Benjamin Lawn back up into fourth place now as well. So I believe Ilya Veliko has just dropped a couple of positions there. Bit of a shame there. But, here we come. Benjamin Lawn side by side into oblivion. This could be interesting.
I love seeing moves into oblivion because they're so difficult to make, and if you get the right turn though, you can, and you can see a little bit of momentum lost just by trying to make a move. Leo Livings with the fastest lap, so he is definitely pulling away from the carts behind. He's currently about 1.3 seconds ahead, so he's definitely managed to pull some gap, and it's a case of will these drivers actually try and work together? I mean, I think we've seen the answer so far. It's whether they decide to do it for the rest of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can see that Finley Hines and Sebastian Clark are a little bit too far apart with each other. But if they get their heads down, if Sebastian tries to catch up to Finley and go, right, come on, let's do this, let's catch Leo. Because if they don't, any time within the next minute, I think Leo's gone. A second and a half gap at the moment. We've only got 2 and a bit minutes left. And you'd be surprised how quickly that disappears when you're out on track.
100%. You can build up a 2-second gap, but we've seen it before, and there might be a move here potentially. I'm just seeing him making a defence. Given the fact that the leader is pulling away, I think they finally got to the point where it's just like, yeah, they've gone.
Yeah.
We're going to continue battling back here. So that is the 51 up into second place. He's just got ahead, I believe, of Finley Hines, if I'm right. He's coming down out of Ashby, down towards Parker. He's coming down the Kenny straight at the moment. So just trying to keep with each other. I think the point is Leo Livings is just off. He's up the road.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see the Benjamin Lawn is now in second place as well. Oh. So what they really need to get, so 85 is third place, sorry. So we've got Sebastian Clark into second, Benjamin Lawn into third. We're about to come across the line, so you will see that on your screen into second. Unfortunately, updates wouldn't allow. So here we go. So Leo Livings is in first, Sebastian Clark is in second, Benjamin Lawn is in third, Finley Hines has gone down to fourth, Sebastian Behrman down in fifth, but he's caught some time up, and Leo Livings, again, does he understand what class he's racing in? Because he's just constantly 3, 4, 5 tenths quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, between the best laps, it's very close, but I think this very much is the fact that the cars behind are in a train. You've got to constantly think, okay, there's no one in front of me, but there's always someone behind me if you're in the front of a train. But if you're in the middle of a train, and I think that might have just been nope, they're still in the same positions. So it's a case of if you're in the middle of a train, you've got, okay, there's someone in front of me who I have to try and attack, but there's someone behind me who's trying to attack me, and therefore you're constantly thinking about both things. Brains are quick, but they're not that quick.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think your brain does slow down as you get older, unfortunately. Unfortunately, these drivers are still quite young. Yeah, 100%. 100%. We can't keep up with what they're doing, as you see that we're tripping over our words occasionally. But here we go. We've got a change here coming from the number 12 of Max Wheatley against Sebastian Behrman. Sebastian Behrman is not going to like that, but he's going to try and come back. Now, so what... actually, I've just seen on the timing screens, interestingly, you're not going to see this on your screen, but Sebastian Clark and Benjamin Lawn, on the last lap, did the exact same lap time, down to the 100th of a second. That is impressive. So what they should really be doing now is, let's work together. Let's try and catch Leo. And now they've got an over 2-second gap to it. I don't think they're going to catch it.
There's a move down the inside by the 44. Sorry for cutting you off there, but that's Sebastian Behrman going, no, I didn't really like that, thank you. I will take the place back. Currently now behind the 57, so he's jumped up a little bit. So he's currently in fifth. Ilya Veliko as well, just going down. Interestingly, there was a very satisfying time of 49.49 for Makil Nangianone a second ago. But that's a move down the inside from the number 12 of Max Wheatley on Veliko just there, I believe. If we can hopefully sign that. And back down again.
I've just seen as well, Finley Lines has just taken the fastest lap as well. Now, he's down currently in 15th place. One thing you can count on from someone like Finley Lines is to come through the pack. So don't be surprised if we see him battling for even top 5 positions come the end of the day.
No, absolutely. We should be coming round towards the final lap soon. The leader will be across the line. He's was that a cart off the track just then?
Yeah.
I think there was a cart off at the back of the boot just for a minute there. We'll potentially see if we can find out who that was, but someone won't come across the line.
I think it is. 49 Jensen Maplethorpe.
There we go, thank you. Yes, that was a 49. There was a 4 at the start, but yes, we're on to the final lap. Leo Livings will have come up through Christmas already. Now it's a case of whether everyone else will battle their way, and it looks like they are. That's a defensive move from Behrman to try and stop the number 12 of Max Wheatley going through, but he's not going to have it. And round the outside, potentially into Inkermans. That is a choice. Going down towards Ashby and still defending. Leo Livings, I think, without barring any major issues towards the end of this lap, we'll probably have this liner down the inside by the 44. That's Sebastian Behrman still continuing through. And these guys are going to battle to the line, I think. This is getting very close. That was a big screech.
What we're talking about then about reaction times. 3 wide into the boot! No! What? That was insane! But I think Leo Livings is just about to cross the line. Yeah. He takes that heat win. But those drivers behind, all side by side for second. Sebastian Clark, did he just take it?
Oh my goodness, he did.
Wow.
Sebastian Clark second.
Just a bit over, like, what's it? Yeah.
So it's 0.13 of a second between the two of them. Now
that was impressive.
But close.
That 3 wide into the boot, like, oh my God. I couldn't look away, but I also wanted to look away. I didn't quite know what I wanted to do there, but that was an extraordinarily amazing race from these young drivers here. And yeah, so we've just got the last obviously couple of drivers coming across the line, and we should be having a look at the nose cone penalties in just a second.
Yes, so the results currently then, as they stand, of course, they are provisional, just to make that clear. So first place was Leo Living, Sebastian Clark in second, Benjamin Lawn in third, Ilya Veliko in fourth, followed by Finley Hines in fifth, Ed Spain in sixth, Behrman in seventh, Max Wheatley in eighth, Jensen Sale in ninth, and rounding out the top 10 is Adam Duodatis. Right, so nose cone watch. This is the fun bit. Well, maybe not if you get the nose cone.
Forget bird watch. This is what we want to watch. We want to watch nose cone watch. We want to see, are there any drop nose cones? And so far, none. I don't want to put any commentator's curse on it, but so far so good. To be fair, they were quite clean in that race. They were quite clean. They weren't sort of massively bumping each other. They weren't being too aggressive or anything.
Yes.
They were on the limit, but that's exactly what we want to see.
100%, and it's always nice to see no nose cones. Obviously, as we say, nose cones can be caused by a particularly hard knock, even if you go over a curb too hard. Obviously, they're not designed to do that if you go over a curb. But it's happened. You don't have to go into the back of someone to get a nose cone penalty. It's just how it is. Hard contact on any part of the track. So yeah, there's currently, so far today, I'm going to try not to jinx this, there has been very good racing.
It has been very good racing so far, yes. So we have had very good racing so far today. And yeah, obviously we've got coming up next, we've got the Junior Max A versus B heat. So that should be taking a step up, obviously, in speed. So these drivers, we can see a bit of a. Okay, no, that nose is okay, even though the actual the up part of the nose was a little bit on the skew. So far, so good, I believe. Yes, I think we're okay. All right. So yeah, so these results are obviously provisional, but we've got obviously Leo Livings taking that win, and Sebastian Clark in second, and Benjamin Lawn in third. Oh no! 171 of Jensen Walker. Oh, we nearly made it. Nearly made it. Very second to last driver. The 127 is okay, but I believe we have got karts coming out on track. So coming up next, we've got Junior Max.
Okay.
Okay, yes, indeed. So obviously we've got the Junior Max drivers currently out on track. So this is going to be the fourth race of the day.
Yes, so they're out on track already, so we won't go to the stings for this one because we wouldn't really have time in this. Whoa,
bit of a touch
that might be a false start.
There's no way they're going to race.
Yeah, it is.
Full start, of course. Okay, so we've got time to chat about these for a lap now.
Just a little bit.
So let me just bring up my information. So these drivers that are currently out, they are between sort of 12. Oh, what's happened there?
That's an interesting one.
I didn't realise Roman Grosjean was racing. But I probably shouldn't say that. So who is it? I can't quite see the the number on the side there. The sun is glaring off the side. Yeah, we've got a marshal there coming in to save the day. Yes, thank you very much, obviously, to the marshals out there, of which we couldn't go racing without them. And we've got another driver being sort of stuck out there. Now, we see there, obviously the car literally slid as he got back out to the track. That wasn't just because the tyres are wet. That was also because the tyres are cold and the track itself is cold. This is what they're also having to deal with. And the thing between these karts and the past karts is these karts are a heck of a lot faster.
Just a little bit. And also, these drivers also drive them a huge amount faster. Are we going to get a start this time? No, another false start. Or is that green? No.
No, that was a full start, yeah. I believe there's a few drivers towards the back that weren't quite in the lines, and obviously. So for those that aren't quite in the know, so the reason we have full starts essentially is if the formation isn't quite in place. But yes, so what we can do now, I believe I've just been told in my ear, is we've got the grid coming up.
In just a moment. Right, let's go down the grid because we're going to have to do this quickly. Aidan Mitchell in first, Harry Freeman in second, Finley Jones in third, followed by Oliver Smith, Thomas Hill and Jack Baker on the third row. Then we have Ollie Orso, Vlad Tomanchuk, Laura McVeigh, Noah Barham, Zach Starbuck and Adam Turacek rounding out the 6th row of the grid. Sammy Paul on 7th row, followed by Isaac Barker, Riley Cranham in row 8 and Ellis Snow alongside Ethan Hatch and Frank Wald on row 9. Alexander Campbell, Devin Taylor, Ben Morgan, Hygriva Gokolnath, Matthew So and DeJean Bennett rounding out those 3 parts of the grid. Josh Gore on row 13, Lachlan Homer on that row 2, row 14 is Jack Robinson, Savas Olonchenko, Mateusz Szwabny and Daniel Adamatis on row 15, followed by Jacob Smith, Daniel Clancy and Harrison Bishop rounding out the grid for your Junior Max Heat 1.
Good job, well done. That was just about time. Right, here we go. So, round, are we going to get a, I believe we are racing, are we? I think so. We are racing. Excellent. Oh, what happened there? I didn't quite catch that. I was trying to look at the flag. I didn't quite catch what happened there. But yeah, coming up through Christmas Corner and then obviously down towards Ashby. The top 3 are just starting to...
It's the first lap. It's the first lap. Yeah. Someone's had a little bit of a spin there. That was just a spin, I believe. Yeah. But it's the first lap and they're already starting to battle again. And it's like, who was that right off the front? Just spotted. Whoa, move down the inside for the number 78 there. And I think we currently got the 214. That, I believe, is second. Unless Lachlan Homer, I think, hasn't come through, because otherwise he'd have been up 22 positions.
Yes.
So I think that might be a little bit of a timing glitch, so that's fine. So I think currently, yes, 214. Yes. Aidan Mitchell is currently in the lead, followed by Aidan Stowe and Harry Freeman in third. And then Oliver Smith has made a little bit of a move and into fifth. So little bit of a dramatic start to the juniors, but
it should be calming down a little bit more now. So obviously, we did the first 2. Now, obviously, these drivers are a little bit older and they will be a little bit more sensible. And I've used the emphasis on little, but they're a little bit more sensible. We've got a third place. Oh, nearly, not quite. Finley Jones, I believe, just trying to make a move on Harry Freeman there, but not quite managed to get past. Oh, hang on, I'm not.
Whoa, move down the inside just there.
Sorry, I'm just looking at our timing screen that we've got here. Ellis Snow is not in second place.
No.
Otherwise, they would have.
It's also a 10-hour gap.
That's
just point that out as well.
Did you know we're doing endurance racing today?
Yeah, exactly. Going round into the final corner. I think there is blue flags out already because some karts obviously have had a few incidents over the first lap.
Yes.
So go around. Aidan Mitchell back up on the top. So basically, Ellis Snow is not on there. So it's just on our timing screen. Okay, good. You can see the correct timing, and that's a move. Potentially around the outside. No, that's a back marker, I believe.
Is that a back marker?
That looks like a back marker. I think that's the 97 of Lachlan Homer.
Yes.
So, yes, they're just trying to make their way through back markers. Of course, back markers, blue flags. It's a suggestion to move out of the way, if I remember correctly.
Merely a suggestion.
I mean, obviously, they do have to eventually. They have to let them through at a safe point. But simultaneously, also, as a back marker, when you're getting blue flags, you also don't want to compromise your race either. As much as you may be down the grid, it doesn't necessarily matter. There's a nice little move. I think that's all people trying to get round.
I could have been, yes.
The back markers at the moment.
It's a bit tricky because we can't quite see the numbers. So we're not 100% sure exactly where the back. I'm guessing that's a back marker.
That might.
But can you see?
I'm trying. Finley Jones with the fastest laps. That's third position. So we're potentially getting. That's a move down the inside. I don't think that was on the back marker. That one. That was the. That was an interesting noise. That was 73 of Vlad Tomanchuk. So, that's a bit of a shoulders out moment. That was a nice little bit of a hit move there. That's going down into. No, that's the 2-1-4. That's the leader
Mitchell. That's the leader. Was that Harry Freeman on the inside? That's 78. I couldn't quite see.
That's the leader round, and you can just see how hot those tyres get when they go off into the grass.
Okay, so let's see them come through now. So We should. I think it's got Aiden. No, sorry, we've got Harry Freeman followed by Finley Jones. Hold on. Let's do
So that's third place.
Here we go. So, Finley Jones is now in first. Okay, so Finley Jones followed by Thomas Hill, Harry Freeman, Oliver Smith, Vlad Tomachuk, and Jack Baker. Okay. So, yeah, let's have a quick look at the gap as well. So we've got 3/10 gap, 2-second gap. Okay, so realistically, we've first place has, unfortunately for Aidan Mitchell, just completely dropped down. Perfect. Thank you, Stuart, for that.
Just
refresh the timing screen, so we've got that coming up a bit better for us now. So Aidan Mitchell's down 30th place. He's dropped
29 positions. It's never nice, and of course we can't
mist
expect skaters. Well, I'd like to hope not. A lot of drivers out here, they may see the red mist, but thankfully they can control that, which is nice. It's always nice to see, and consummate professionals, every single one of them, and that's what I love to see.
I did mean red mist in terms of he's going to be so focused. That's what I meant.
Yes.
I didn't mean like
tunnel vision.
Yeah, exactly. Tunnel vision. I am getting through this pack. That's what I'd imagine.
There's a move down the inside, so I'm getting off and just trying to spot who that was. That was on the 78, so I think that's Oliver Smith making a move up into third position. And I'm not entirely sure that Harry Freeman will allow that. Side by side. Oh, my word, that is some hefty defence. And that might be someone rounded, potentially, depending on what happened there. I'd like to think someone didn't go round, but there's always a chance.
So,
it was very close.
That's what I love about the run between Inkermans and Ashby, because you get people coming out of that line, and you never quite know whether they're going to try and make the move or not. They come down out of Inkermans, which is the right kink at the top of the hill. And they just kind of go, you know what? Yeah. And he just swings out to the right-hand side, and all of a sudden you've got a cart alongside you. It's fantastic racing between that bit. That little bit, there's quite an elevation change into that. There's a little bit of off-camera as well through Inkermans. And that means that you've really got to be very sensible about what you're doing here. Now, we've got the 888 followed by the number 73. So that's Zach Starbuck followed by Vlad Tomachuk. And these drivers have been fighting all race long so far. We've only got a minute and 40 seconds left. Oh, mechanical flag for Noah Barham. But here we come. Here we come. Vlad Tomachuk has got past Zach Starbuck. And he can now head up the road to try and catch Jack Barker. I believe there is a little bit of a gap between them, but never say never. We've got a minute and a bit left, and there is currently a 10th of a second difference between Finley Jones and Thomas Hill right at the front of the field. So that could possibly be something to have a look at right in the closing stage of the race. Can Finley Jones hang on to it, or
two moves. That was a nice little move down the inside.
So that's Zach Talbot getting that place back from Vlad Tomachuk. These drivers have been battling. This is what I'm talking about. They start to come over
and even
straight out of Inkermans. Every single driver does it. It's fantastic racing. Yeah. But as we can see, Zach Starbuck did not like that move, and Vlad is trying to get it back, but not quite. He is still stuck behind the 888 of Zach Starbuck.
Absolutely, leaders still right on each other. There's potentially a chance for a move now, because we've got 40 seconds. So that means we've got at least, based on their lap times, we might get another 2 or 3.
I've just seen Finley Jones just taken half a second out of Thomas Hill at the top.
Is that the same one?
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
So he's been asked again.
He's been asked again, yes.
So he's got to be careful with that one, because if very wide by the 196 of Thomas Hill. Is that Thomas Hill? Is that second?
Hang on, is he? Is he dropped?
Was that the 196 of Thomas Hill? I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me.
That's what I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to look at the timing screen. I'm trying to look at. Yeah.
The timing screen has gone sideways. That's fine. We're going to have to work with that.
Technical issues. Never mind. Right, side by side into.
That's fine. Side by side into the boot. We've got a little group behind too.
Right. So back on the 78 of Harry Freeman, Jack Baker, and Zach Starbuck. And we're coming into the final lap now. Yes, we are officially on the final lap. Yes, I think it was.
Oh my word, what's happened to Thomas Hill?
Finley is 2.6 seconds ahead of second place.
Hang on, there might be a change there, because Oliver Smith's currently in the lead of the race. Is that in the lead, or is he far back? No, he's not. 3 seconds.
This is the battle for second place now. So yeah, I think without saying a commentator's curse, Finley Jones is most likely going to go on and win this race. But the battle for second place is still up for grabs.
Absolutely.
We don't know exactly who's going to get this, but they are Linus down. There's 4 of them coming into the boot. How are they going to get through? Who's going to get it? Here we go. We've got.
What a move there! Who was that going down the inside? That was fantastic.
There we go. Finley Jones takes the checker flag. So let's see who comes over the line. We've got Oliver Smith, Jack Baker, Thomas Hill, and Harry Freeman. That is the order. they come across the line. And Finley Jones, just for good measure, puts in another fastest lap and ends the race over 5 seconds ahead of second place. That is the biggest winning margin we've had so far today.
That was an amazing run by Finley Jones there. But brilliant battling for the rest of them, because if you look at everyone behind, there was less than a second between 3rd, 4th and 5th, and then less than a second between 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, and then just over a second between 9th and 10th.
Yeah.
So that was fantastically close racing across the top 10. That was very, very impressive in this first heat. There's the beginning of Nose Cone Watch. I think a couple have already gone through. Who's coming in behind now? This is 23. Aha! That's the leader. Is he okay? He's fine.
Yeah,
that's what we like to see. 38.
He went to crouch down, and I was like, oh no.
Oh, there's always a chance. 17's a jump. Okay, that's oh, that's the 3rd place. Has he stopped him? Is he fine?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure he was showing there, but he was just like, don't drive away. I've got to check your cart. But so far, everyone has got through fairly unscathed so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure what sign he was making with his fingers there, but let's skip over that. The GP of Riley Branham.
It was 2 something.
Oh, number 13.
No.
Samir Paul.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
But it does happen. You can actually see it sat slightly lower. But of course, everyone's bumpers will be in a slightly different position. But that being said, so that we don't miss the next race out, we're just going to keep an eye on this. I will just therefore say that we're moving. Yep, so we're going to be moving on to the Senior Rotax Heat 1 next. And we'll bring the grids up to you when we can on that one. Okay, and we have the grids for you for the Senior Rotax Heat 1. Let's go through your grid for you now. In first place is Jack West, followed by Charlie Webb on the first row. Deacon Russell on the second row, followed by Charlie Cox alongside him. Zaki Hussein on row 3, and Louis Weaver alongside them as well. On to the 4th row, Ross Tyler and Reg Hayward, followed by row 5, which is Victor Hansen and Freddie Ingram. Row 6 is Liam Phillips and Harry Bloor, and then on row 7, you have Alex Moody and Ollie Owen, Dalton Norris and James Tesson on row 8, Ethan Ling and Dylan Norris on row 9. William Pemble and Ryan Hedge on row 10, followed by Samuel Cook and William Young, Jack Wilch and Joe Fox, rounding out the 12 rows. On to row 13, you got Molly Griffiths, George Hart, and then Jensen Hinchcliffe, JJ Hind, Asapinda, and Lewis Judd, rounding out row 15 of the grid. And finally, on the last row of the grid, is Kenneth Caudle and Jack Reisman to round out the 32-car grid again. So that's another full grid.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we see. We've got 31 drivers currently on the. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen there. We've got I think it's 30-something drivers, I believe, in the Senior Rotax racing.
32.
But we are just currently waiting for one of the juniors to be recovered. So there we go. We can see them now. Thank you very much. I believe that is Sam on the camera there. So thank you, Sam, for that shot. And
always like to give credit to the camera ops. They have to stand out there. We get to stand in a warm room. They have to stand outside on the circuit, which on some days, like today, lovely, sunny, beautiful. Original round 7.
Yeah,
not
I
so
mean,
much.
The thing is, though, like as much as you want to say it looks really nice out there, if you notice, not a single person is in shorts. And you think the thing is, with kart mechanics, they're always in shorts.
I would be.
You walk around the paddock, and every single one of them is always in shorts.
Are we on shorts watch now?
Yeah, we're on short watch.
Can we find someone brave enough to wear shorts on a winter's day?
You're wearing shorts.
Yeah, I'm wearing shorts, but then again, I am in a building. But even then, if I was out there, I'd probably still be wearing shorts.
Yeah,
so
I'm in the trousers and a hoodie, and you're in t-shirt and shorts.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, is there anybody actually with shorts?
I don't think so. Not yet, anyway. We'll keep an eye out for the shorts, because that's an interesting one.
Has anybody ever done short watch at Whilton Mill Kart Club? I don't think so. Let's see. Here we go. The karts are coming out now. So I believe, are we ready with a grid? I'm fingers crossing.
We've actually just gone through it, thankfully.
Yes, we did. Sorry, I wasn't watching.
I forgot
about that.
Don't worry about it. It happens.
Never mind. Okay, so now question is, are we going to get green flag on first time around?
I like to trust the seniors. That's
optimistic of you.
It is optimistic. Well, I mean, the thing is, I like to trust all grids. It's nice. Sometimes you just don't get the back of the grid match up. Sometimes someone's just out of the tram lines. To be fair, race starts, as much as people go, oh, it's easy to start a race.
It's not.
It's not as easy as you think, because if you're second, you've kind of got, because second, you're alongside each other on the grid. You've got to go after the first place. If you go before the first place, you false started. you're not behind them.
No.
So if you were behind them, you could just go, oh, they've moved off, I will now go. But it's very hard to do that. So
think of it as a traffic jam on a motorway. Like, nobody moves off at the same speed. You all kind of go at different speeds.
You'll actually see them all going that concertina effect a little bit.
Exactly. But here we come. Right, so that is very, very neat, actually, so far. They're all nice. They're keeping it nice and slow speed. This is exactly what we want to see. Down the tram lines. Are we going to get racing first time around? Here we come. I believe we are racing. Absolutely. So through Oblivion and up towards Kisses Corner. They all get through nice and clean so far, but we can see Jack West and Charlie Webb at the very front there, just starting to battle already. Just keep it chill, guys, keep it chill. But Deacon Russell and Charlie Cox also just trying to get a part of that battle as well. But I believe, Jack and Charlie at the front there are just starting to just settle down into this. Obviously, their tyres are nice and warm now, and they should be just getting into the grips of this. I did see there Jack West, I believe, he kind of said to Charlie, let's work together. Come on, let's move this.
I would just like to clarify that I got someone's name wrong on the grid there, so I will clarify because I always like making the right pronunciations. Apologies to Asa Pinder. It is Asa Pinder. So I just want to make that clear over the columns just to be absolutely certain everyone knows that. Yes, apologies for the mispronunciation. But coming up here, we've got third place, potentially making a move. That is Charlie Webb, potentially going round the inside. Just about making the move.
Charlie
that
Webb
was lovely to see.
making the move on Deacon Russell now. Obviously, Deacon Russell got the move done on Charlie Webb last lap, and Charlie has just made. Oh my God, that is. That's
a gaggle of carts.
That is a proper gaggle. Yes. Now
everyone's okay, thankfully.
I'd imagine obviously we're going to have a big yellow flag up there, but there's carts stuck in the middle of the track. Are they going to?
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to speculate just yet. No. It looked like everybody was okay.
Yeah, they're all good.
That's the main thing. That is what we like to see first and foremost. But obviously, the leaders are coming through Oblivion now up towards, Charlie Webb, you can see there, confirmation. Fast lap in the process as well. A nice lap there from Charlie Webb. And he's just starting to gain back on Jack West. Jack, in all of that, hasn't really pulled away, and they've cleared the carts already.
That's impressive.
That is very impressive.
Appreciation to the Orange Army out there on the circuit, because
100%.
that's very impressive for that being cleared as quickly as they could. That's brilliant.
Exactly. Now, what we like to see as well, this is what I love about the seniors. The first, 6, 7 are all just in the...
Yep.
What's that? 5, sorry. 5 are in the group.
1 second in the top 5.
Yeah, exactly. These drivers are 15 years old plus, so they're not really seniors. But
I mean, seniors in the karting world.
Seniors in karting world, yes. But it is a completely different world to the ordinary world that we live in.
I mean, most people don't go around a track at upwards of 60 miles an hour in a kart. So,
Nobody with a brain does, but we don't have brains either because we love this.
We did it.
We did it, absolutely.
Oh,
here we go. Move for second place. Back again, Deacon Russell and Charlie Webb. They will not stop battling. Now, if I was Jack West here, what he should be doing is, right, they're battling behind me. Let's try and get my head down.
Yes.
Either that or pick one and go, let's move. Let's go.
Exactly, and Jack West just pulling a small gap. It's not a big gap, but it is a growing gap, and that is the thing. It's a gap that's starting to move around. These two behind will want to work together. If they don't work together, it's going to be very different. Incidentally, the timing hasn't updated. You're not going mad. It is 2-2-1, currently in second place.
The thing is, what we'll probably see is Charlie Webb signal to... no, hang on. Deacon's got past Charlie. Okay, so what we'll probably see is Deacon Russell signalling to Charlie, come on, let's stop this. Let's keep on Jack West. And while that's been happening, Zaki Hussein has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 45.51. That is 400 of a second quicker than Jack West's last lap, which was incidentally also his best lap. So Jack currently isn't quickest on track, and he's 0.6 of a second over sixth place. And this is what I really love about karting in general, but Whilton I think is one of the really good ones for this. You don't have to be the fastest on track to win. You just have to stick to your lines, stick to your braking points, know the circuit, and just use your head.
No, 100%, and that's the most important thing about karting, and it's what everyone does every single race in karting is using your head. Oh, and there's a penalty for... I'm not sure what that... Oh, no, that's who's given the penalty.
Ah, right.
So that's fine. So I'm not sure what the penalty was for, but that is showing a penalty for Samuel Cook. We are unsure, so we will probably...
It's currently in 13th place.
Yeah, it's currently in 13th place, so that's fine. Just popped up, and I was just like, that's a
Unless
weird
that
penalty.
was part of the gaggle that we saw earlier at Christmas.
Potentially.
Possibly.
So coming round, Jack West still in the lead. I'm interested to see whether that's grown or shrunk as a lead. I think that shrunk massively. That's Deacon Russell right on the back of Jack West now.
That shrunk, yeah.
That shrunk hugely, and I was going to say, is he got the pace on him? And yes, here we go. This is the most important thing. What are we going to see for the laps? They're very, very similar. 500ths between the two of them.
The last lap as well, Deacon Russell closed, I think it's 0.4 of a second that we just saw there before the timing redid itself. But the gap now between them is obviously just under 0.2 of a second. I don't know if you ask me, it looks a little bit closer than that.
Yes, it's definitely got very, very close between the two of them. Just under 2 minutes remaining as well. That's the important bit. It's, as much as it doesn't sound like much, for them, that's going to be an eternity because 2 minutes on track feels like about 10 minutes. It's just, you're constantly trying to work. That's a mechanical flag for Jack Reisman, which is a shame there's a radiator mechanical flag there.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
What it looks like, I've just seen Jack West go quite deep into the boot there. I think he's starting to defend. I think he's concerned that Deacon is going to start to make a move. But if I was Deacon, I'd work with Jack to try and get away from Charlie because although they've got a bit of a gap, as you can see right there, I think he's working with him there. Otherwise he would have tried to sell him a dummy or something. I think if I was Deacon, Charlie's not that far behind still. And although we've only got a minute left, that 8-9 of a second gap can close extremely quickly. So they need to work together. Although, I say this, Jack has just started to pull away from Deacon again. This is just so nip and tuck between these drivers. They pull a little bit here and they lose a bit over here.
Interesting. I have just spotted one thing. That's one's got the radiator open and one hasn't.
Now, this is quite interesting. So obviously the Rotax engines are air-cooled.
Yes.
Now, that radiator flap is obviously keeping the heat in or opening it to keep the heat cool. So what you'll see in the middle of summer, all the radiator flaps are open to try and get that additional. Now, yeah, obviously Jack is defending. Now,
he's got straight line speed. I think that's actually where he's gaining. He's potentially gaining up the hill towards Christmas and on the straight. So right now he's going to have an advantage. He's right on the back of him after the very, very fast sections.
Yeah, 100%. What I just saw then going into Parker is that Deacon had much better turning on the front there. So I think he might be taking a little bit more front end grip than Jack West, and Jack is going to have a little bit more straight line speed than.
He is pulling away through the boot.
Yeah.
Marginally, very marginally, but he's very slightly. That's where he's gaining his time back, and then up the hill is where he's losing it to Deacon Russell.
So who's got the radiator flap open? So
I think both of them have them now.
Okay, so both of them have
But both of them didn't a second ago, I don't believe. Oh no, he's
Jack's got it closed.
But they both got it open. Closed. I might actually be misreading that because I think he's got a black flap over it.
Oh, has he?
Oh, it's all good.
No, never mind. The timer has clicked down to 0 now, so we should be going on to the final lap any minute now. So what we should be seeing now is Deacon will start to try and make a move. Now the thing is, where do you make the move? Because let's think about it. If you try to make it Christmas corner, he's probably going to come back at Ashby. So do you put him on a bad line through Christmas?
Black flag for Jack Reisman. Don't think he went in for the mechanical.
Not how you want to end it, but here we go, final lap. So, do you put him on a bad line for a Christmas corner, put him out of line at increment and make the move into Ashby, and then defend for your life for the rest of the move, for the rest of the lap? He's not quite close enough. He's still 0.2 of a second back there. But let's see, can Jack West hold on? I think he might be able to.
It's going to be close. I think, he's pulled a little bit more space there between him and Deacon Russell. We're coming down to, that's a lot bigger gap than it was before. So coming round into the final corner, coming into the boot, unless there is one almighty send by Deacon Russell into the last corner, I don't quite think he's going to make it. Clattering a curve there. He's potentially having a little bit of a run, but not quite enough. There's the checkered flag. Jack West across the line in first, followed by Deacon Russell in second, Charlie Webb in third, Charlie Cox in fourth, and Reg Hayward coming around into your top five, followed by Freddie Ingram sixth, Louis Weaver seventh, Zaki Hussein with the fastest lap in eighth, Harry Bloor in ninth, and Alex Moody rounding out your top 10, just over 5 seconds back from the leader.
Absolutely. Now, what we did see in that race, obviously, the top 10 were really quite sensible. They were being very sensible with their moves. They were positioning themselves quite well. And then a bit further back, obviously, it was a little bit more chaotic, I want to say. We didn't quite see, obviously, what happened up at Christmas Corner there, which is a shame. And but what will be interesting here, nose cone watch.
Yes, nose cone watch. I love nose cone watch. It is brilliant.
It's great.
Here we go. So coming in, that's the 2
I would like to know what this person's name is, so we can talk about it.
So on nose cone watch, is it Chris Derrick on nose cone watch?
That's not Chris Derrick.
It's not Chris Derrick.
No,
sorry,
not
I
Chris.
might be correct. So who is this? Paul?
I don't know.
I'm sure we'll find out.
We will find out.
We'll make sure to find out because I don't like calling the name wrong there.
Yes.
So currently through, everyone's looking fine. Again, really good race for hard, clean racing. No nose cone penalties. That's the very important thing. So that is your senior Rotax Heat 1 complete. And we are moving on to the X30 Juniors Heat 1 coming up next in your race 6. So we're just going to await the grid for this race, and I'll pass over to Kieran for that one.
Here we go. So on the row 1, we've got Rocco Shenton, Macaulay Guy. On row 2, Alex Dodds and Harrison Leach. Row 3, Mayan Patel and Sebastian Dew. On row 4, we have got Alex Wiley and Alexander Deventis. On row 5, we've got Max Wright and Finley Allen. Row 6, Dylan Patel and Ben Cuts-Bland. On row 7, Charlie Blenkenshot and Joshua Bryan. Row 8, Maisie Creed and Max Cooper. Row 9, Jacob Marbles and Adam Bourne. On row 10, we've got Charlie Phillip and Ellis Pullen-Nevin. On row 11, Dylan Masters and Lauren Dilliav. On row 12, we've got Pim Zhu and Noah Goodfellow. On row 13, we've got Harry Khalil and Isabel Banks. On row 14, we've got Lewis Hay and Autumn Hansford. Row 15, Daniel Samir and Cameron Edwards. And that rounds out the grid. We've got obviously quite a big grid on the X30s, so we should wait for these guys to come out. Now, the thing with the X30s, obviously, is it delivers its power in a slightly different way to the Rotax. And I believe we are just hearing that there are some carts still to be recovered, so we've got a little bit of filler time. So what I'm going to do is just put a little bit of information. Now, I quite like to get a little bit of random information to
nice.
sort of bulk out the stream a little bit. Normally, I'm presenting, but here I am. You can only hear my voice, which is probably better so you don't see my face. But here we go. So, the circuit length, obviously, of the track that we're currently using is just under 1,200 metres. It's exactly 1,190 to be exact. Whilton Mill opened in 1991, and we are located in Northamptonshire. I can't speak. I can talk about cars, but I can't tell you where we are. Northamptonshire, near Daventry. And yeah, well, obviously we'll be talking about the weather today. It is absolutely glorious sunshine. I was driving here this morning and the sunrise was fantastic. Now, for those of you who were thinking that we started an hour late, don't worry, the clocks have gone back, which I didn't find out until I was in the car this morning and my phone and my car said at a different time. I was like, oh, that's why I felt I slept better and had more time to sleep.
Yes.
And
it's always nice when the clocks go back rather than forwards.
yeah, I just didn't know it was today.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody told me. I was at Alton Park yesterday. I was kind of like, oh, I've got to get it really for Wilton tomorrow. But it actually hasn't been too bad.
No.
And you were at Silverstone yesterday as well.
Yes.
So we've both had to go from one track to another on corresponding days.
Yes, exactly. I did also notice that the pronunciations in my heats for the reading the grids are a lot easier than yours have been so far, which is unfortunate.
Yes, and you kind of go, oh, you can take this one, and ironically, it's more difficult.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you
does
very much
happen
for
on that one, but yeah, it's it should be interesting racing in this one because everything to do with the seniors and the juniors, and when we go into the faster karts, senior Rotax, junior X30s, senior X30s, etc., it's always nice to see just how much quicker they are. But there we go. That's number 13 being recovered from the circuit. That's probably why we've got a little bit of time here. So that's Tyler being recovered from the track. I don't believe there's any more karts around the circuit.
Okay. I can see there's a couple of marshals maybe walking back to points, so we should be getting ready to go soon.
Yes.
One thing that we will be looking out for today is WM plate.
Yes, the WM plate, of course, is today, which is based on most points over the day, if I remember rightly.
Yes, which unfortunately means we have to do some maths, which I don't know about you, but I'm not very good at. So we've got to try and figure out who gets the most points at the end of the day, and it's not necessarily going to be the finals winner. So you'll have a finals winner and a WM plate winner. It could be the same person, but it also might not be.
Exactly, and just to reiterate, it's the most points gained over the day, not whether you win the final for the WM plate, if I remember correctly on that one. So it will be an interesting one to try and keep track of. We will do our best to keep track of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to give you an example, so a win in the heats gives you 36 points. A win in the finals gives you 60 points. If you're in a B final, which I believe is only run for the junior Rotax today, then You don't get points if you're in the top 4 because you then transfer to the A final, and that's when you get your points. If you're 5th or below, then your 5th place starts at 21 points, and it then goes down by a point per position, and that's how they work out the points. So yeah, we've got to try and keep up to date with who's getting what point throughout the day, and we'll hopefully give you the right winners at the end of it, but apologies if we struggle to try and keep up with that. But as we can see, obviously the X30s now are out on track.
So Junior X30 coming down towards the line. I'm not entirely sure whether they get 2 formation laps. It seems like they might, because unless they're forming up there, that is mighty quick. So they're coming round onto the second form-up lap, which I think is just to make sure they get heat in the tyres, because it is important to get heat in the tyres, especially on track, because it's not as easy today either.
No, it's very tricky to try and get the heat into your tyres. Now, if you've never driven on a cold track with cold slicks, let me put it to you this way. Have you ever stepped onto ice in your bare shoes and you slip straight over? That's kind of what it's like. Hence why we see when they first come out, and they are basically four-wheel drifting out of the assembly area.
Exactly.
Simply because there is no grip. Although slicks are supposed to be supposed to be very grippy, they grip when there's heat in them. When they're not, it's just ice. There's no obviously friction to actually grab onto the track, essentially. Yeah,
it's a much softer compound anyway. If you're listening and you're sort of on the F1 front, if we work around that, it's between soft and you're going between. It's basically soft. That's sort of the equivalent of a slick tyre here, anyway. Might be slightly harder than their soft compound. Might be more towards a medium, but somewhere around that. It's very, very hard to get heat into the tyres quickly. If it's a hot day, great. Here comes someone who's, I think, just been grass tracking a little bit. So that's, I'm not sure who that is, but they will be holding them here. So that is the 67 Dylan Masters. So they probably will still go this time round because there's only one kart off the back of the grid. So here we go, coming into the tram lines. We are green flag. That is not a false start from what I can tell. And we're coming round oblivion.
Oh, somebody off of turn 1. Thankfully, that's what I want to say. But they are, oh God. Rocco Shenton has just made an absolute getaway from Macaulay Guy and Alex Dodds in second and third there. And that is the number 52 of Charlie Phillip. That's not
that's a shame. Someone's off there, Ashby.
Oh no! So that's down to Ashby. Yeah. So this is what I was talking about earlier. Going down to Ashby, because you're downhill, you've got to brake a little bit earlier than you might think you have to. There is also a very wide runoff, but in the current conditions that we've got
was
today...
that the 55 of Alex Dodds? That was.
Was it?
The kart off, I think, was the 55 into Ashby. I believe that was the 55 of Alex Dodds off into Ashby. We're going to see when the leaders come across the line. It was, I think. Dropping down the timing order is Alex Dodds.
That is one of the big hitters in the race. Oh, got the number 43. Yeah, obviously that's
a shame. So that's sort of just down towards the back of the grid. That's Pinmu Zhu.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've got the leads coming back through now. Oh, that's Pinmu, I think. And just taking a... a bit of an issue up at Inkerman's there. I didn't quite see who was involved in that. But I believe is this the first place battle? No, this is the fourth place battle, sorry. So we've got Sebastian G, Macaulay Guy, Max Wright and Finney Allen in this group.
So currently P2 and P3 very close on track. P1's just off up the road. Rocco Shenton deciding to take advantage of all the battling and going, yep, I will take that, goodbye. And coming towards the line now. So they're not going to be massively far apart. 2 seconds isn't a great deal, but as we've seen in the last couple of races, 2 seconds can turn into 5 very, very quickly. But it
can also turn into 0 very, very quickly.
Exactly.
You just never know. Now, the good thing is, for Rocco Shenton at least, is that he just set the fastest lap of the race, and he was 0.4 of a second quicker than Mayan Patel in second place. I'm just having a quick look. He currently is the only person in the 47s. Everyone else is either 48s, 49s, or 50s. Apart from, unfortunately, Dylan Patel obviously had a bad lap. He did a 55. But yeah, Rocco Shenton is currently the only person in the 47s. He's not even a 47.9, it's a 47.6. He's 0.4 quicker than anybody else on track currently. And that is obviously a benefit of having he's just a 46.9, yeah, so...
Oh my word, that is... But then again, also take into account that Mayan Patel's, I believe, also improved their last lap, and Harrison Lynch and Macaulay Guy. Incidentally, most people down the grid have improved their last lap because they're getting more heat into the tyres. We're not far into the race now. We're only a few minutes in. We're only 2 minutes 50 seconds into the race. So they're now just starting to potentially get into the operating temperature. That was a move down the inside, potentially.
Now, what I should point out as well, don't be surprised if you see somebody a bit further down the queue get the fastest lap. Simply because, obviously, they're going to have the slipstream, and around somewhere like Whilton Mill, that makes a big, big difference. We've already said about the elevation change going towards Christmas Corner. The slipstream down there, the slipstream down towards Ashby, and the slipstream at the back straight. Don't count out how much that actually makes a difference. And Rocco Shenty's proven me wrong. Apparently. He's just in a 46.5. But Mine Mattel is also now in the 46s. So mine's, I believe, his lap times are roughly exactly what Rocco's are a lap later.
Yes.
Like, so he's just in at 46.94. Rocco's last lap, the one before last lap, sorry, was a 46.91. So Rocco just did a 46.59. So don't be surprised if you see Mine Mattel now do a 46.6.
No, absolutely. And Cameron Edmonds, incidentally, in P11 has just set the fastest lap also with a 46.52. So, as Kieran was saying, the toe will help. Sometimes, though, it is genuine pace. Some people go, that's a move at the start of the boot, so I'm going a little bit wide. I'm not sure who that was. We're coming round onto this lap now, and I'm just trying to keep an eye out on laps between drivers. They're very, very close, but there's a little bit of time lost between Mine Patel and Rocco Shenton there.
So I've just seen Rocco Shenton's last lap compared to the lap just before. There was a 100th of a second difference between them. That is what you call consistency. And that's the thing. It's not speed that wins races. It's consistency.
100%.
You have to be consistent. And with that lap time, 100th of a second difference between last lap and the lap just before, that is how he is able to get, 2.83 second gap now back to Mine Patel.
No, 100%. And it's, as you say, it's all about just minor changes in lap time is all it takes to just ruin pace consistency. It ruins the flow as well, because the flow is very important in any track. It doesn't have to be a momentum-based circuit. Any circuit will be hard to keep a flow on. And if you lose that groove, it's like you've completely lost it. It's very, very difficult to get it back. That might have been a potential move. The 38 round the 79. Yes, it was. That was a change. That was a change for third position. But Cordy Guy up into third, and Harrison Leach down into fourth. Which would have been a very nice move just there.
Yeah. Oh,
And
I'm trying to work out who's... Okay, so... Got Rocco obviously right up at the distance. Mine's also kind of by himself, I think.
Sort of a kart space group.
Yeah, so got the 57 of Cameron Edmonds we're currently following.
Yes, Cameron Edmonds.
Nice little battle. There's a couple of a bit close behind, but I think we're okay. Right, so we're currently looking at the number 79, Harrison Leach. There we go. So we're back. So this spaced out group here is really the battle for second place, because as we can see right in the distance, Rocco is gone. So he's out of it. Just don't. We won't talk about Rocco anymore because he has enough screen time. He's proven. Yeah,
He's definitely proven he's very, very quick, and I think that's one big positive. But currently, I have just noticed as well, is Macaulay Guy gaining on Mayan Patel? Last lap, yes, considerable gain on Mayan Patel.
Nearly 0.3 of a second he just gained on Mayan Patel. So here we go. Let's see what the difference is again.
Yep, marginally quicker again. So we may have a situation. We've only got 30 seconds left in the race. And to be fair, they're not far apart.
They're not. So we should get this lap and one more, I believe. Assuming Rocco doesn't put in an unbelievable another lap. But here we go. So we've got Cameron Edmonds just at the fastest lap of the race today at 46.4. Now this is something that is quite interesting. So Cameron Edmonds just set the fastest lap at a 46.48, and that is with slipstream. Rocco Shenton's last lap, a 46.6. It's a 10th of a second difference there.
Yes.
And he didn't have slipstream. That, I'm not saying that Cameron Edmonds is talent, like he doesn't have the talent, because obviously he's very, very quick and he needs it. But Rocco Shenton is unbelievable this morning. He is just putting in fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, and the gap is nearly 4 seconds of a difference. Remember what you said at the start of the race? Don't be surprised if you see it turn into 5 seconds. We're nearly there, and if Mayan Patel and Macaulay Guy, and we're looking at them now, start fighting, that very well could be 5 second gap.
And we are on the final lap, incidentally, so Rocco Shenton will be coming around. Again, the satisfying lap time of 4.6460. It's always nice seeing the numbers being the same. But coming down towards the boot now, Mayan Patel's got just enough of a gap, I believe. So Rocco Shenton will actually be coming around to complete his final lap just now. So he'll be crossing the line any second. And this is second and third. There we go. Rocco Shenton across the line and followed by take a bow. Rocco Shenton. That was impressive. And then Mayan Patel over in second. McCordy guy in third. Harrison Leach and Sebastian Dew rounding out in top 5. And the fastest lap still with Cameron Edmonds.
What I think that really shows is that we've got Cameron Edmonds has just taken the fastest lap on the last lap of the race. What was the 46.46 and a 46.45?
And it's dead. It's a dead 46.45 as well.
See, what that is saying is, later when we've got the finals, watch out.
And the track temp is rising. That's
100%.
The thing. The karts on track, there will be heat. You can get heat imparted into the tyres, but then simultaneously, because the tyres are hot, you're imparting heat into the circuit, which means you're getting more heat in the track and therefore more heat in the tyres, and it's a sort of bit of a spiral climbing upwards of getting heat and making use of it. I think that's the important thing. So after this, that's the X20 Juniors.
Nose cone watch.
Got to love nose cone watch. Here we go. So that's all good. That's Rocco Shenton. Thumbs up to Rocco Shenton. Thumbs up to Mayan Patel. Thumbs up to McCordy. Guys, so that's the top 3 all clear of the nose cone watch. So that's good. 96, I believe that is 96. Am I reading that one?
98.
98, sorry, my brain is saying 6 where there's an 8.
No.
So that is
that 57?
That's Cameron Edmonds. Oh,
no, he just had the fastest lap as well. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we've just been told we are ready now for the X30 Seniors coming up next.
So we're going to have the grid for that in a moment. Just waiting for the grids to come through, and then we will run you down those. There we go, there's the music, so that means we must have the grid. Going on to the grid for the Senior X30s, Henry Gregory, followed by Fred Green on row 1. Row 2 is Morgan Hill and Jensen Pugh, followed by Jack Willett and Jaden Gregg on row 3. Moving on to row 4 is Ollie Rand and Archie Heron, Aaron Brown and Micah Taylor rounding out row 5. Jensen Buckingham and Harry Maynard on row 6. And then Josh Palfreman on row 7 and Rylan Efberg alongside Jack Cox and Kian Leon going out on row 8. And then Oliver Harris and Harrison Morrow on row 9. Moving on to row 10 is Monty Brathwaite and Piotr Jurovic, there we go. George Quartermain on row 11 and Macy Hitter as well. Ollie Keener and Jacob Hwang on row 12. Row 13 is Josh Jones and Tristan Powell, Luca Mann and Natalia Dabek on row 14. Ollie Cook and Oliver Johnson on row 15. And Donglin Chen, Kane Barnett and Zach Whelan rounding out your 33 karts grid. So just one off of max grid, I believe. I think it's 34.
Is it 34?
I think it's 34 max grid. If anyone wishes to correct me, they may. But I'm pretty certain it's 34 max grid on Whilton Mill.
Yes, indeed. Well, they're already going out, so we haven't got time to fact check that. So, here we go.
I'll find a way, I'm sure.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, somebody in the comments will find a way to correct us. They always do.
And we do appreciate it most of the time.
Most of the time. Most of the time. So, here we go. So, yeah, X30s. Now, what's worth mentioning is obviously Henry Gregory has, I'm not saying he's wrapped up the championship, but he has got a healthy lead in the championship in this category. He is obviously one of the British champs drivers in Senior X30 this year, and he has been an unstoppable force really sometimes in some of those races. He's been a constant threat to that grid, and it was fantastic to have someone of his caliber racing today. 2
roll-up laps for these guys. So I'll take that moment to double-check something. So we were thinking it was WM plate on this round. We are being told in the comments it's on potentially, late November-ish. We will confirm that, because obviously we don't want to get everyone told it's WM plate when there isn't, so we'll make sure we double-check on that. We may have got that wrong. Apologies if so. Yes. Just wanted to apologise to start with, because it makes it nice.
If we don't have to work out the WM plate today, I am a happy man.
There could also be something similar, which we may have got the name mixed up.
Possibly.
So I'll have a check and we'll have a look over the lunch break, and we'll be sure to come back with you with information about what potentially we got wrong there. But yes, so coming round to form up the grid, I believe. So we will find out where they are on track. That does look like they're slowing up to form, so that's good. Got to love how rich these things run. So it's just a big wall of just fume.
Yes.
Out the back of the carts, which is it's something which I sort of link with the X30s, because you only really see it on these carts where they're just really bogging down to start the race. But as soon as they go, that'll all clear.
Yeah. it's when it's like a really, really cold morning, like when we've been doing the Winter Cup or anything like that, and it's just a plume of smoke. It's you can't really see the karts sometimes. It's fantastic. But here we go, coming round the last corner. Somebody raising a hand towards the back of the grid there. But into the tram lines. Are we good to go this time around? I think we are. Yes, here we come then. Right, through Oblivion and round the first corner. Oh, wow, Fred Green has just taken an absolute distance there out of Henry Gregory. Henry Gregory pulling right over to the right and trying to defend his position, but around Christmas corner, I was about to say everyone looks safe, but no, they're not. There are some people stuck behind. Got the 188 there of Tristan Powell stuck on the grass. That's not what we want to see. Oh, there's another touch at Ashby there. That's not good. That's not good. People, slow down. Let's just keep it nice and calm. We want to see nice, clean racing. But Fred Green out the front has just taken an absolute amazing start there. And that was the number, what was that, 50 of Jensen Buckingham, I think it might have been.
Making a new racing line there.
Yes. So we've got Henry Gregory coming through the first corner now. And it was
Henry Gregory in the lead. There's a move for the lead over that last lap. So currently still a second. So incidentally, they haven't quite managed to pull a second yet. This might be a move a little further back. Just trying to figure out that. It's Jack Mowat in fourth place. I think there's going to be a move down the inside by Archie Heron. What a dive into Christmas. That was a assertive move to get down the inside there, I think, because he was just like, no, I am taking this. I am making the move down here, and now he'll probably be sat there going, work with me, rather than try and push back past, because when you're overtaken, you don't really want to stay overtaken. Most people will try and battle back. It's just making sure you don't, because then you start slowing everyone down and you get that problem of battles turning into lost time, which you really don't want when, well, at the moment, Henry Gregory has still got a little bit of a lead, but not enough to really pull away. And it'll be interesting to see. Yes, he's pulled a slight bit further, but not enough to really be out of the tow, and that's the important bit.
The thing with this first place battle, though, is that yes, Henry Gregory is a top class driver. He has been in the British Championships, but so is Fred Green. Fred is up there, and you cannot count him out. And the thing is, he was only a 10% off Henry that lap. Yes. He's currently defending from Morgan Hill, so he's got more in his mind than Henry has. Henry at the moment is just thinking, right, I need to put my foot down, I need to get into the zone, I need to get away from this pack. Fred is thinking, Morgan, look ahead of you, look ahead of me, look where Henry is, we need to work together and catch him. Don't fight me, let's go. And by the looks of it, I think he is.
They are. I think they are actually working together here, because we'll see it in a second whether they were, because whether Henry Gregory gets across the line in the same amount of time, no, quite a little bit increased. The thing is, you can work together, but not necessarily get the same boost off of the toe than other people, because by the looks of it, Fred Green's marginally quicker than the kart behind, which will be helping. That's down the inside by the number 46 of Aaron Brown. Lovely move into Christmas. But yeah, as I was saying, you don't always get the same toe off people. The wind can slightly pick up in front of you. You'll get a better toe because you're in a block of, you're just behind someone. If the wind drops, though, you start to get less. That's a definite think about a move there by the number 48 of Micah Taylor, but not quite able to make that stick. But yeah, if the wind changes direction, if you suddenly get a crosswind rather than a headwind, that's when the toe starts changing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Now, I did have a quick look at the weather for today. Now, obviously, we all know how reliable the weather apps can be. But it did say, and I don't want to kind of say for definite this is going to happen, but it did say the wind is going to get slightly stronger this afternoon. So that could play a massive part in the finals. Obviously, the finals that we're going to have a little bit later on are going to be gargantuan.
Yes.
And I cannot wait. Yes, it is fantastic.
Great choice
isn't
of
it?
word.
That is going to be my word of the day.
Word of the day, gargantuan. But yes, going down onto the back straight now. We're just keeping an eye on everything. So that is currently fourth place, back to about seventh, I think, on track. There's a lot of karts in one big train, and this incidentally is where you actually get. Oh, that's down the inside. Really nicely done.
Outfit.
That feels like a working together move. That doesn't feel like him just getting the overspeed. That might have been a change at the front.
Fred's caught. Fred's started to catch a bit more.
That's not a change, actually.
No, he hasn't changed, but he's caught.
No, yes.
He's now only half a second away, and he was like 0.8 away, I think.
Slowly coming down again.
Yeah. The thing is, though, as well, Morgan Hill is only 4/10 away. So if you look at the top three, there's sort of roughly the same gaps between Henry and Fred and Morgan. So this could really get spicy towards the end of the race. Obviously, we've still got 2 and a bit minutes remaining on the clock. So while
Wow,
they sort of
yeah.
figure it out, let's focus on this battle for 4th place, because there is a lot of karts in this gap, and they are taking that curb. Well, I mean, I don't think they really want to try and use it as a corner. I think they want to use it as a straight. I think they're kind of looking at the old layout and go, that's fine, that'll do. And we can see there the number 23 of Jack Moet just defending against Ollie Rands. Ollie Rands did take the fast lap a couple of laps ago, so Ollie is on a charge, and Jack knows that. He is just trying to defend.
No, 100%. About a minute and 50 remaining in the race now. Of course, plus 1 lap. That's the important bit. So it's a minute and 50 till the timer runs out. And as soon as we hit the bottom of the timer, if they don't cross it, if they cross before 0, you get another lap before the final lap. If you cross it after 0, you get the final lap. So that is the important bit. So 46, currently still ahead of Archie Heron behind. Those leaders are right on each other now. That is 0.1 of a second going up towards Christmas. Will we potentially see a move, or will we see them work together? That's the interesting thing. I'd hope they'll work together.
These are the leaders.
Yes.
Fred is caught. Fred is right there now. This is what we're saying. You cannot count out Fred Green, no matter how good Henry Gregory is. He's just signaled to Fred, let's work together. But is Fred going to listen? They've got a minute left of this, and we're probably going to get 2 more laps after this one, I think. Looking at the timer. Yeah, we should have 2 minutes left. Ooh, I don't know, actually.
So if they finish this lap, then they're going to do another 46. Might have another one after that as well.
Let's see.
Mechanical flag there for exhaust on Zach Whelan. That's a shame. Currently down.
This is going to be close.
This is going to be very close.
46 as they cross the line. Where this
remains to be seen.
Okay, so next lap could be the last lap, or we might still have 2 laps remaining after this. Fred Green has got time to do this. So, does he go for the move now, or does he not work with Henry, try to get away from Morgan, take Morgan out of the equation, and make it a 2-horse race? What would you do?
I think first point, I don't think that's working if they are doing it, because Morgan looks like they're getting closer every single time they come round. I think the point. Oh, there's the move down the inside at Chapman. That is lovely. Fred Green, amazing move. Incidentally, that was Morgan Hill potentially trying to make an opportunistic move back, and that's getting mighty close to the rear bumper there. But that is a fantastic move by Fred Green to take the lead, and we are going to come across the line. That hasn't gone to last lap, I don't believe. We've
still got 2 laps remaining. I think. Oh, Morgan got a fantastic exit out of oblivion there. Yeah, he is right on the back of Henry now. So, does Henry kind of go, come on, think about this, we've got 2 laps, let's work together, let's catch Fred. Because Fred has got a nearly half a second gap between him and Henry now. That is impressive after only a couple of corners.
No, 100%, and they're going to be coming round towards the corner now, coming down through Chapman onto the back straight. Morgan Hill still right on the back of Henry Gregory there. Fred Green, incidentally, now starting to pull a gap. I do wonder if Fred Green always had that pace, and he was always just waiting for a moment to use it. But then again, Henry Gregory hasn't exactly fallen behind. So on to the final lap now. Now it'll be the final lap coming round into oblivion. And those gaps are starting to move apart considerably now. I think, unless, well, barring any major issues in the final lap, or major sends or big dives, I don't think we're going to have much of a change of position here. But coming round down into Ashby now, and they'll soon be coming along the Kenny Straight on in and into Parker.
Yes, indeed. Now, the gap between Fred and Henry Gregory didn't change all but a 100th of a second.
Yeah.
But Gregory has pulled away from Morgan Hill. So, yeah, I think Fred's got this. And whether you're saying, you know, if he had his pace in hand all the time, I wouldn't put it past him. It might have been a case he was managing his time, he was managing his patience, and he comes around the final corner and he takes that Heat 1 win ahead of Henry Gregory. That was a fantastic race.
Absolutely, and so far today we've had brilliant racing, and I love to see it because it's always great to watch. It's brilliant to watch down here. It's brilliant for everyone to watch on the live stream broadcast as well. So that's the important part. It's just been constant skill all day, which is lovely. And the problem is when you've got everyone at the front battling, it's really hard to go to sort of the midfield and the back because there are some really good battles going on in those parts too. That's just how it rolls. Unfortunately,
I mean, 100%,
it's quite
obviously,
difficult.
We can't talk about every single battle that's happening on track, which is a shame because most of them are absolutely fantastic. It's as good, it's sometimes better than what's happening at the front. But because, you know, obviously you'd like to see what's happening at the front, but it doesn't matter because we've got nose cone watch.
Here we go. So coming down onto that famed line, also the famed camera as well. He's got the phone. I think he's got a phone. Got to take a picture of it.
Oh,
no, he's just putting something in his pocket.
Okay, that was all good. So the top 3 get through, okay.
just watching hand gestures so much. It's
Yeah.
so hard to gauge. It's always
Thumb up.
interesting.
So thumb up's nice and easy to gauge.
It's like, yep, you're good. Hopefully Jensen Pugh is good. Yep. Jaden Gregg, yes. So far everyone's doing... Oh,
No.
273 of Rylan Eckberg.
I think as well, from this angle, you can't really see. I mean, that nose cone doesn't look dropped to me in comparison to the others, but obviously he's going to be able to see.
Yeah, it could also, because it's basically a bracket on the inside of the nose cone. It may not look drop on the outside. Sometimes it does, but if it's dropped backwards, the nose cone will still look like it's in position from the outside. It's why they have to actually check the bracket behind. Cause some, we've seen them scraping along the ground because the nose cones come off. But yeah, if it's lent backwards, that's when it's really hard to notice.
Yes.
But yes, we will be next on to, after this race, we'll be moving on to the Junior Max CVB. So it'll be Heat 2. I'm just going to leave you with Kieran for a second.
No problem. Okay, so yes, obviously, yes. So we've got the Junior Max C versus B heat coming up next, which is the round. It's race 8, sorry, of the day. So we've already had 7 races. That has absolutely flown by. We've been live for getting on for 2 hours now. It's been a really good day of racing so far, and it should be a really good day to continue as well. So it should be good fun. Obviously, we're just waiting for the drivers to come out onto track. So essentially, what we've done is we've done now the full run of all the different classes that are currently racing today. There are currently 8 classes that we're hosting today. Obviously, there's 7 different races, if you like, because we've got the Waterswift Restricted and the Rotax Micros in a class together. Sorry, in a race together. So it just means that obviously we have technically 7 races for 8 classes, but there are 8 classes racing today. So the Junior Max C versus B is coming up next. So what we said earlier, obviously with the juniors having being the only ones that have a and a B final, simply because they've got to work out A versus B, C versus B, and A versus C. So we've got the Junior Max C versus B coming up. We've already had the Junior Max A versus B, which was race number 4, and we've got the Junior Max A versus C coming up just before the lunch break, which is just rounded out then by the senior Rotax heat, which will be race number 13. Then we've got the lunch break, and then we jump into 2 final heats before we then jump into the finals. Now, obviously, we're definitely looking forward to those. But, as we've said, we've done now the full run of all the different classes that are racing. I'm going to do it all again before we do go into the finals. So they have 2 heats and a final. That's how the normal format is. If you've got the junior Rotax, then they have an A and a B final because there's such a big grid, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. There's too many carts on the grid. Hello again. There's pretty much too many carts on the grid. You obviously can't run 50, 60 odd carts on the track. That wouldn't be entirely very useful. But they then split the grids effectively, and you have the A, the B finals as well later as well. So A finals just final. B final is the first one. So we are moving on to Junior Max C versus B. So that is Junior Max Heat 2. We should have the grids any second now.
Here we go, yes. So on row 1, we have Harry Freeman and Alfie Thompson. On row 2, got Oliver Smith and Charlie Neve. Row 3, Jack Baker and William Webb. On row 4, we have Vlad Tomachuk and Joel Dixon Cohen. On row 5, got Noah Barham and Logan Lauder. On row 6, we've got Adam Churachek and Dominic Parabok. On row number 7, Isaac Barker and Devon Nolan. Row 8, Ellis Snow and Michael Dalton. Row 9, Frank Ward and Harry Russell. Row number 10, we've got Devon Taylor and Daniel Gurney. Row number 11, Haya Gurleth and Hugh Hobson. Row number 12, got Dejan Bennett and Nathan Edwards. Row 13, Lachlan Homer, Harry Wilch. Row number 14, Sava Soligover and Jonas
Janusauskas.
Yeah, thank you.
There
Row number 15, Daniel Adamatis and Frederick Wengraf. And finally, row 16, Daniel Clancy and Daniel Callaghan. So that is the full run of drivers. You're definitely stiffing me up here with the more difficult names to pronounce.
I can promise you it's not intentional.
You've looked at the entry list before and go, right, I'm going to do this one, you're going to do that one, I'm going to do this one, you're going to do that one. But it doesn't matter, the karts are out on track now.
Exactly.
Now, I believe because it's a road, last time they only had one warm-up lap. The Miami the X30, sorry, seems to have 2 warm-ups. So
yes, I think it's different per Rotax and Miami. So
yeah, I think so. So theoretically, we should get one more lap, and they should be Sorry, they should be formatting up as they get into the boot. We're going through Ashby at the moment. Obviously, you can see everybody's just weaving, trying to get the heat into those tyres. They're just trying to make sure the tyres are as sticky as they possibly can be ahead of going into racing. The last thing you want to do is get onto that first lap, get into the first corner and go, I've got no grip.
Yeah, and that does happen. You go into the corner, you just try and turn, and it's like, oh gosh, and you just go off at the first corner. But yes, lining up now into the boot. Incidentally, the boot is probably one of the harder corners to get right in cold tyres, because you're going hard left, then you've got to set yourself up for, you're basically going hard right, then you're setting yourself for a hard left, then you're setting yourself up for another hard right. There's a lot of weight transfer. But coming round the corner now to start the race, hopefully we get green flag this time. That doesn't look like a false start, that is a go. Yes, we are racing.
Absolutely through Oblivion, and everyone seems to be just about okay at the moment. A couple are going wide there, but nothing too much to write home about. Big line of stern there. Oh, a bit of a covering for second place there between Alfie Thompson and Oliver Smith. A couple going a bit wide through Christmas, but everyone gets through just about okay. Here comes Oliver Smith through for second place, and we've got a couple of drivers off. I can't quite see. We've got the number 30. Oh, somebody stuck there on the route down to Ashby. Their nose is coming up, and oh, somebody's having a bit of a getting a bit angry about something there, but not 100% sure exactly what that is. Here we go. Right, so we've got the number 87 in second place. So yeah, Alfie Thompson is still in second place. So Oliver Smith didn't quite get past. We've got the number 22 of Adam Churacek, currently off the track. I think that's on the exit of Chapman. I'm not 100% sure. I couldn't quite see exactly where that positioning was. But here we go. So on the third place this is, so we've got Oliver Smith and Jack Baker. Very, very close. Line of stern there through Christmas Corner, then coming through Inkermans and down towards Ashby. These drivers are extremely close. It kind of looks like Charlie Neve there is wanting to make a move on Jack Baker, but he's just thinking about it twice, going, maybe not. Jack Baker, although Jack Baker, here he comes through Oliver Smith. Not through, sorry, I should say, on the inside of Oliver Smith. And has he taken the position? I can't quite see at the moment. Let's see. I think he has. I think he's got back pass. So, coming through. Let's read the positions. So we've got number 49 of Daniel Callaghan. So coming through. Here we go. This is the final. This is the running at the moment. So Harry Freeman in first, Alfie Thompson in second, Jack Baker in third, Oliver Smith in fourth, Charlie Neve is still in fifth.
Exactly, and everyone's still separated by not much, incidentally. And you generally find in the first few laps, if the leader hasn't managed to pull out a second, that's where you start to find those races where you don't pull out to 5-second gaps to the win and things like that. And it's really, really important for that leader, if you want to make a race your own, is to get away
100%.
Early on, because you lose the toe and then no one can keep up with you in the train behind. And it's just, it is a strategy. It's a really, really skillful strategy, and not everyone can pull that off.
It is, absolutely. But what I've been noticing so far this lap is the battle for third, which ranges from, what, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, I think it is.
Yes.
There's a massive train there. They're not actually passing each other, although I say that, I think I'm about to be proven wrong once again. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm actually proven right for the first time in my life. But they are line astern, and they, oh no, there we go. I've now been proven wrong. Somebody needs to make a move that I didn't quite see who that was. That was the number 67 maybe of Joel Nixon Cohen.
Yeah, Joel Dixon Cohen. Ooh, a little bit close there, but the 73 of Vlad Tomanchuk almost making contact with the rear bumper of the cart ahead. But the hot pink cart of Joel Dixon Cohen is starting to slowly pull a gap there, so it doesn't help that it doesn't obviously help that Tomanchuk has 2 carts behind him to deal with as well, so that's what I was saying earlier. And currently 0.2 of a second between the leaders. Charlie Neve still setting fast this lap, so there's a potential chance that he'll be able to get into the top 3 fairly quickly, and then hopefully make his way towards the lead, which would cause some proper racing. Hence I say hopefully. It's always nice to see tie group. So we're just going to check on a couple of things, just make sure drivers are in the correct positions right now on the timing. I think they are.
Yeah, I think so. But what I'm looking at the moment is Harry Freeman is the slowest of the drivers right the way down to 7th place. So
Something
2nd
happened?
to 6th are currently, that was as fast as that though last round.
Oh.
Like 2nd to 6th are all quicker than 1st.
So interestingly, it doesn't seem, it's either he's not getting heat into the tyres quick enough, so it could incidentally be a tyre temperature difference. Incidentally, I have a sneaking suspicion.
Oh, never mind, he's just done a faster lap.
But I also have a sneaking suspicion that gap is almost exactly the same, but just as you were saying, he's done the fastest lap.
Yeah.
In comes Joel Dixon-Cohen to take it away again.
Yes, indeed.
And that was a nice little bit of a close race there between the 67... Oh, my brain is breaking. 67 to Joel Dixon-Cohen again. We've said his name so many times, my brain just seems to just sort of blanket on the screen. But yes, coming down into the left-hander of Parker at the moment and down towards Chapman. It's just becoming a little bit difficult. I think, incidentally, we maybe getting one of the corner names wrong.
So this is the 7th, 8th, 9th battle, I think. 78. Oh no, hang on. I think we're looking. Wow. Oh, this is first place. That's first place.
Yes, I was going to say the timings come right down to 900ths of a second.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to look at the.
Well, there's the move.
Here's the move for first. Yeah, up the inside goes Alfie
Just in
Thompson, and he
time.
takes the move at Christmas Corner. We keep seeing moves at Christmas Corner. It
Yes.
is one of the best places to overtake on track, not just because it's a corner followed by, preceded by a long straight,
Yes.
but because you get that slipstream and you can really open up that corner. It is not a complete sort of turn back on yourself.
No.
You've got it's quite a wide corner to then go into the left king before Inkermans. And it just means that if you position yourself correctly, if you position your kart well, then your opponent essentially has to completely back out of it. And you've been saying all day that this track is really built upon momentum. And if you lose momentum, especially in a place like Christmas Corner, then you really are at a disadvantage.
100% going up towards Christmas again. Leads still very, very close. And that's a move down the inside by the number 17 of Jack Baker. And that is a lovely move up into Christmas. Again, Christmas.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone getting presents. It's mostly overtakes.
Absolutely. And the thing is, obviously, because that's going uphill, you can use that uphill to help you brake a little bit later into the corner. And so what you see a lot of the time is that people get into Christmas and, yeah, sometimes, okay, they pull out ahead of the corner so that you already know that a move's going to happen. But a lot of the time, they just kind of dart out because they can. The opportunity's there. And that is what this class and karting in general is about. It's opportunism. It's people going for moves at the last spot.
That was a lot of curb. Wow.
That was an awful lot of curb coming through oblivion there. All the back mark coming through. Here comes a move for the lead, though. Jack Baker past Alfie Thompson into first place. But we can see here that Alfie Thompson positioned himself perfectly, and he has not lost any momentum. He is still right on the tail of Jack Baker, and he's trying to get the cutback, but it's not quite going to happen. Coming past Parker, down the hill towards Chapman, and was there another move there? Did I catch that? Or
That looks like another move. No, so he's still in the same position, but the 60 seems to have got into second place as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
Yes.
Jack has lost 2 places in that last lap. That's not a great lap. But here we go. So Charlie Neve has been one of the quicker guys, and he is already up into second place now. He is right on the tail of Jack Baker. Jack is quick. We're on the final lap. Anything could happen. Look at this train for the lead here. Forget about the A's. This is fantastic. The C versus B's. This is where it's at. This is absolutely fantastic. Who is going to take the lead? Who's going to take the win at the end of this lap? Jack Baker is holding on for his dear life over Charlie Neve and Alfie Thompson. Any one of these three could no. Alfie's just taken a massive chunk into Chapman, and it is now between Jack Baker and Charlie Neve. I don't think Charlie can do anything. Through the boot here for the final time. Jack Baker comes around the final corner, and he takes the checkered flag for the heat win.
Exactly, it's very close further back as well. A lot of people coming across the line all at the same time. Just also to point out, there is a lot of corner names at Whilton Mill. So Chapman and Ogiers, it is the same corner. It's what I've occasionally been calling Ogiers.
Yes.
And
yes,
the same with, there's a couple of corners as well, like Wilkins is Parker, which I think has changed.
Ah, okay.
So
right.
there's just a couple of corner days we may have got wrong, but that's all.
Then, yeah.
Yes, potentially. But yeah, it's all good. Corners change and there's a lot of them, so it's very difficult to keep track of sometimes.
It can be quite tricky, yeah. It's, yeah, never mind. I mean, we go to so many tracks, it's quite difficult sometimes to remember every single corner. I know, obviously, you, for example, you remember corner names because you do a lot of sim racing.
Yes,
and
but mostly on the bigger tracks.
Exactly, you do it in cars in Sims, you know.
Yes.
You don't really get a Whilton Mill on your Assetto Corsa or anything like that. But here we come.
Yes.
Down to the bumper watch.
Yes, nose cone watch, bumper watch.
Yeah.
Whatever you would like to call it. Incidentally, you do have kart sim. Kart sim is very good.
I was just about to say that.
Yes.
Which, incidentally, I just want to say, John Ratcliffe.
Yes.
He's on social media for
we didn't
kart
remember
sim.
that, did we? We didn't remember to mention why we're here and John Ratcliffe isn't as well.
We didn't actually. No. Okay. So for those of you wondering why John isn't here, John basically has been racing in the Fun Cup category all of this year, which is actually where I was yesterday. And his family, I believe, there's possibility of not racing next year. So they're having a big celebration this weekend for the last weekend of racing. Additionally, John's girlfriend, Lucy, is the social media manager of British Championships, and she has just graduated as well. So it's like a double celebration for them. Yeah, so she graduated on Friday, sorry. There's a big celebration for them. So if John is watching, we do obviously wish you that you have a very happy celebration today.
Yes.
And hopefully we don't do you bad. What's the word I was trying to look for there? I can't think of it.
It'll be there eventually.
It'll be there eventually. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
It'll go. You'll remember it later.
Hopefully we do you proud, John.
There we go. We'll go with that.
Then we'll go with that one instead. Yes.
I incidentally have no idea what you were going for, so that's it's fine. I wouldn't have been able to give you an answer anyway.
To be honest, I don't think my brain knows what I was going for, to be honest. But never mind. That doesn't really matter because coming up next we have the Miami Waterswift Restricted and Rotax Micro, the Cadets.
So we should have the grid for you in just a moment. Because they should also be out on track very soon. Oh, look at that, they're on track. Right, on to the Cadets Heat 2. Row 1 is Benedict Hasmasiokas, followed by Albert Ferrer on that row. Also Darren Dimitrov and Logan Rolfe on row 2. Harry Knight and Dimitar Uzanov on row 3. On to row 4, we have Charlie Page and James Devereaux, followed by Harris Barber and Ethan Copeland. Ralph Martin and Ted Hayward on row 6. I believe those are the first of the second grid. Then you've got Chloe McGill, Toby Miles, Leo Russell, Pierce Taylor and Max Armit, as well as Richard Gokolath on row 9. And then Maximilian Abrahart on row 10, Otto Amy on that row 2. Sorry, my brain just went there. Alessandro Salas, and then a couple of other drivers below that, so I just need to go down that. And that was Philip Petro and Henry Algar, Reggie Chandler, Ollie West, and Max Dunner at the back of the grid. Maybe not in that order, I apologise. The grid switch just before I could. That's no problem, but does occasionally happen. I slipped up on a word.
Indeed, yes. I'm just looking at the time screen that we've got here. So, 1st to 20th is all of the Rotax, and then 21st to 6th are the Waterswift Restricted. But here we come round the boot, and obviously they're going to take the shortcut, which is the original layout of Wilton. So they don't take the chicane. It might be quite tricky with that.
Whoa! That may be a false. Yep, the lights are on. There we go. That's a false start.
Is that a false start? Yes, it is a false start. Yes, indeed. Yes, also they take that shortcut because 2 lines abreast through the chicane. It's not going to be the easiest. I know some people have been calling it the heel of the boot, yes, we did a poll at the start of the season what it should be called, and I won't say some of the answers, but it was fruity. Let's put it that way. And so yeah, so they're coming through Ashby at the moment. Obviously, they get a second green flag lap, which sometimes people do strategically. We're not condoning it, but they do strategically sometimes. Yeah,
we'd like to think no one would. Let's go with that.
Yeah, we like to think no one would, but
there is always a chance. But yes, so coming around to the second build-up, I think what just happened there was a little bit of sort of loading in the mid-pack, and everything sort of went a bit awry. And it does happen. It's not easy to start a race, as we said earlier.
No, it's not. Absolutely.
So here we go, coming round to the start of Heat 2 for the Cadets. Will we get going this time around? I have a hope that we will, and I'd like to think that will be the case. There's no karts 3 wide at the back this time, and the lights stay out and we go green.
Yes, indeed. So through the first couple of corners, everyone's just taking it quite safe at the moment. We saw obviously what's happened in the previous couple of races, but people are side by side for third place almost down the inside. So we've still got Benedict Hasmasiokas in first position and I believe he's been followed by Darren Dimitrov in second place as well. Everyone's taking it quite gentle and everything at the moment, obviously just sort of building into the race, building up the tyre temperatures, because although they've had a couple of laps to warm the tyres, they're not going to be completely up to operating temperature from the get-go.
No, exactly, and you can never, even with those warm-up laps, they're not going at race pace, which means they're not going to be getting the heat in the tyres nearly as quickly, which is why you'll see them diving from left to right to left across the circuit, because they're just trying to scrub the top layer of the tyres just enough to get some heat in. But if the track's cold, which currently it will be, it won't be very warm at all, even with all the traffic going over it. It's going to be interesting. Still very nose to tail for the first four. I'm potentially going to see a move down the inside of the 63's thought about it. That's a move down the inside of the 65 of Darren Dimitrov into the lead of the race. But then down the inside of him is Harry Knight trying to make a move into the lead. Couldn't quite make it down, but Harry Knight's up into second. Darren Dimitrov into the first. And I think Masiokos has dropped down to third after all of that.
I believe so, but they're in side-by-side for fourth place. A third, three wise. Oh, my intuition.
That was never going to end well.
Goes, who is that? Number 33 of Charlie Page.
Oh.
That is a shame for Charlie, but we've got that one side-by-side down into the boot for Darren Dimitrov and Harry Knight. Up into the lead goes Harry Knight.
We're on the outside.
And around the outside's coming Benedict Masiokas.
What
and
a
he's
move,
managed
son.
to do it. What an amazing move. And in all of that, Harry Knight has gained a 4/10 of a lead gap over Albert Farrow now, in second place. Where has Albert come from? What I said earlier this morning with Albert Farrow, obviously he is a British champs driver, and you cannot count him out of anything. This is what I love about something like the Whilton Mill Kart Club, because yes, okay, you've got a lot of drivers obviously just getting into things, but you've also got a lot of drivers who are at the top class of UK motorsports in karting. You've got people racing in the British Kart Championships. There we go, Albert Farrow goes through into first place. I told you, there we go. Like, you've got people like Albert Farrow who race in British Champs. You also then have people who've been racing in the Rotax Grand Finals over in Italy the last couple of days. Well, some people have actually come back and are racing today from there.
Have they actually done that?
I think so. I believe so.
We can confirm that. That's impressive.
I believe I saw Finley Lines on the sheet, and he has been out in Italy.
Yes, he has.
And one thing you cannot say about Finley Lines is that he doesn't work.
He works hard for it.
He works so hard. I know he's not in this class.
So do all of them, incidentally. But Finley Lines just has work ethic that's unreal on karting. Here we go, down the inside. That was Masiokos, I believe, on Uzanov. So is that Uzanov? No, it's Rolf, sorry. My bad. That was me going wrong there. That's my bad.
But I mean, this battle for, what is it? First place is from first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 32. So
just taking it back.
Yeah, Logan Rolf has just dropped down to, I think, fifth place, I believe. So yeah, we've got obviously Albert Farrow, obviously just minding where Darren Dimitrov is at the moment. He is so in control of this at the moment.
Yeah.
You can see he's just so comfortable when he's in the lead. He knows exactly the positions of the cars behind. He can also kind of predict. This is what you'll see with the really good drivers. They can kind of predict what their competitors are going to do. And in all of that, he then goes and takes the fastest lap.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You can see him pulling away very slightly. There's a move down the inside from Harry Knight, potentially, on Dimitrov. Oh, that was locking up the rears. That was an interesting one. I think he just got down the inside and went, no, can't make that, and put his brakes on a little bit hard and almost spun it round. Good save to not, I will say. But then right on the back of Farrow again, I believe that is Dimitrov pulling right back towards him. So it does seem that there's a difference in lap time at different parts of the circuit with these two. So in one place, I think Farrow is a lot quicker through the boot. And incidentally, this is another point as well. There you go, just opening the radiator flap just to prove a point from earlier. It depends on how much air you want to get into the car and how much air you don't want to get into the car. It completely depends, because whilst going down the straight, you can get a little bit more power, etc., from doing certain things to the radiator flap. At the end of the day, why it's there.
100% exactly. And one of the things about Whilton Mill as well is you've got some really flat out sections. Like this is all completely flat out in these cards. From out of the boot, coming through Oblivion, through the kink, up to Christmas, it is all completely flat. But then coming down into Ashby, through Ogiers and everything, it's so technical. So it's a real sort of half and half with Whilton.
That's a dive into Ashby. That was the 1-1 to Masiokos, I believe, getting past, I will tell you in a second. Harry Knight? Yes, I think so.
I believe he's currently got the fast lap as well.
Oh, so that was side by side in the background. That was number 32 of Dimitar Uzanov has dropped right down. He's just lost another place as well out of Ogiers. So that might be from what I said earlier about just groove. If you're in a groove and suddenly someone goes past you and then you're just falling back, it's hard not to lose some
100%.
hope on track. But Albert Ferro, I think that was a mildly bad run through the last corner because I think Dimitrov has just caught right up onto the back and he's going to have a considerable toe.
He is right there. So coming up to Christmas corner, are we going to see an attempt at the lead? Well, Albert is defending, but no, Darren tucks in behind him and he's following. I think they're working together to try and get away from Masiokas. So coming through, Inkerman's down toward Ashby. No defence there. So Albert is aware that he and Darren are working together. So, but we can see as well, the 3rd, 4th and 5th are very, very close. More so Masiokas and Harry Knight. They are right line astern. So, the thing is, that with down here, he can see, obviously, they're going to be closing. Does he think to himself, right, let's work together with Albert, or does he think, screw it, let's go for the move? Yeah. I think he might go, screw it, because look at the time remaining. I haven't been watching that. We've got less than a minute left, so I think we should just about have 2 laps. No, we'll have 1 lap after this. So this is the second to last lap. And Masiokas has just set another fastest lap. He is currently 0.2 of a second faster than the leaders. And speaking of, Logan Rolfe comes and takes 4th place. So Masiokas is on the leaders now. He is with Darren Dimitrov. So the 3 of them, they have got a lap and a half to work this out. Again, I think it was these 3 that were fighting in the last one. And it's these 3 that are fighting in this one. I'm going to take a punt that it's going to be these 3 in the final.
Yes, I'd expect so, but coming down towards the boot, still right on each other. It does look like Dimitrov's getting a lot more speed into the boot, but then it's out of the boot where the difference is. Masiokas also right on the back. We will be onto the last lap this time round. 0 seconds on the clock. Ferro coming across the line in the lead. Depends what Dimitrov does. So coming round through Oblivion now. If Dimitrov can get a good run, he might have a chance of making a move up to Christmas, but I don't think he'd make a full dive unless Albert Ferro positioning the kart to the left, fully aware that there's going to be no dive just yet. Round through Inkerman's now, but he's got the run potentially to us. There's the defence by Albert Ferro. Oh my word, that was very, very close.
Yes, indeed. We can see up there on Christmas corner, like as he went to defend, he moves sort of back. Oh, on the inside goes Darren Dimitrov. What a move! But Albert Ferro tries to come back at him. They're side by side coming into the boot now. Albert Ferro has the inside and he takes the lead back. But Masiokas is right on the back of Darren Dimitrov. I think they can just about hold on. What a final lap! What a remove from Albert Ferro. And in the process, Logan Rolfe has come right back into it. And he was only, what, a 10th off Masiokas at the end of that race. That was fantastic. That's exactly what I wanted to see. It's so easy to forget these drivers are only like 10 years old in some cases.
Yes.
And yet they put on a show like that, which sometimes can put professional races to shame. It's incredible.
He's absolutely amazing. I'm just actually having a look at the finishing standings. Maximilian Eberhardt in 8th, up 11 places. Really good performance from him as well. So currently in the top 5, we've got Albert Ferro, Darren Dimitrov, Masiokas, Logan Rolfe and Harry Knight. Kieran has just pointed something out.
Was Eberhardt out in Italy? Just thought.
Very good question.
I think he might have been.
It's one to definitely check, but yes, here we go. This is the famed bumper nose cone.
I don't want to say it's a favourite part of the show, but it's definitely one of them.
Oh, it's my favourite part to look and just go, ooh.
Yes. There's nobody checking.
No, they'll wait.
Are they?
Yes,
I
just heard a shout.
Yeah.
He's just like, wait.
Yeah.
You can't go through.
Here he comes with his little notepads and everything.
Yeah. It's definitely a job that requires a little notepad, that's for certain.
Yes.
But it seems like everyone's getting through just about okay right now, or at least everyone in the top is getting through just about okay, so that's good. That was Cadets Heat 2, just keeping an eye on everyone further down. There's number 3 coming through just there, Maximilian Eberhardt. I'd recognise the Travis Perkins helmet anywhere. No, genuinely, it's Travis Perkins branded helmet, I believe. Just rolling his way down forward to now. There's some really nice liveries out on karts. Whilton Mill Kart Club. That's one thing I will have to say as well. It's really nice liveries, and I've always liked karting liveries. It's always nice to see just the individuality you can put on a kart. It's surprising how much you can do. Obviously, there are some that are branded karts, which you can tell difference by the sort of Lando Norris karts and stuff like that, the liveries on them.
Yeah,
some of them are completely custom. Yeah. It's really nice to see as well. There's the GP plate coming through. That's Alessandro Salas. So actually, let's just have a look. So the winner in the
Alessandro Salas.
Yeah, in the Waterswift Restricted was Salas. Incidentally, that's the GP.
3-second gap.
minor contact between front bumper and rear bumper there. So.
That's all right. It was after the check.
It's after the check. It's all good. But yes, so Cadets Heat 2 is over now. So instantly, we're just going to run on to the next race, which, on the subject of Waterswift, is the IME Waterswift Inters. So I have the grid for this one, and I'm definitely going to keep an eye on the pronunciations for this one, so I can actually give Kieran a break on the slightly harder names if he needs them. About to see. It's only 10 cards on this grid, to be fair, so I will hand over to Kieran for the grid.
Okay, excellent. So, on row number 1, we've got Enzo Materazzi and Henry Clark. Row number 2, we've got John Restrick and Alfie Taylor. Row number 3, we've got Grayson Wortley and Jensen Ackerman. On row number 4, we've got Simeon Stone and Jacob Narin. And on row number 5, Henry Johnson. And on the last place of the grid, we've got Ryan Nether. So, now what we saw with this category a bit earlier on, yes, okay, there's only 10 karts in comparison to the 30 plus grids that we've seen from other categories. That doesn't mean the racing's going to be any less good.
No, exactly. That's the thing. It doesn't matter how big or small the grid is. If you had 4 karts on a grid and they were all very, very competitive, you still have a very fun race to watch. So that's the big positive. It doesn't matter.
I mean, think about Bahrain 2014. It was only the 2 Mercedes at the front, but that gave us one of the best battles we've ever seen in Formula 1.
So here we go. Round into the boot, which I think I nicknamed the Arch of the boot.
The Arch, yes. I would call it the pain of the boot. I don't like that corner personally. I tried to go around it and I couldn't get it right, which is maybe why I don't like it. But yeah, here we go. So into the tram lines, out. Are we going to get a green flag? I believe we are. So we are racing. Everybody just tucking into position now. And there's a couple side by side a bit further back, but they are able to sort it out. Now coming up to Christmas corner, I think they're about
defence already.
Yeah, they're defending, and we've got number 12 round the outside. Not quite. Not quite. Jensen Ackerman is already up. He started in 6th place. He's into 3rd place. And oh my god. Okay, right. I need to take a breath a second.
There is some proper racing
going
going
I need to take a breath a second and just figure out what is actually going on. So, I think we've got Enzo Materazzi in 1st place. I think we've still got Henry Clark in 2nd.
There we go.
Have a quick look. He's defending though. Oh,
no.
67.
Jonty Restrick.
So where's Henry Clark gone?
I think he's fallen back to just...
Yeah. Well, they're about to come through. So let's see what the order is at the end of the 1st lap.
I think the definition of that start of the race was everything everywhere all at once.
Yeah, basically.
It's a lot of karts everywhere there. That was.
Here we go. So Enzo Materazzi, Jonty Restrick, Jensen Ackerman, Henry Clark, Alfie Taylor. That's the top 5 at the moment. But we can see, so a couple of 3 for 4th place back there. So that's going to be Henry Clark, Alfie Taylor, and Grayson Wortley just working together and trying to keep on the front running guys. So the 1st to 6th are in a massive train at the moment.
Oh my word!
And the thing is, a bit of fair touch there. But the thing is, any one of those front 6 realistically has a good chance of winning this because any of them are good enough.
Oh, 100%. And that's the thing, even on the larger grids as well. They are. Whoa, there's the move down the inside on Enzo Materazzi by Jonty Restrick. Better to get that done before the boot. We've seen them go too wide around the boot before. It looks fantastic, but it's also a huge amount of risk.
It's a huge amount of risk, and it's very tricky to get right without there being any contact, without making a mistake. And the thing is, when you get to the apex of the chicane, one of you has to give way. You cannot go too wide and not go into the tyre barrier.
Yeah, and they look like they're now actually holding together because, I mean, Enzo Materazzi will have noticed if Jonty Restrick is genuinely fast. That was a slight move there, I believe, by Henry Clark, overtaking Jensen Ackerman. Ackerman with currently the fastest lap of the race. That may change as the tyres get into their operating temperature range. We're currently at 50.99 as the fastest lap. I expect that to drop down into the 40s, definitely, up at the top, sort of high 40s, as we've seen in a few of the last races, because the karts get faster as we go through the heats. So, coming round into the boot now, still right on each other. Incidentally, a small gap has appeared between the 67 and Jonty Restrick and Materazzi. So, it's not enough. You're still going to get the toe, so he's not going to lose him, but I mean, if they stay like this for the next couple of laps, I think we might actually see a move here.
I think we might do. It depends what they've... If they've done any signals. Here comes Jensen Ackerman up into 2nd place, into Christmas corner. That is textbook. That is exactly what he needed to do because he didn't compromise himself. He didn't compromise Enzo Materazzi. And has he just taken the lead?
I think he has, actually.
Is he just going into 1st place? He has! Jensen Ackerman from 6th place on the grid is already up into 1st, and he is currently leading ahead of Enzo Materazzi. That was completely textbook. Christmas corner, right past Enzo Materazzi, and then past Jonty Restrick. Here, where's everyone else gone?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I just spotted that in the background. I think, hang on, Right, so we're going to see in a second potentially.
Grayson Wortley's up into third place.
I think we just had contact between the...
yeah, John Turesic and Enzo Bertarazzi. I think there might have been a bit of an
Enzo Bertarazzi, I think they just came together into the boot.
Don't want to speculate.
Oh, no, but I think just in the background of the shot, we saw them come together in the boot, so they'll probably be moving again. We'll see when they come across the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Jensen Ackerman currently down as the lead of the race, 50.59, and they're so close.
He's got a gap now, back to Henry Clark, though. And to be fair, Grayson Wortley's not too far away from Henry Clark, but I believe we're looking at Alfie Taylor and Simeon Stone at the moment. They are battling quite hard. And the thing is, they have just jumped quite a few positions. They are now on the cusp of a podium. So, do they work together to catch Grayson, or does Simeon go, no, Alfie, move?
I think the point is as well, look how close Henry Clark and Grayson Wortley are. They can work together. Incidentally, I think Alfie Taylor and Simeon Stone will 100% try and work together to catch third and second, because it does look like they are as well.
Because this will be the kicker here. If he tries to make a move...
No, there we go.
They're not, so they're working together. There we go.
And that's the thing. It's just smart play. You've got to be smart in races like this, because the karts don't have a great deal of power. It's a lot of power for the weight of the driver, of course. But there's still not a great deal of power, and that looked like, actually, incidentally, a try to move. Yes, it was. I thought I saw them go just slightly alongside, but you can't really be battling like that if you want to get to the group ahead. And I'd say they've got a fairly decent chance. They've still got 2 minutes. These cars are still... They're very small for cars. These karts are going round into the boot now. Incidentally, Jensen Ackerman, I would love to see the difference, because they were a lot closer than last time. So
let's watch them
last time it was 0.9.
They are close. They are very close.
This time it's 0.4. It's about the same. It's just a visual close.
So again, let's watch them in Christmas Corner, because this is always the thing. If we see a move, then they're working. Then they're not working together. But there we go. No move. They're working together. And the thing is, Henry Clark didn't even attempt to defend there. Grayson Wortley was right on the back of Henry. And if Henry does not even move a muscle, complete stays on his line, they've already had the signal, work together, let's catch Jensen.
Exactly. And of course the driver will make an overtake if they think they're faster than the other driver, and then they'll go ahead to keep pushing. But I have incidentally spotted on the timing that it was a 50.64 last for Clark, and it was a 50.63 for Ackerman, with a 50.5, however, for Wortley.
Yeah.
So that will be where this gap has closed from what we're visually seeing. We're coming round onto the exit of the corner now. This will be the interesting one, because again it looks marginally closer. We're about to find out if I'm right or wrong, and I was correct. That's nearly 0.2 closer than they were last lap.
I do think, though, that Henry Clark is getting a better exit coming out of the boot than Grayson Wortley, because I mean, look at the gap now that's come between them. Like Grayson can get right onto him into the boot, but then coming through that chicane, for some reason, whatever Henry is doing, it is working, and he is keeping that position ahead of Grayson. But in all of this, they're not catching Jensen, and we've got less than 30 seconds remaining now on the timing. So I believe, are we going to... I think
it's going to come down to the wire if we're going to get across the line by 0.
Yeah, I think we're... Oh, this is going to be close, actually. Take your bets now, everybody. Do we go on to the final lap next time around, or do we get one...
I think we're going to get this and one more. Yeah, we're going to get one more lap before the final lap. Not quite as... it's definitely not 10 seconds to the last corner, so that's coming round onto the lap now. So we're going to see if Ackerman's managed to keep his gap. He has, increasing it by 0.05. So not a great deal of increase, but holding it the same is better than losing time to the karts behind, and that's the important thing. I have a feeling that they might be staying first, second, third here unless people see a spot. That's a marginal bit of defending from Simeon Stone, I do believe.
I wouldn't be surprised now, because obviously the clock has ticked over to 0, and Simeon Stone knows, okay, we're not going to catch Grayson Wortley now. Unless something really bizarre happens, we're not going to catch Grayson Wortley now. So... and the thing is, Alfie Taylor knows that as well. So Alfie's like, well, I want the points. Move out of my way. And Simeon is going, no.
Well, exactly. Like, it doesn't have to move out of the way. I mean, at the end of the day, it's only a respectful request not to work together. If they decide to go, I don't want to work together, actually, like, no, I don't think I will. Like, they don't have to. Obviously, it's always nice to work together because you've managed to pull yourself back towards the front group. But currently, that gap at the front, we're on the final lap, has actually come down a tiny bit. Not enough, I don't think, for Henry Clark to catch him. As much as Henry Clark just got the fastest lap, it's not enough of a fastest lap to get back to them. So we're about to find where the leaders are towards the end of this lap.
I think they're coming down to Ashby.
They will be coming down into Ashby at the moment. There they are. That was closer.
Oh, that did look quite close, actually. Oh, I think Grayson is right on the back of Henry Clark again. So there could be a move coming into the boot. If we can just... Here we go. Yes. Grayson Wortley is right there. I think Jensen has got that, but Grayson could make a last... Here it comes! No, not quite. But could he have just No, I think Henry's got it covered. Henry's got it covered. That was very smart driving from Henry there. He remained cool. He got into the corner exactly when he needed to, and Jensen comes across the line to take the second win of the day for himself. And Henry Clark is in second. Grayson Worley is in third. Simeon Stone stays on to fourth place, with Alfie Taylor in 5th, John G. Restrick is in 6th, Jacob Narin is in 7th, Enzo Batarazzi is in 8th, Ryan Metha is in 9th, and Henry Johnson is in 10th. This is what we mean.
Yep.
Although it's only 10 kart grid, it was fantastic.
No, absolutely. And again, it's just, you don't need a massive grid. It's nice to have massive grids.
Yeah.
But you don't need a massive grid to have great racing, because generally towards the end of a season, you'll get all the drivers who are still battling for championships. Incidentally, that is something we should probably keep an eye on, is the championships.
Yes, we should.
Because a lot of the championships are still open, because of the fact that obviously the last round was washed out but didn't count, it won't count towards drops. Therefore, no points scored, no drops taken for it. It's effectively just become a non-round, which means it all counts on this round now, so it's blown a lot of the championships wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we'll have a look over the lunch break, I think, at the finishing position, at the grid position, at the championship positions, I should say, and we'll sort of figure out the places that we really need to be sort of focusing on. At the moment, obviously, we're kind of just seeing what everybody's bringing to the table today in terms of their pace, in terms of their setups and everything, just to get an idea of what we can expect for the finals a bit later on now. And we're obviously going through the... Ooh, he was pointing, number 20 there, that's Enzo Batarazzi. He was pointing ahead, I believe, at John T. Restrick.
There we go, so that's...
I think that's all of them through. I think we're okay.
Yes.
So, I believe we are ready for the next grid, and that is the Rotax Minis.
Exactly, as we await the grid to come out for this heat. There's the music, which means there's the grid. On to this grid we go then. Rotax Minis, Benjamin Lawn on row 1, followed by Sebastian Clark on row 2, Leo Livings... What am I talking about? Sebastian Clark on position 2, Leo Livings on row 2, Ilya Veliko next to them as well, Finley Hines on row 3, and Otis Cleary alongside them. Okay, Max Wheatley on row 4 and Ed Spain, followed by Jensen Sale, Adam Giudatis, and Warwick Milam on row 6 alongside Akil Nangiano. Row 7 is Sebastian Behrman, who we spotted a couple of times in the last race. Ruben Jenkins 14th, followed by Arthur Farrow, Oscar Roach, Ryan Townsend and Jensen Walker. On row 9, on to row 10, we got Finn Davenport, Oliver Barton, Oliver Dawson, George Fountain, Daniel Wisnauskas, and Nathan Rond rounding out the 24 carts on the grid so far. Arthur Brooker in 25th, Jack Charles Bailey in 26th, Jensen Maplethorpe 27th, Ayrton Rye in 28th. There he is, Finley Lines, and P29 and Jack Baker on 30th on the grid. Connor J. Winfield in 31st place, and Amrit Singh Atwal on the final spot on the grid. There we go. So, coming up towards Christmas, they will get to have a nice little warm-up. They need it, considering how cold it will be out there. I'm pretty sure it's only about 10 degrees, 9 degrees maybe, I will confirm.
Well, the carts will need it. I'm not sure they will need it, because although... Yes, okay, the outside temperature is quite cold, and they will have, obviously, the wind as they're travelling along go straight onto them. They will have multiple layers on, and they're in direct sunlight as well, so they probably will be quite warm inside those suits. So here we go, we're gridding up now on the entrance to the boot, and obviously quite a big grid. So really, we've got a few people we really need to be sort of keeping an eye on. We've mentioned already about Finley Lines. He is towards the back of the grid. I'm guessing because he possibly wasn't driving yesterday, because he was in Italy. That's my theory. But here we come, round the final corner and through the tram lines. Oh, there's a bit of a touch there. No, we're not going racing.
Yeah.
To restart.
Contact at the back of the grid,
Jensen
I believe
Walker,
there.
that was. That's
a shame. That kart looks like it's got a bit of a rumble going on.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure that card's damage-free, but we'll see. That is 100% a nose cone on the ground. On the number 72, I believe. So that's Ed Spain, which is a shame because his nose cone sort of leant backwards. We can have a look at that while they're coming in. You see what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So there's no cone, unless that's a very interesting setup choice. I don't think that cone is particularly...
The thing is, obviously, with Ed Spain as well, he is also one to watch. He is also a British Champs driver.
Quick.
He is extremely quick. He has won numerous races this year in the British Championship.
Exactly, and he's he's just a fast driver overall. He's got a huge amount of skill. Every single driver on this grid, I'm pretty sure, has a decent amount of skill as well. Like Sebastian Behrman as well is a very quick karter.
Kart Masters champion this
year. Exactly, very quick. But here we go. Round into the boot. Everyone looking like they are just about forming up properly now.
We just see there number 85 of Benjamin Lawn. He's just opening his flap, just letting that air come into the radiator. So, into the lines. Are we going through? Are we racing? Yes, we are racing. Okay, through the first couple of corners, and obviously everybody is side by side. It's such a big grid, this. Everybody's just trying to find their position. And we've got the first 2, 3 sort of in line. Oh, does it come off for 84, which is... I'm trying to find...
Adam Judatis, I believe.
Yes, it is, indeed. And there's somebody else, I didn't quite catch the cart number there, so I'm not 100% sure who that was. But everyone is obviously just trying to find their positioning. But we can see Benjamin Lawn,
that was a cart going backwards in the background.
And Sebastian Clark. I didn't see that.
I'm sure I just saw a cart doing a little bit of a pirouette in the background there. I think that was it coming slowly down there. But it just, my brain didn't quite register it as being front to back.
Benjamin Lawn there is... That's 51. Who's that? Sebastian Clark. Oh, they swap positions. Okay, so Benjamin Lawn is in first place, and Sebastian Clark is in second. Ilya Velico is in third, and Otis Clearly is in fourth. So we've also got Leo Livings down in fifth place at the moment. Obviously, he absolutely dominated this morning, and he's in that second group there that we're looking at the moment. So he is in that second group somewhere. I believe he is the second kart in that group. So here he comes, up the inside, into Ashby, and up into fourth place goes Leo Livings. There is the number 49 of Jason Maplethorpe. Jensen, sorry, Maplethorpe.
I think that's the one that would have been going backwards up towards, the corner there. But that's out of Ashby and up the straight there would be where I spotted the kart going sideways, I think. So that was probably what happened there. 85 currently still in the lead, Benjamin Lawn, followed by Sebastian Clark in second, and Ilya Velico currently sat in third place. Otis Cleary, though, I wouldn't count him out. Leo Livings, sorry, as well. But it's Leo Livings, then Max Wheatley, Otis Cleary down in sixth, Sebastian Behrman in seventh, Finley Hines in eighth, Finn Davenport in ninth, and Jensen Sale in 10th. Incidentally, just going to take a look at how many people have moved up. But talking of Finley Lines, 14 places gained since the start, and Finn Davenport, 10.
Wow.
So, fair play. There's a lot of drivers who are up. Sebastian Behrman up 6 positions. From the start, we've got a fair few drivers who have jumped up considerably, just purely because of all that sort of drama towards the start will have caused that. Finley 9 is now 14 places up, so 80, but right on the back now. Sebastian Clark's caught up. I'm not sure how long it's going to be till we get a move, although to be fair, it will just be whenever he can really find a gap, because...
The thing is, though, is he going to try and get away from Ilya Velico?
It is an interesting one, yeah.
Ilya is right there. And the thing is as well, Leo Livings has just taken another 0.3 of a second out of their lead as well. And speaking of, he is just at the fastest lap of the race. He is absolutely, well, I'm not going to say dominant today, but he is on it today. He has just found his groove. He likes the kart, he likes the track, and he's on it. He's quite simply on it. If I was at Ilya at the moment, Ilya Velico, I'd be looking over my shoulder going, that could be a problem.
Yes, definitely coming towards about a rate of knots. It's a case of they're all going very, very well on track right now, but it's just a case of working together, making it work properly, figuring out who's in front of you. That was a yellow flag into the boot. I think I just spotted. So is someone off on the outside of the corner? No. So I'm wondering what that yellow flag's for in the boot.
I don't know.
So coming down towards the start line now, across the line and into oblivion. Have we got someone dropping down? There we go, 21. That is the kart of, we're just about to tell you. I'll carry on for now. So 85 currently.
Number 28.
That definitely looked like the 21, but we're about to see. There is other 8. There is other karts starting with a number and ending in 1.
28,
so
I think.
It could have been the 28. I might have just misseen that. So coming down, that's the 85 still right in front of Sebastian Clark.
Leo Livings is right on the back now.
Yes.
I think of yes.
It's Finley Hines on the back of Behrman, sorry. And then we've got Sebastian Clark still on the back of Benjamin Lawns. Leo Livings, we're about to see, third and fourth, right next to each other. Not quite, but
he's close.
Ooh,
he's definitely close. But he's dragging along Max Wheatley with him.
Phil Davenport.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Let's catch up. I think as well, let's keep him in. Finley Lines is in the top 10.
He is, which is one huge climb up the order, because that's currently putting him 19 places up. Here we go, move down the inside from the 57 of Finley Hines. Up into Christmas.
That's not going to get tricky.
Overtaking the 44 of Sebastian Behrman.
Yes, indeed. Now, obviously, Sebastian's a tricky driver to get past, so I'd imagine he'll be right back at him.
That was a slippery surface flag.
Was it? Ooh.
Slippery surface flag out down towards Osiers. Potentially a little bit of fluid down from when the car went round up at the top there.
Jack Baker has just dropped a load of positions.
That's incidentally a number that looks a bit like 2 from a distance and a 1 after it. So we might have actually seen...
71, Jack Baker.
Yeah, so we might have actually mistaken that for
Maybe.
the 21. So coming around on the start now. So still cast very, very close together. This is sort of two distinct groups forming.
Yes.
You've got the front three, and then you've got the second. You've got the front three, and then fourth
Leo
and fifth.
Livings
That's a
now.
move down the inside with the 77 of Leo Livings.
There we go.
Getting past Velico. Velico might lose another position there, but potentially not quite. No. So coming round down towards Ashby. This is where they're going to start potentially. If they decide to battle, it's going to be now. But they've still got a minute and 40. Yeah. That's still a lot of laps.
They're moving together. They're working together.
They are in the front group, yeah.
Both, no, that was Ilya and Leo.
Oh, sorry, in the back group, yes, because it's 2 up at the front and 3 behind them. Yes, I agree, sorry.
So this is going to close up. We've still got a minute and a half left before the timer runs out. And then we're going to have more time on top of that for an additional lap. So...
This is going to get very, very far.
With the 3 of them, they could catch. But we can see there, Leo is starting to pull away from Ilya and Max. And Max is right on the back of Ilya Velico. Could he make a move here? Leo Living's just taken another fastest lap.
Then they're still working together. And that's the thing. They are trying to get to them. And they are 100% catching the leaders. Yeah. That is not quite a second, I don't believe. That's just under, probably somewhere between 0.8 and 9. So if we go from there, I'm going to try and actually get a marker. So into the corner. Oh, there's a move down the inside.
That's not what they need.
That's not what they want. Max Wheatley wearing down the inside. They may be working together, but simultaneously, you've still got to make moves occasionally, and I don't think Ilya Velico is going to like that very much.
No.
But they are definitely closer. I'm saying definitely because I'm fairly confident in it, but we're about to see. We've got this lap, and then there'll be we have 2 more laps after it, incidentally. Oh, that is just... So, okay, it's a little bit faster, I believe, but not much. No, actually, no.
Yeah, Leo's lost 2/10 out.
Might have been a little bit... It probably was caused by the little bit of battling behind. Because it probably put him off. He's like, oh, goodness, they're going to start battling now, so I've got no... Because you still get a rear... As much as
the back marker.
Yeah. So it's not much, but when you are... There's a move down the inside of the back marker, getting out of the way. Good job on the back marker for moving out of the way. It's always nice to see. As we get these two coming down towards here, Benjamin Lawn and Sebastian Clark followed swiftly by Leo Livings Max. They've closed back into a group as well, incidentally. Leo Livings and Max Wheatley right on each other now, so they're going to continue to work. That, again, still looks like about the same.
We're going up for the last lap now, so I think they've got enough of a gap between Benjamin Lawn and Sebastian Clark. I think they've got enough of a gap now back to Leo that they can start battling. They have just seen that final lap ball come out. So here comes Sebastian Clark up the inside of Benjamin Lawn, and he takes the position through into Christmas corner. But Sebastian Clark is right on the back of him. So coming down into Ashby, is he going to make a move once again? No, he sticks behind. He is then going to try and try and make a move into the boot. He doesn't want to give Sebastian Clark, he doesn't want to give Benjamin Lawn another chance to get at him. So he is going to try and get back past at the boot, but no move. No move there at all. Sebastian Clark has held on through the last couple of corners and onto the straight. Here we go. Well, Sebastian Clark takes the win. He's having a bit of a dance over the line there. That's exactly what we like to see.
Was that a conductor's move? That looked like sort of doing a conductor's orchestra thing. That looked very similar.
I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to ask him a bit later on.
That'd be a very, very good celebration. I've never seen that as a celebration, if that's the case.
I've seen many interesting celebrations, but I've never seen somebody kind of doing that before.
No, that's an interesting one. Floating celebration.
Yes. But Leo Livings, in the end, he did gain another 3/10 on that lap.
If you'd had a couple of more laps, but that's the case with a lot of races. If you had 100%. More laps, but obviously they don't have more laps. That's the final lap, and that's it. So it's just a case of making sure they all just work together. Working together is a theme which we have been speaking about a lot today.
Yeah.
Working together is one of the main parts of karting. If you don't work together, that you're just not going to find something. But here we go. To be fair, this is important because they've all been in big groups.
Yeah.
That's where you can get the nose
We know
cones.
a couple of people will have one. Just going to have a quick look. Finley Lyons got 6th place in the end.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see positions now because we've got number 12.
So we need to watch out for Max Wheatley. Ed Spain we want to look out for because we thought his bumper might be a bit off.
Yeah, so Ed Spain is the interesting one. I'm interested to see if I actually pick that one up. There's a 67 off to the left just there.
Oh, yeah, that must be what the yellow flag
was for. That's Nathan Rond. Yep, that'll be the yellow flag. Nathan Rond off to just to the side. Yeah, a little bit of contact at the front bumper. So there's 77. He's all good. Leo Livings.
Cool. So that's the first.
So we're just keeping an eye out for Ed Spain as well.
Max Wheatley and Finley Lyons is right behind him. So Ilya Velico.
So no bumpers are obviously out. So coming down.
All good.
So they're coming down now. So
Or 40...
Who's that?
Who is that?
49?
Is that 49?
Jensen Maplethorpe. Was that 48? It might be
48, I think.
We got a 48. Yeah, 49. There isn't an 8, I don't think. But yeah, so we're just keeping an eye out now just to see where everyone else goes. Edspane is somewhere in the bot.
Okay, so we're looking out for number 72.
Here he is.
There he is.
Here we go. Moment of truth.
Oh, that's
so it is
setup
actually
choice.
just a choice of setup.
That's it. Oh, 34. Here we go. So 34, George
Fountain, that's Jim. But yeah, it's a choice of setup. It must be. It looked very lent back. I mean,
yeah.
Obviously each karter has different opinions on what they want on their setup, and obviously each karter has a different setup, because moving that front bumper does change the aero marginally.
Yeah, absolutely, it does.
Yes.
Well, indeed. So we've got we're ready for the next race again. So if that wasn't crazy enough, are you ready? Because we've got the Junior Max again, and this time it is the A versus C heat. So are we ready?
This will be an interesting one, and quite a big grid as well, so this will be an interesting one to go through.
Indeed. So on row 1 we've got Aidan Mitchell and Alfie Thompson. On row 2 we've got Finley Jones and Charlie Neave. Row 3 we've got Thompson Hill and William Webb. On row number 4 we've got Ollie Otto and Joel Dixon Cohen. On row 5 we've got Laurie McGive and Logan Lauder. On row 6 we've got Zach Starbrook and Dominic Parabok. Row number 7 we've got Samir Paul and Devon Nolan. Row number 8 we've got Riley Cranham and Michael Dalton. On row number 9 we've got Ethan Hatch and Harry Russell. Row number 10 we've got Alexander Campbell and Daniel Gurney. Row number 11 Ben Morgan and Hugh Hobson. Row 12 Matthew So and Nathan Edwards. On row number 13 Josh Gora and Harry Roach. On row 14 we've got Jack Robinson and Jonas Jarikosas. On row 15 we've got Matthias
Shavabni, I believe.
Thank you. And Frederick Wengraf.
That's not an easy name to
No. And row 16, we've got Jacob Smith and Daniel Callaghan. And row number 17, 33 is Harrison Bishop. So that's a big grid. Some difficult names to pronounce there. But we will coming around the boot now into, here we go. So
this will be an interesting grid, because it's quite a large grid, Junior Max.
Very
large,
large
and it's
grid.
Junior Max, so it's always interesting. I like the racing of Junior Max. Here we go. Are we going to get started? Everyone looks like they've done okay in the background there. But yes, we are. We are green, I believe.
Yes, indeed. So through, oh my God, yeah, a couple of people off there, but not too bad. So up towards turn 1, we've obviously got Aidan Mitchell just defending off Finley Jones there. Everybody round the outside there for the 127, which is Ollie Otto. But two people off there. That's not good. Defending the third place there. I think that was Thomas Hill and Alfie Thompson, I think. I didn't quite catch that. But we can see Finley Jones is just having to defend there from the 196, which is Thomas Hill. So yeah, Thomas Hill has got past Alfie Thompson. But here comes Finley Jones. He wants that lead from Aidan Mitchell. Aidan is having absolutely none of it. And he's backing them all up. A bit of a touching there. Around the inside. Wow! That is the number 87 of Alfie Thompson into third place. Thompson Hill in fourth place. Charlie Neave in fifth place. William Webb in sixth place.
Absolutely. It's currently really, really close on track, and I think it's going to stay that way for a little bit, because when it stays that way in juniors, it generally goes that way. So, incidentally, I did just spot a comment in the chat on YouTube stating, just for reference, Rotax engines are not air-cooled. There's water in the radiators.
Oh, is there?
Well, yes, in the radiators, because you have to...
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
But yes, that's a very fair point. So, coming into the boot now, we are currently still very, very close to the front. Not much separating the top three still. A little bit of a gap forming for Aidan Mitchell across the line now. 5 minutes 20 to go. Alfie Thompson, incidentally, setting the fastest lap. So we've got Aidan Mitchell in first, Finley Jones in second, Alfie Thompson in third, Thomas Hill in fourth, Charlie Neave in fifth, Joel Dixon Cohen in sixth, Dominic Parabok in seventh, Ollie Otto in eighth, Devon Nolan in ninth, and Laurie McVeigh in 10th. There's only 5 seconds between the top 10, which is always nice to see. It's a large grid as well, so that makes it a little bit more difficult. So we're coming down now into Ogiers. They're still right on each other. That gap at the front is growing. Aidan Mitchell is pulling away very slightly, so it'll be interesting to see whether the carts behind work together to try and stay with him, because that's going to be an interesting one. I personally think they kind of have to, but we're going to see the gap now.
do have to, but what I've just spotted there is Alfie Thompson took a massive chunk there. He was right in front of Thomas Hill coming into the boot, and then coming out of the boot, he was right behind Finley Jones.
Someone was off there.
Yes, indeed. So, yeah, number 28 we're being told of Ethan Hatch. So that's not great for him. But Joel Dixon Cohen has just set the fastest lap as well. He's currently in 6th place, and he's right in the middle of this fight that we're currently following. Obviously, Aidan Mitchell and Finley Jones are currently out in front. Alfie Thompson is kind of dragging this big group of karts with him.
Yes.
Try and catch them back up. I say that, though, actually, I haven't been using my eyes because Aidan Mitchell, Finley Jones, Alfie Thompson and Thomas Hill are right back on each other. They are line astern and, once again, proving me wrong.
Oh, 100%. But then again, it's all it takes is one mistake, one wrong move, a millimetre off mid-corner, because even driving rentals, you notice just how much a smaller move. That is a defensive move, heavily defensive move by Mitchell. And I don't know if that's helped him out all too much, because I think that's brought Finley Jones closer to the rear bumper. That's the thing. You can defend, but defending will slow you down because you go off your ideal line. This is getting very close between the top 4 now. That's pushed out very wide, but not quite wide enough. That's an also move down the inside between the top 2. And the problem is, by doing that, I am absolutely certain they're going to have bought the 6th place karts way, way closer. I don't think it's the smartest idea to be battling that early with 3 minutes remaining, because as much as these karts are doing 47 seconds, that's a lot of laps to go when the karts are this evenly matched.
Yes, indeed. Now, I'm just trying to figure something out here. So, we've got Aidan Mitchell and Finley Jones. Yes, okay. So, I couldn't quite figure it out. I kept on seeing the 214 and the 23, and I was like, it looks like it's on the same car, but it's not. So it's just my brain screwing me over a little bit. But never mind. So, we've got Joel Dixon Cohen. Now, he's obviously been setting the fastest laps after fastest laps. Contact warning for Alfie Thompson in 5th place. Obviously, he's been right in the middle of these battles, so bit of a shame there, but Finley Jones is probably being caught by Joel Dixon Cohen now, and the top 3 are now within half a second of each other. We've still got 2.5 minutes of this race remaining, so anything could happen in the closer stages of this. So I mean, to be fair, it looks like Aidan Mitchell has just started to pull a little bit of a gap there, and Joel once again sets fastest lap. Thing is here, are they working together? Are they making a move? We're going to find out.
Making a move.
Making a move. They're not working together. So through into the lead goes Finley Jones, and Joel takes 2nd as well. So Finley Jones followed by Joel Dixon and Aidan Mitchell.
And that's the thing. All it takes is one move, and that's what I was saying. If you're in a pack of 5. And the leader gets overtaken by 2nd. You're very likely to get. You're then, as a leader, very likely to get overtaken by 3rd, 4th, and 5th, because everyone just follows them through because they got the right to the line. And even if they don't, they'll probably still find a way to push down the inside as it is. But the problem with them battling a little bit ago is you've got the top 3. Now the 4th place kart of Charlie Neve is catching up, which is going to make it even more interesting. And then if a group behind in 5th place, they are definitely closer bunched, which means they are going to have a stronger slipstream between all of them and potentially going to start working their way back towards them. They'd be smart at the front right now to just work together, and I think they are, but they definitely weren't last lap, that's for sure.
No, they were not. I think Finley Jones got a little bit fed up at the back of Aidan Mitchell. I don't think he liked looking at the 214. Maybe it's his least favourite number in the world, and he just wants to get past it, so he didn't have to look at it anymore. But Joel Dixon is currently staring right at the back of that 23 kart, and Aidan Mitchell has actually just started to drop off a little bit. He is right on with Charlie Neve now, so we've got 2 pairs really in the top 4 rather than one gaggle of 4 anymore. So so we've got the Finley Jones and Joel Dixon coming through now. So the thing is, there's a bit of a gap now again between Aidan Mitchell and Charlie Neve. So Aidan is just starting to pull out that gap again. But Charlie Neve has just at the fastest lap of the race, 0.2 of a second, and Joel Dixon goes on the inside and into the lead. So he clearly didn't like the number 23. He much prefers 67 in front, which, if you're driving that kart, who can blame him?
No, exactly. This has got very close, though, because that's a yellow flag. Just a kart off to the left there, that's fine.
149, I think, of Nathan Edwards, maybe?
We're about to find out. Yep. We've just been told that is the 149. So coming down into the boot now, their battling has that. Even that single overtake will have brought 3rd and 4th close, and 4th is now right on the back. Charlie Neve last lap. We're about to see what happens this time round, but he was considerably faster than the others. So coming across the line now, top 4. Aidan Mitchell 0.4 faster than the leaders right now.
Yeah.
So that is the important one, and there's potentially the two behind. That's the potential defence around the outside. I'm not sure how much that's going to help third and fourth because they want to work together to get to the leader. We are on the final lap. Coming down towards that's a potential move. That's a defence from third place. There's a defence from Aidan Mitchell currently there, and that's a potential move around the outside if he's got the run on him, but I don't think so. We're going to find out down in Swoges. Still front, still line of stern with Joel Dixon Cohen in the lead. And I'm not sure these two will actually switch places at the end unless, unless there's a mistake by first place. But it's third and fourth, Aidan Mitchell and Charlie Neve, that are going to be very, very close onto the final corner. Coming round to finish the race now. Joel Dixon Cohen takes the win, and behind, that was very close, but Aidan Mitchell just about pips Charlie Neve at the line.
One thing you can't say is that Junior Rotax is boring.
Nope, definitely not. not a boring class. Every other class, not boring either. Junior Rotax, whole nother level.
Yeah, it is a day. I mean, I've done a lot of working behind the scenes at karting this year, as have you.
Yes.
And one thing that I always tend to do is when the junior Rotax or the senior Rotax are on, I put everything down, I sit and I watch. Because it is phenomenal racing. These young drivers really put on a show for us all, and we are very privileged to be able to watch it, but also very privileged to be able to call on this race as well.
So coming round towards that infamous nose cone check. We always come around to this at the end of the races because it's always an interesting one because, of course, you do have to keep that nose cone attached throughout the race. Generally helps. So they're coming down across that line now. Oh, yep, he's fine. The notepad comes out. Number 60 is fine. Number 196. All good too. 87 of Alfie Thompson. Riley Cranham behind the GP plate. He's all good.
I've just noticed well in the chat,
Yes.
Emerson McAndrew, Urine, is in the chat as well. He's saying, come on now, Albert Farrow as well. I've just kind of been scrolling back a little bit further.
Oh, absolutely. It's always nice to have a look at who's in the chat.
And Victor Hansen has said, Victor Hansen will win Senior Rotax.
I mean,
That's
always good to back yourself.
Indeed, and obviously John Ratcliffe as well as Rattus Media has commented in there as well. I've just seen that. Sorry, John, that it's taken so long to spot that. I've only just loaded up the chat, so I do apologise. Yeah. He's saying he can't be there to commentate final round of season, but he's wishing the best to us and all the drivers racing. But we are ready for the next race, which I believe is the last race before the break, lunch break. And coming up next is Senior Rotax, which the grid, any second now? Now.
Music. There it is.
So
everyone on the paddock's going to think we're weird because we're going music and they're not hearing
weird
anything.
Anyway, it's fine. Right, row number 1 is Jack West and Charlie Webb. Row 2 is Deacon Russell and Charlie Cox. Row 3 is Zaki Hussain and Louis Weaver. Row number 4 is Ross Tyler and Reg Haywood. Row 5 is Victor Hansen and Freddie Ingram. Row 6 is Liam Phillips and Harry Blore. Row number 7 is Alex Moody and Ollie Owen. Row 8 is Dalton Norris and James Tester. Row 9 is Ethan Ling and Dylan Morris. Row number 10 is William Pemble and Ryan Hedge. Row 11, Samuel Cook and William Young. Row 12 is Jack Wilch and Joe Fox. On row number 13, Molly Griffiths and George Hart. Row 14, Jensen Hinchcliffe and JJ Hines. On row 15 is Asa Pinder and Lewis Judd. On row number 16, Kenneth Caudle and Jack Reisman. And that rounds out the final grid. So, Senior Rotax, they're currently just obviously in the dummy grid at the moment. I'd imagine we're probably waiting for some karts to be cleared from the previous race,
Yes.
so we should be going racing in just a couple of moments.
I think I spotted a kart being cleared just out of Zulu 3, incidentally. So just making their way back across the track now. So it shouldn't be long before we get out to the next race.
Yeah, also, I've seen something in the chat as well that somebody's saying they think it might be round 6, not round 7. Because obviously we skipped the last round, it has obviously gone to round 7.
Yes. So it's a little bit confusing, but then again, well done to Whilton Mill for making it work.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Motorsport Magpie in the chat, as always, and saying, obviously, about the Alpha timing and everything. He also saying, it's been a long week of action for Alpha Live, and it can be confusing when a round doesn't happen. A long week of action doesn't even begin to cover what it's been like behind the scenes this week.
No, exactly.
Between all the different teams working extremely hard across Europe. We've got a load of people out in Italy. There's been people at Silverstone, at Alton Park, and of course here at Wilton. We've had 4 different events on, well, 2 days essentially.
Yes, it's been very, very busy. Fantastic job, incidentally, by James Luke out in
Indeed.
Sarno for and all of the camera ops out there as well.
100%. I mean,
there's a lot of we had a lot of people out there, and it's brilliant to see as well. It's just it's really nice to see Rotax as well get a good
100%
coverage of their event. But here we go. So
let's try and do Rotax justice with senior Rotax. So coming onto the grid now in the tram lines, are they going to go clean? I think they are. We're going green into the first couple of corners, and the line is stern. They're just about safely. Couple of cars side by side there. We've got Jack West just tight defending, and Charlie Webb I think goes up the inside. I couldn't quite catch it. A little bit of touch there in the middle pack, but nothing too bad. Need to look at the front there because I think number 24 Charlie Webb has got the lead. I want to check that.
My word, that is a gaggle going through the back of the pack there.
Yes.
That's a lot of karts all on the track at the moment. So coming round. So let's
24.
have a look.
It is. Yes,
spot.
Charlie Webb managed to get the lead from Jack West right
that
on the
was
last
a
moment.
dive.
Round the outside into the boot. What a move!
That
and
didn't
on
work.
the inside, through goes Deacon Russell. What a move there! That was absolutely insane. He saw what was happening with Jack West and Charlie Webb and just went right up the inside I go, and he takes the lead.
Yep.
Through the boot. You don't normally see moves through there because it is so tight, as we've already mentioned, but when the opportunity arises, you can do, and Deacon Russell has just proved that.
That was a huge move. I mean, we've seen 3 wide moves into the boot before, but the problem is, as soon as you get into the boot, there's a little move down the inside into Ashby. Not quite sure who that was, but coming with the leaders, Deacon Russell and Jack West in second, and Charlie Webb and Charlie Cox in fourth. It's getting close. I mean, if they stay that close for the rest of the race, we're just going to see that over and over again. But it was, to be fair, it was definitely a risk trying to go for the lead like that into the boot. So it was inevitable that something was going to happen through the corner. They ended up 3 wide, and then through comes Deacon Russell to just go, whoop, that's my position, thank you. Yeah,
that was absolutely, I mean, like, obviously, Jack West and Charlie Webb fighting tooth and nail. That's exactly what I like to see. And Deacon was just like waiting for the pennies. But here we come. There we goes. Jack West back up into the lead of the race. And obviously Deacon Russell now has to stare at the back of that 222. Oh, no, never mind. Charlie Webb up the inside, and we've restored order, except for the fact that I think Charlie Cox has just tried to make a move. No, yes, he has. I think he's in third, is he?
Yes. 2-2-1 in third. Deacon Russell.
No, hang on. Charlie Webb is in second.
Yes, Deacon Russell's dropped back to third, I believe.
Deacon Russell, I'm trying to work this out.
So we've got 2-2-2 in the lead, 24 in second.
There's too many triple numbers.
And then behind is the 2-2-1.
Okay, let's find out. There's 2-2-1.
Yeah.
And then Charlie Cox. So Charlie nearly took third place there from Deacon. Not quite. Zach Hussein as well in fifth place has just at the fast lap of the race. He is a couple of tenths back, but he is just about to join this group as well. He is just about to come into this battle. Yes, exactly. A big group of karts behind. I think that's the 8th place battle, if I read that correctly. Harry Bloor at the front of it. There's so many karts at the back of this. It's impossible to call the back. They had to move down the inside on the number 73 by the 21. So that was Victor Hansen. Where on earth? Yeah, where on earth did he come from? Hang on a second. I've just noticed he's next to 73. So we're going to give the timing a second to update on the line. We'll see where we are, because I think there was just some opportunistic overtaking happening. Incidentally, Jack West is starting to pull away at the front. Zaki Hussein, we're going to see if he's still got the fastest lap. Yes, he has another fastest lap from Zaki Hussein. Second place back. He is part of this group now. There goes a move! Woo! Sorry, yes, I didn't mean to talk over you then. Yes, absolutely. I think Deacon Russell has just taken second place. No, never mind. Charlie Webb's back up the inside. They cannot solve this out. They cannot sort this out. Number 221, which is Deacon Russell up the inside once again. Takes second place back once again. Yeah, they see Jack West gone into the distance, and even though there's 3 minutes left, they've gone, yeah, let's just fight, why not? And we love it. We're here for it. I am 100% loving this. You cannot do that. How did they manage to get through there?
Still side by side?
Yeah.
My word.
What?
That's impressive. Again, it's what makes the kart racing so good around Whilton Mill, because there's so many corners. There's a move down the inside. The 1-1-2 of Charlie Cox on, I believe that's the kart of Ollie Owens. Ollie Owens dropped a little bit of positioning there. But then again, Zaki Hussein with the fastest lap. He's currently still... Oh, he's actually he's a second up. Oh, that was a kart being removed from the circuit there just for a second. So that's the 2-2-1 and the 24 still next to each other.
I think he might be in fourth.
So this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to get our bearings when they come across the line, because the karts are all still very close. So we're just
29 and 11, yeah.
So that's George Hart.
Yeah. Yeah, Zaki Hussain is up into 4th place now. Charlie Cox
Just
is
100
in
behind.
5th place now. So as it stands, we've obviously got Jack West, Deacon Russell, Charlie Webb, Zaki Hussain and Charlie Cox as the top 5. They cannot agree an order with this, which is fantastic. I mean, they cannot agree who's going to be at the front and who's going to be at the back. They are all line astern. There's millimetres between them at times. But it's fair, clean racing. And that's exactly what we want to see.
No, 100%. Incidentally, Jack West has now pulled out of the slipstream range.
Yes.
1.38 seconds on the clock. What's he going to be this time round? 1.42 seconds on the gap. So he's definitely out of the slipstream range. It would be up to Deacon Russell and Charlie Webb to actually work together at this point. I don't think they can. They're not really close enough. And everyone else sort of spread back. There's a move in the background. Really nice pick up on that one. That was fantastic. That's the 113 of Zaki Hussain. That's not the 113 of Zaki Hussain. That's the 13 of Ross Tyler,
yeah.
making a move there. Apologies. Coming up, down into Ashby, sorry. All these corners are always very interesting. Ashby's sort of a weird mid to off camber on the left. It's very interesting to drive it. That's a choice move! Round the inside of the 373s.
Victor Hansen.
Yeah, that was. Victor Hansen is moving at a rate of knots up the grid.
Yes.
I've just noticed Victor Hansen's last lap was 0.4 faster than anyone else. So we're going to see at the line what it is.
I mean, I did say earlier, obviously, Victor Hansen said in the chat earlier
Victor
he will
Hansen
win
will win.
senior Rotax. And to be fair, he's making progress towards the front, so don't count him out.
I think we may reach 0 by the line, but it remains to be seen.
In the final, though.
Oh, yeah.
You never know what's going to happen
Never
in
know
the
what's
final.
going to happen in the final. You never know what's going to happen in senior Rotax flat out.
And if he does win the senior Rotax final, then he should then go and get a lottery ticket.
Yep. That'd be a good prediction. Whoa,
yes.
that was a dive. Wow. Love to see dives like that. That's brilliant. It's always fair. As long as you're keeping it fair, it's interesting to see dives like that. So coming round. Whoa! That's not the type of dive we want to see. That's the 13 of Ross Tyler. Just trying to get himself off the grass. It's not the shortest grass. So you can get bogged down quite easily.
You can see, I mean, the water just spinning up from the tyres as well. Although the track has now dried, the grass definitely hasn't.
No.
We are in England, so it is still quite cold. So obviously, it's not even with the sun out. It's not going to get rid of it. And we have just been told he has been stuck in the grass, unfortunately. So there might even be a yellow flag down there, and that could possibly stop people overtaking into the boot. Sorry, not into the boot.
Into Ogiers.
Into Ogiers, thank you, yes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one because Ogiers is a prime overtaking spot. So just as he's going as well, so that's good. So hopefully yellow flags would be therefore in on Ogiers. Yep, there we go. I think he's off the grass. Yeah, can't see him there anymore, so that's good. This will be coming round to the final lap. Jack West has lost a little bit to the car behind, not much. Some. Oh, penalty for Victor Hansen. Unsure. Yes, coming round to the final lap now. Jack West on the final lap. Deacon Russell behind them. It's 0.7 of a second-ish. 0.8 to Charlie Webb behind Deacon Russell. And then Zaki Hussain's 0.6 of a second behind Charlie Webb. So it'll be interesting to see. There's the group there. So not close enough to slipstream each other. And unless anything very specific happens, like a car behind going and having a nice defend there, then we're not going to see much go on at the front, I don't think. And it's just everyone's just trying to sort of pick positions. What the line I was going to use is you may as well put like Crocs on these because they're flip-flopping that much that it's getting a bit ridiculous. Obviously those Crocs would not be in sport mode.
No, they definitely would be. But here it comes. Jack West comes through to take that win. Deacon Russell in second, Charlie Webb in third, Zaki Hussain in fourth, Charlie Cox in fifth, Victor Hansen in sixth, Harry Blore in seventh, Ollie Owen in eighth, Alex Moody in ninth, and Reg Haywood in 10th.
It's always interesting seeing
breath back.
Yeah, exactly. That's the hard bit. But we're going to have a little bit longer to catch our breath on this one.
We have. And straight after the lunch break as well, we've got the X30 Junior and X30 Senior final heats before we jump into the finals. So we've got race 14 and 15. I was saying before when you had to step out, the fact that we've done 13 races.
Oh, yeah.
It just disappeared.
No, there's the checkered flag for a few drivers at the back as well. We're going to give everyone a chance to get across the line before we head to the lunch break as well. Just to confirm, here's the nose cone watch, of course. You can't miss that.
No, we can't.
Can't do that, but you can't miss that before the lunch break. So the 222 getting checked.
A permanent static camera of that point.
Just here.
Yes.
Just pointing
Even
in.
if it's just in rental karting, I want them to be judged on the same principles as these are.
Yeah, just like, nope, can't be tapping your nose cones together on
exactly.
track. Can't be doing that.
We've just been told rental cars don't have nose cones. Have you seen the bumpers around them? That counts.
It counts as a nose cone.
It counts.
It counts as it counts as a nose cone. Not in the same way. Oh, he's not happy with that, because I have a feeling that's a camera. Who is that? That is
127.
127 to James Tester. That's a shame. But yeah, we'll see them all go through, hopefully. And then we move on to the lunch break. So it's a 30-minute lunch break approximately. We will, of course, keep you updated on the on-screen timer during that. We will obviously go and have our lunch.
Yes.
And a drink. Oh,
drink,
just before we do, that's the 58, getting a nose cone penalty. That is...
58 is Jack Welch.
Oh, that's a shame. There's a couple more at the back, but we will say goodbye to you for now, assuming that everyone is good for the lunch break, and then we will be back very, very shortly. Keep an eye on our timer. It does bump around a little bit, just as we find out more information about when the lunch break's due to end. So,
yes, indeed. Yes, obviously we'll be back very, very soon.
if nose cone penalties existed in rentals, my entire rental career would have been bottom 5 finishes. Ruben Mamalok in the chat. Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's the problem with rentals. Very easy to knock your nose cone. But
See,
yes.
I think the problem with rentals is the speed. They're just not very fast.
Yeah, but then again, you've got in a lot faster carts than the rental carts, so...
Fair enough.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I haven't. I personally think they're terrifyingly fast. But, you know, that's how it is.
Fine.
So, yes, we will go to the lunch break, and then we'll be back in roughly 30 minutes. Just keep an eye on the timer on screen, and we'll see you then. Thank you very much for watching so far, and we will see you after lunch. Hello everyone, welcome back to round 7 of Whilton Mill Kart Club. We are here on a lovely sunny day here at Whilton Mill, and we have the grids ready for the Junior X30s when they're ready to go out. It's being a bit weird. Right, so Junior X30 Heat 2, we have Rocco Shenton on pole, followed by Mortali Guy in second, Alex Dodds in third, Harrison Leach in fourth, followed by Mayan Patel and Sebastian Dew on row 3. Row 4 is started with Alex Wiley, followed by Alexander De Benedictis on row 4. Then row 5 is Max Wright and Finley Allen, and Dylan Patel on row 6 with Ben Cuts-Bland in 12th. On the next row of the grid is Charlie Blankenshop, followed by Joshua Byrne and Maisie Crean, Max Cooper, Jacob Markles and Adam Bourne. Sorry, my brain just blanked out the transition there. And then on row 10 we've got Charlie Philp, Ellis Pullen Memin, and then Dylan Masters, Lauren Dunleavy, Pinmu Zhu and Noah Goodfellow on row 12. Row 13 is Harry Khalil, Isabel Banks in 26th place, Lewis Hay on 27th, Autumn Hansford on 28th, Daniel Samir 29th, and Cameron Edmonds in 30th, which rounds out the starting grid of quite a large amount of karts, incidentally. And back with me in the comms box is Kieran Mogg when his sheets are in position.
Just about.
There we go.
Just trying to get all the sheets back. Yeah, so obviously, like, as you can imagine, to try and talk about this all day long, we've got to have plenty of things in front of us.
Yes.
And there's currently 5 screens that we've got right in front of us. One showing the track map, one showing the obviously feed that you are seeing in front of you right now. We've also got the timing screen in front of us, and I've also got a schedule on one screen, and then we've got a chat on another screen, and then we've also got sort of standings, which is how we're going to try and figure out who the who the championship leaders are going to be. Yeah. And
we'll do our best. I think is the best way I could explain this. Yeah,
that's basically what it is. It's very difficult to try and both talk through what's happening in the moment and also figure out who the champions are going to be. So we'll try our best, but we'll see how it goes. But in the meantime, we obviously have had the lunch break. I did have a bit of a walk out to the track. I had a bit of a look around. And actually, I think the sun's gone in now.
It's a little bit in. It does look like it's cooled down a bit as well.
So it was quite warm in the sun, but as soon as you weren't in the sun, it was very, very cold. So they're still going to have that tyre temperature issue. And don't forget, we are going to be, really, right now, is the warmest it's going to be.
Yes.
Any bit now it's going later on is going to be colder and colder. So if you think about the senior Rotax at the end of the day, which is supposed to start at a little after 25 to 4 o'clock this afternoon, the tyres are going to be very, very tricky to warm up. And speaking of warming up tyres, you can see there, this is what we've been talking about. At the moment, they're sliding out of the pits. That's not so it looks cool, although it does. It's purely so that they can try and get some heat into those tyres as quick as possible. They only have... Oh, actually, these are the X30s.
Yes.
So they're going to have 2 warm-up laps. So... Whoa. Oh, somebody goes off a bit
that
there.
Was mildly close to the pole there. I hope they're okay.
Yeah. We'll find out in a sec. Yeah, the camera operator, the cameraman's there as well, so that's fine. Photographer. So, yeah, the photographer's there. We've got nerves of steel there.
Just see the grass lines just coming back on track. So, yeah, there you go. You've got weaving from left to right.
That's Rocco Shenton, obviously the race, the Heat 1, I should say, winner from this morning. And obviously he had an absolute domination in that race. He just drove away from everybody else. And I'd imagine he probably wants to do the same thing again. And there are plenty of people right behind him that want to make sure that does not happen.
No, 100%. And it's just a case of Rocco Shenton. If he gets a chance, he will take it. He will go off up the road and you'll never catch him. So it's very, very important just to make sure that you stay with him, because otherwise he's just going to go. Like, we should now be coming back on to the end of this second roll-up lap, and we should start forming up on the back straight, hopefully.
Yes, indeed. And we just had a comment in the chat. Better luck this time for Alex Dodds, coming in from Chloe Rose Dodds. I'm guessing it's for Alex Dodds and not Alex Whiteley, but yes. Best luck to every driver out there.
Oh, 100%. The track will have cooled down over lunch as well, so that's going to be a thing. And no rubber should have gone anywhere. If anything, it should have embedded a little bit more onto the surface. So we should see some slightly higher grip, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, we want to see some good racing.
Very slow.
We want to make sure that it's nice and tidy, nice and clean.
Is this the slowest I've ever seen someone go through that corner? That's very slow.
You have seen one of our project managers, Rob Rowley, going through there, haven't you? Anyway, into the tram lines, here we go. And I think there is a...
That's a full start.
That's a full start. That has to be a full start.
There was a
and
massive
it is.
gap behind one of the left rows.
Yes. For context, so a couple of months ago...
Now we can give context.
Yeah, a bit of
Probably
context
a good idea.
to the Rob Rowley thing. So basically, a couple of months ago, we at Alpha had a bit of a day at Whilton. We all had a load of rental carts and we drove around. So one of the project managers, Rob Rowley, he's never been karting before, and he spent most of the time facing backwards.
But did a very good job considering.
If you say very good job being in the grass all the time, then yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is considering. Like, given that he had never driven a kart before.
Yes. Yeah.
Very impressive on that front, at the very least.
Yes,
like, keeping it in a straight line, if you've never driven one, is impressive. Right. So coming round to.
Yes. Back to the job. Back to the job.
Well, at least we've got the context out. That's the main thing. So people don't just think we're just taking the mick out of someone for no reason.
Yes.
So coming round the final corner, we're still going about 2 miles an hour. This is a very slow start. I don't think I've ever seen a start this slow.
I think the directors chatted with them and gone, look, slow down, make sure this is a clean start.
My word, I've never seen a start that slow. That's very slow, and it's up to the leader to pick the start speed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So yeah, this is very slow.
Oh, there's a car off to the side there.
Already? Right, okay.
159.
Well, into the tram lines we go once again. Is it going to be green flag this time around?
Yes.
I think it might be. Here we go. We are racing, and they're slotting into position. As always, everyone gets around fairly cleanly, I think. I think they have.
Mostly.
Yes, obviously. So, Rocker Shenton has managed to pull out a little bit, but Alex Wiley and
Well, that
Macaulay
was
Guy.
around the outside. Someone I think actually did just make it around the outside.
Did we get a Macaulay Bishop move?
Right, just going into Ashby now. Driver on the right of the screen just there. So, white helmet, who was it?
Oh, so I think that's Macaulay Guy and Alex Wiley, I believe. Hang on. No, hang on. It's going to be Alex Dodds. I think Alex Wiley's up
Somebody
on the
just made a move around the outside at Christmas, which was very impressive. Unfortunately, we didn't quite
So we've
spot
got
it.
86 Rocco Shenton. Yeah, he's just making moves right. Yeah,
So
right,
he's
55,
he's done it
which is
again.
Alex Dodds. Yeah, so Alex Dodds ran the outside of... hang on.
No, he's in second. I don't think it was. So yeah. So
55 after over 20. So Mayan Patel. There we go.
So coming round towards the top of Inkerman's, coming down into Ashby. And coming along towards this part of the circuit now, coming past through the corners and heading down towards Ogiers. Very close on circuit.
It's one of our camera operators there.
Yes.
I think that might have been Dan.
That was Dan, yes.
That was Dan,
Dan
yes.
up on the container. Shot there. So coming around the final corner now, Rocker Shenton very close in second place.
Yeah.
There they are.
Here we go. This is a train for fourth place here. So let's cross them over the line. So we've got Mayan Patel in second, Alex Dodds in third, Harrison Leach in fourth, Macaulay Guy in fifth. So Macaulay's made quite a few drops there. So that's a bit of a shame for him. But line of stern basically between these two drivers, between these four drivers, I should say. They are absolutely on it, all four of them. They want to make sure they get the most moves, and I believe Macaulay Guy is making a move. I think he has just got past, I believe. I think. Oh, hang on. Or was that Sebastian Dew? It might have been Sebastian Dew. 79. Yes, Macaulay Guy has got past Harrison Leach. There we go. So Macaulay is back up into fourth position.
Yes.
And he's going to be right on the tail of Alex Dodds now. So, on to another lap around. It's all looking quite tame so far. We've still got 4.5 minutes left, so there's plenty of time still for it all to kick off. And Rocco Shenton, surprise, surprise, has gone fastest. And let's have a look at the gap. He's 2/10 quicker than anybody else. He is currently 2 seconds ahead of anybody else. And up the inside goes Alex Dodds ahead of Mayan Patel for second place. So the question really here now is, does Alex Dodds kind of... Oh, no, never mind. Alex Dodds is now behind Macaulay Guy. So, does Macaulay Guy sit behind Mayan Patel and go, right, Rocco is right up the road. He did this in race 1. Let's work together and catch them. Or do they go, let's race?
Most people would probably go, let's race.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you're racing on a circuit, you've got to go with that racing mentality to just push forward. Working together, though, it depends on where they want to be, because obviously it's a heat. It's not, say, a C or a B or an A final, so there's no real movement on top of that. It's just heats to make sure that people have the points in over the previous races. So coming down into Ashby now, coming down towards and out of that, down toward the Osier section of the track. Still very, very close. Still got the number 38 in the middle of a sort of Patel-Dodd sandwich right now, just trying to make sure that they're all not pushing too close or too far from the cart behind. And I do think they're working together because no one's really pushing on the back bumper yet.
Yeah, I think so, because, as we've been saying all day long, if they aren't working together, you would see an attempt of a move, or at least an attempt to push someone offline, break their confidence up towards Christmas corner. So we'll see here, everyone stays line astern. Just okay, there's a bit of a gap between them, but even at that distance, sometimes they'll try to nip out the slipstream just to let them know they're there, just to try and get into their head, because racing is as much about mind games as it is about on-track action, because you have to really try and beat the other driver, both physically and mentally.
No, 100%, and a lot of it is mental. A lot of it is just making sure the other driver ahead knows you're there, because if he doesn't know you're there, he might be able to just sit back a little bit and not put too much of a... basically just sit back a little bit and just have a bit of a relax in the kart, which you obviously don't want as a chasing driver. You want to put them under pressure to force them to either make a mistake or let you through.
Yeah, I've just seen in the chat somebody called Jabby has commented, Rocco Shenton domination could bore fans. Well, I mean, he's just set another fastest lap. Yeah, so that's the 38 of Macaulay Guy going into second place. So he is not working with Mayan Patel to try and get onto the back of Rocco Shenton. He might have just looked at that gap with less than 2 minutes remaining and just gone, let's race.
I'm sure for Rocco Shenton, he'll be perfectly happy sat where he is right now.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and I think it's... Yeah, Rocco has just driven off into the distance so far. But we still have a very close battle for second place back.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously all three of these drivers are absolutely on it. All three have the possibility to possibly go and win the final later on today. But for the time being, Rocco's just set another fastest lap. This is unreal.
That's improving a point.
So we can see there, obviously, Alex Dodd's right on the back of Mayan Patel, making a move up the inside. Can he make it stick? Nice. Yes, he can. But pushes, this is what we were talking about before. So Mayan Patel just tried to stick it around the outside. What they should have done right there is just let it go, get back on the inside, and then towards Ashby, maybe into the boot, you can make a move back if you want to. But by trying to stick around the outside there, look how much time they've lost. Yeah. There's a massive gap there. And that's the thing, you have to make these split-second decisions in the moment, and it's so difficult to make the right decision sometimes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's, that's sort of part of what the mental game is. If you make the wrong decision in the moment, you're then going to be overthinking it. Then come the next time, you might sort of be still thinking it by the time what's happened has happened. What happening is happened, I should say. 30 seconds left on the timer as well, so we've just gone into another lap. So I believe next time round should be the last lap. And here we go. I believe this is number 27, which is... Hold on. 27.
It's Charlie Blenkinsop, I believe. I think it's Charlie Blenkinsop. Yes, Charlie Blenkinsop, P8.
P8. Ah, yes.
Number 27. That's a dive into Origins by the 42. That's the 42 of Dylan Patel, incidentally, trying to make a move on the driver ahead. As we come down through the boot now, this will be onto the final lap for Rocco Shenton. He has just crossed the line to begin his final lap.
Yes, so Rocco is just up the road. So let's focus on the battle for second. Macaulay Guy, Alex Dodd, Sebastian Dew and Mayan Patel. These four drivers, they've been on it all race, and really, I think the gaps are quite big now, so possibly nothing is going to happen with these four before the end of this lap. But these are the drivers that we really need to be focusing on for the final later on today, because, as we all know, the heat is turned up when it comes to the final. Everybody is more on it, and everybody wants that position of crossing the line first at the end of the day, because they have just done it. And speaking of done it, Rocco Shenton done it with another fastest lap, comes across the line in first position. Macaulay Guy holds on for second place, Alex Dodds in third, Sebastian Dew in fourth, Mayan Patel in fifth, Harrison Leach in sixth, Charlie Blenkinsop in seventh, Ben Cuts-Bland in eighth, Jacob Marples in ninth, Alexander De Benedictis in 10th, and we're just waiting for the back drivers just to come across the line to complete that.
Well, that was certainly an interesting race, and the thing is, it sort of died down towards the end, but it shouldn't detract from how good the racing was before that.
Yeah, 100%. But the thing is, like, a lot of people will look at that and go, oh, that might have been a bit of a dull race. But it wasn't, because you can see what was going on with the drivers. You can see that they're watching each other a lot of the time to try and figure out what can they learn for the final.
And just as you're speaking of watching something, we are watching the nose cones.
Yes, indeed. Our final. I did actually, one of the camera operators, Sam Leddington, who is actually, it's this camera, he was making fun of me for saying that it was our favourite bit of it, watching nose cones. So I can imagine he's probably having a bit of a laugh to himself behind the camera right now. But yes, so we've got the 55 there of Alex Dodds pushing out of the way. 98 of Sebastian Dew gets a penalty. But never mind that, we are ready for the next race. And the next race is X30 Senior. Alright, so X30 Senior, this is the last heat before we get into the finals. Are you ready?
I'll say yes, but we'll go with that.
Okay, here we go. On row 1 we've got Henry Gregory and Fred Green. On row 2, Morgan Hill and Jensen Pugh. Row 3, Jack Moat and Jaden Gregg. Row number 4, Ollie Rands and Archie Heron. Row 5, Aaron Brownlee and Mickey Taylor. Row 6, Jensen Buckingham and Harry Maynard. Row number 7, we've got Josh Pellerman and Ryan Ekberg. Row 8, we've got Jack Cox and Kian Leon Gambio. Row 9, we've got Oliver Harris and Harrison Morrow. On row number 10, we've got Monty Brathwaite and Piotr Jurasowicz. On row 11, we've got George Quatermain and Macy Hitter. On row 12, we've got Ollie Keenan and Jacob Huang. On row number 13, we've got Josh Jones and Tristan Powell. Row 14, Luke Mann and Natalia DeBeck. On row 15, Ollie Cook and Oliver Johnson. Row number 16, we've got Donglin Chen and Caden Barnett. And rounding out the end of the grid, we have got, I missed that last name and it hasn't updated on my timing screen. But they're all still in the dummy grid at the moment. We're just waiting on, I believe, some carts to be just recovered from on track. So, this could be an interesting one. It's a big grid. The X30s always are an interesting one to watch. And the X30 seniors in particular, we saw earlier on, between, obviously, Henry Gregory and Will Green. No, not Will Green. I've got the Greens confused. I can't remember. The other Green. Harry Green, that's him. Between Henry and Harry, they had an absolute ding-dong battle. And I can imagine this is going to be exactly the same.
Very likely, yes. Seniors do not leave anything on the table, especially in races such as this. Even if it's not a final, they're still going to race just as hard. Obviously, there's a little bit more at stake with a final, but
I'd be disappointed if they didn't.
Well, yeah, exactly. They've always got to go for it. So hopefully they'll get out on track soon-ish, because they're all in their carts at the very least. So there's definitely only a couple of... Well, I think there was only one cart to be recovered off the circuit after that. So
yes,
maybe one or two. But we're just going to wait for that for now. Light is definitely getting low as well, which is an interesting
yeah,
one.
Obviously, like we said earlier in the stream, you know, the clocks have gone forwards today. Which certainly took me and one of the camera operators by surprise, because we didn't realise. We woke up this morning going, it's light. Crap, are we late? And no, it was fine. It was just the time had gone forward. So I'd imagine we probably weren't the only ones to be caught out by that. But as we've already said as well, this afternoon the wind is starting to pick up, and that means the slipstream, which is always important around Whilton, is going to be even more important. Yes,
100%, and as they go out onto track as well. So that was perfect timing on that. So we're just going to wait for them to come round.
Fred Green, not Harry Green. Do apologise.
Ah, okay, there we go.
I've got it on the timing screen now. I do apologise to Harry Green, and I do apologise to Fred Green as well. I got your name wrong.
I think it was Zach Whelan at the last position on the grid.
It was, yes. There we go. Yeah, so we've only just got the timing screen on, so... do apologise for getting that name wrong. You try and remember so many different names, and it can be so easy to miss one. But as we can see, so the X30s, they have 2 warm-up laps, which I'd imagine the guys and girls in the Rotax is possibly a little bit jealous of that. Gives them a bit more time to warm up the tyres, a bit more time to get the head in the game, get ready for I'm going to use that word again, gargantuan fight that's coming.
You've got to always have those gargantuan fights, especially on track. As we're all coming around for the second warm-up lap, so the X30s do get 2 warm-up laps, which is one thing that they have slightly different over the Rotax karts. So they get 2 warm-up laps just to make sure they're right temperature. That's what I believe the case is anyway. Just make sure the karts are up to temperature. It means they get enough heat into the tyres as well, just ensuring that everything's, well, basically at the right level.
100%. And one thing as well that I kind of want to mention is when it comes to heating the kart, it's not a case of just wiggling the steering wheel until the tyres heat up. You have to do it strategically. You've also got to warm up your brakes. You've got to warm up the engine, so you need to give a bit of throttle. There's a real strategy to it. And I don't know about you, but I'm terrible at it.
Yeah, the thing with tyre strategy is if you heat them up if you try and just jab left and right, all you're doing is you're scrubbing the base layer of the tyre, and you're scrubbing right on the centre patch of the tyre, which is not what you want to do. If you roll it across and you just go slowly to the right, slowly to the left, what you're doing is you're leaning the tyre to the left, putting heat in the left and right sidewall of the tyre just as much as the centre.
Sounds like you know what you're doing.
Or at the very least, that's based on my sort of theoretical knowledge of how physics should work. But obviously, you know, how things should work is not always necessarily how they actually work. But
especially with karting.
Yeah, especially with karting. But logically, you'd expect that to be the way it works. But coming around to the start of the Senior X30 Heat 2, everyone seems to be relatively in line, and we're about to go racing. Are we about to go racing? Yes, we are. Question mark? Yes.
Yeah,
okay, we are racing.
That was okay. Anyway, well, through a bit of a slide there and a little bit of a touch at the front there, but I think Henry Gregory has just managed to pull it away a little bit ahead of Fred Green. But the battle behind that is furious and fast. Not in that order. But here it comes. So we've got Morgan Hill, Jensen Pugh, and Jack Moad. Oh, they are all going defensive. Obviously, the line should be right on the right-hand side of your screen there, but they were all on the left. And they're absolutely trying to defend their position in the opening stages of this race. This is a 7-minute race plus a lap, so they've got time to, well, I was about to say they've got time to settle into this, but by the looks of it, Morgan Hill is not wanting to settle. He's after Henry Gregory from the get-go.
No, absolutely, and I don't think he's going to sit back and just let Henry Gregory go off up the road, because as we found with Rocco Shenton in the last race, that doesn't particularly work, because if you let them go off up the road, you lose the toe, and you're basically not able to catch up. But there's a move down the inside, really nice at Christmas, with the 46 of Aaron Brown. So coming round, there's contact warning to Monty Brathwaite, incidentally. Just coming round through the static camera now, Ashby, a little bit of an overtake there. That was a very nice overtake down the inside, whoever that was, because I couldn't quite see the number. As we're coming down towards Ogiers. Still nose to tail in the front, but everyone behind is starting to fall back a little bit. There's a little group forming, though, back here, which is 227 of Rands, followed by Micah Taylor.
Yes, indeed. Now, one thing that I would say is, although, yes, okay, with the last race, Rocco Shenton managed to just completely pull away, Henry Gregory pulled away in the first race and then got reeled in afterwards. So it's not impossible, even if one of these drivers does get a run away from everybody else, it's not impossible to reel them back in. And just as well, Fred Green is obviously, he's a second back now from these two. Don't count him out of it. He won the first race. He's well and truly in this fight. And yes, okay, he's a few tenths back, but that doesn't mean he's out of it.
No, exactly. As they're all coming down towards Ogiers now, just trying to make sure they all get through there cleanly. Everything so far looking good. Everything does seem to be settling into some sort of a rhythm, which is nice. So coming round towards the boot now. Leaders will be heading through shortly. Right nose to tail still. They'll probably want to work together.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
It looks like they are, because with how close Morgan Hill is to Henry Gregory...
Oh. Is that someone going slowly, or is that... Yes, it is Jaden Gregg going slowly on the straight.
Yes, indeed. Yes, so with how close they are, if they weren't working together, Morgan Hill probably would have made a move and gone past by now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they are nose to tail, but they also know that they have got Fred Green behind them. He is on it, as you can see. He set the fastest lap, and on that last lap, he was over a tenth quicker than both of them.
That's a move for the lead.
Warning. Move for the lead. Oh, never mind.
Morgan Hill is ahead right now, ahead of Henry Gregory.
Yes, indeed, yes. So ignore me. I've been proven wrong many times today, and it's happened once again. Not for the last time. Henry Gregory is down to second place, and this thing is as well, this is going to bring Fred Green right into this mix now. He is right there. He's going to get the slipstream from the back of that number 6 kart, and that is going to drag him right up to those leaders. This is a three-way battle for the lead. Oh, the 99 kart is off. That's Kian Leon Gameo.
Yep.
That's a bit of a shame for him to end the race like that. But we're back to the front, and these three are going to be right on it. Oh, apparently he's got going again, so that's good for Kian. But yes, at the front of the grid now with Morgan Hill, Henry Gregory, and Fred Green. Line astern. When it comes to a three-way battle like this at the front, I can't see all three of them agreeing to work together. There's going to be one of them that goes, no, I'm going to overtake.
Yeah, there's always one. There's always got to be one who goes, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
I don't want to be at the back. I want to be at the front. Or, I suppose, but just as we say this, through goes Fred Green.
I should do a lottery ticket.
But yes, through goes Fred Green, proving very, very... So you've been proven wrong, and then proven right, and then it's sort of switching around between two. There's a little bit down
my
life. We're going down into Ogiers now. The interesting thing is, I do wonder... Last race, obviously, Henry Gregory got really far out in front, and then got reeled back in. Unless that's tyre management and heat in your tyres, because we've talked a lot about putting heat in your tyres. It's important to get your tyres warm. What it's not important to do is get your tyres hot, because hot, you'll start losing grip. It's counterintuitive to a point. That was a bit of a moment.
Proper slide, yeah. Fred Green, is right on the back, and there is the move up into Christmas. We've seen it many times today, and we'll see it many more later as well. Fred Green moves into the lead ahead of Morgan Hill, and I tell you what as well, Aaron Brown, he's joining this fight. Yeah. He is going to be on the scene if these guys continue to fight like this, which I'd imagine they're going to.
Oh yeah, they are going to continue. They'll continue battling, but I don't necessarily think they're going to fight hard yet. There's still 1 minute and 40 remaining, so we've got a good few laps yet to actually get through. But the thing is, Aaron Brown's right on the back end of them now, and he will be in the tow, he will be in the slipstream, which means he will get that boost up Christmas. Obviously, it's much less pronounced because there's 2 karts ahead of him. The more karts you have in front of you, the less you realistically get off the slipstream, because they've already got the slipstream. But it will be interesting to see how this plays out, because Fred Green isn't exactly pulling away very far.
No, he's not. And obviously, yes, okay, he's got the fast lap at the moment, but he is just dragging 3 karts behind him, essentially, with that slipstream. And we've seen already Fred today. I think something in the setup of that kart, he has really gone for straight line speed. We look in the corners, and both Morgan Hill and Henry Gregory close in. So I think he's probably set that kart for the straight line speed rather than the handling. And we've just seen, the distance as he's just managed to pull there on the start-finish straight compared to Hill and Gregory is insane. But Gregory is right on the back now of Hill. Is he going to make a move? The timer has dipped below 1 minute. So I'd imagine this time around we should be getting towards the final lap board. So once we see the final lap board, that is when it should all pop off, essentially. And do they push to catch Fred Green? Or does Henry Gregory just go, no, I'm having second, and that's that?
It'll be an interesting one to see, because they're not they are playing ball with each other. That's the thing. They're not trying to push each other out of the way. They're not trying to barge through.
This is last lap.
Here we are moving on to... Oh, no, just not the last lap. So by about a second, we are on to the penultimate lap of the race. Coming on towards Christmas, and I do wonder if Henry Gregory's about to make a move on Morgan Hill. He thought about it. There was a slight dive, but not a massive one. Fred Green, fastest lap of the race by a little bit. Not sure how much.
Not a massive amount. It's about a 1/10 of a second.
First drive into the 45s, though, I believe.
No, I tell you what.
So, someone's just gone wide. Is that the 29 of Morgan Hill? Yes, it was. That was Morgan Hill going wide out of Ashby.
Wow. So that is now a massive gap between Fred Green and Henry Gregory. So, hang on, where? I'm trying to work out what's going on here. So Fred Green comes through the boot complex to go on to his final lap. And let's see, for second place, Henry Gregory and Aaron Brown. Morgan Hill is right the way back there. Morgan Hill is out of it seems. So it's really a battle now. Yeah, Fred Green is just flying. So Henry Gregory and Aaron Brown, this is where the battle is. This is where the position will be decided. So Fred Green is up the road. Henry Gregory just starts to look at move at defending there, but he's just about managed to hold off Aaron Brown. Aaron is obviously just sticking to the back gearbox of that kart, and if he's going to make a move, it's got to be here. He's got to get a good run out of the bottom of Ogiers into the boot. Can he do it? No, I don't think so. I think that's it. I don't want to curse it, but I think that's it.
He's got one more chance to get around the outside on the final corner, but no, not quite. Across the line comes Fred Green to take the win, followed by Henry Gregory and Aaron Brown behind that. Fourth is Morgan Hill, Jensen Pugh in fifth. Rylan Ekberg jumps up to sixth. Couple of changes of position there. Piotr Jurovic is in seventh, Josh Polferman in eighth, Jensen Buckingham in ninth, and Tristan Powell in 10th. Did just spot as well on the chat, the Chantal D saying good luck for the final, Simeon Stone. Mum loves you loads. All the family is cheering from home, which is nice to see. I always like seeing people cheering on drivers in the chat. It's lovely to see.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it's lovely that everyone managed to, can join in with the chat. And obviously, one of the really good things about doing this online is that people can send in these comments.
Yes.
Obviously, if you're doing radio or TV, they have to text, and that costs them money. But here, it doesn't. You're able to take part in the live stream essentially, and that is one of the fantastic things. But speaking of fantastic things, it is nose cone check time.
Yeah, nose cone check.
Fred Green gets past. Henry Gregory gets past. Aaron Brown gets past. Oh, there's a bit of a look then, but he gets past.
He's doing it on purpose.
Morgan
Probably
Hill
just
gets
sat there
past.
going, how can I make them think that I'm going to give a penalty, and I'm not.
He's giving a thumbs up.
Everyone's going through so
Thumbs
fast.
up.
This is good to see. No one so far looks like they've got any problems.
No.
Which is certainly a good one to see. So we're moving on to the next race after this. So this was Senior X30 Heat 2, and next we move on to the first of our finals. It's the Junior Max B final. Here comes the grid then for one of the larger grids of the day. It's quite a large one. Right, so row 1 is DeJean Bennett, followed by Daniel Adabatis on the second position slot. Jacob Smith on row 2, followed by Ben Morgan, Ethan Hatch and Joshua rounding out the top 3 rows of the grid. Then after that, row 4 is Hygriva Gokuldath, and then Lachlan Homer in 8th, Alexander Camel in 9th and Harry Welch in 10th. Mateusz Shababny in 11th, Jonas Janusauskas in 12th, followed by row 7, which is Adam Turacek and Daniel Clancy. Row 8 is Daniel Callahan, followed by Sava Solonchenko, Frederick Vengraf and Ellis Snow rounding out the first 9 rows. And then the 10th row is the lone cart of Nathan Edwards.
Yes, indeed. Now, it's probably worth mentioning just before we get into this race that this is the only category today that has a and a B final.
Yes.
The B final is obviously because we've got such a large grid, we can't fit everybody in the main final, and we want everybody to have a chance in a final. So I believe it's the first 4 carts of this race go through into the A final. So the points are awarded from 5th place down. Let me just get this information for you. So B final points. So if you are in the first 4 positions, you don't get any points. And the reason for that is you go into the A final, and the A final points are the ones that you are awarded. If you finish 5th or lower, that's when you get points. So 5th place is 21 points, 6th place is 20 points, 7th place is 19 points, etc. and etc. It goes down a point per point. In the normal finals, first place is 60 points, second is 57, third place is 55, and then it goes down by a point each time. So, yes, we are in the first of the finals. This is the Junior Max B final. We've got 8 minutes plus a lap. And then, after this race, we go into the full-on, full-check finals. They are going to be 10 minutes plus a lap. But Junior Max, we've seen it time and time again. It is always fantastic racing. They always put everything on the line, and that's exactly what we like to see. So, we're obviously going to have a bit of a different winner, because these are drivers that are towards the back of the field, and it just means that they have a bit of a chance to get some screen time, and we get a chance to talk about people that were a little bit further back in the other races, which is nice. It's a nice change of pace to be able to talk about some of these people.
No, 100%. It also gives 4 of them a chance to get up into the main final, which is always good. It does mean then we'd have an absolutely full grid for the last final, which will be brilliant to see, especially in junior Rotaxes, because the junior Rotaxes, they always provide great racing, as does every class, but junior more so. Just purely because they're of that sort of mentality where it's just like 0 holds barred.
Yeah, exactly. Because of these drivers are probably a year maybe out of the micros or the the inters or whatever, and the performance difference between those karts and the Junior X30s is I'm going to say it again, gargantuan.
There
It's
it is.
fantastic. It is absolutely massive. And I have had the privilege of driving one of these karts,
Yeah.
and it is insane. I did the jump between a TKM and it was actually a senior Rotax.
Yeah.
The difference is insane, and so they are going to sort of, I believe these drivers are sort of around the 13 to 15 mark. So you're going to think these karts like max out at something like 60, 70 miles an hour around Whilton. Oh, there's somebody gone off already into the barrier. Oh,
that's
no.
a bit of a knock. At least they're fine. They're out the car.
Yeah, they're out the car. Obviously, he's trying to get back
one.
on track now. But yeah, this is what we've been talking about. Obviously, trying to warm up those tyres. It is so important. But yeah, like these drivers are, sort of between sort of 13 and 15 years old. It's still quite a lot to handle for that age, and because they're going so fast, they're also of the age and mentality of you kind of go for every single gap that appears before you, and that's why the junior Rotax, or indeed like junior racing in general, is fantastic to watch because they don't hold anything back.
No, they absolutely do not. So coming round out of the boot now. It's the flat of the boot rather than the heel of the boot. As you come into the lines, are we going to get a race start? That looks like the red lights have gone out, and we are green flag racing. Here we go, into the first corner. Everyone still knows to tell. That's some contact in the mid pack, but everyone has decided to make that work, which is brilliant to see. Side by side up into Christmas already. I mean, that's the thing. This is just what we mean by juniors. It is a B final. It is a final. Top 4 positions go through to the A final. They will be battling for their... Well, they'll be battling for their A final life, basically, is kind of the point.
100%, and we can see Jacob Smith there in second place, just defending his position for his absolute life. Oh my God, the 144 of Daniel Adamatis at the moment, just
Blooming
gone through
hell.
into third place. That was a fantastic move ahead of Ethan Hatch. He is now solidly in third place there. We can see that. There we go, at the front of the queue there, the 144. Dijon Bennett has just driven away, and we can see there, see Daniel Adamatis, he's just saying, come on, let's work together, let's catch these guys, let's get up there. So don't forget, the first 4 drivers of this race will be going through into the main final, the A final, later on today. So it's, yes, okay that you want to win, but it's not necessarily that important because you don't get any additional points for winning. It's just a case of just get in the top 4. It doesn't matter where in the top 4 if you progress.
Yep.
So if you're not in the top 4, then yes, get as high as you can. But if you're in the top 4, it doesn't matter what position you are because there's no points difference to benefit from.
No, exactly. That's the thing. It's just making sure you get into the top 4 and not falling out of it. The interesting thing is these B finals generally come round to absolutely mega battles when they actually get towards the end of the race, because that's when everyone starts pushing to go, well, I need 4th, I can't hold back now, I can't really work with someone. That's a little bit of a push there, just to put them through the corner. That's all they're really doing. And in the background, there's a move. They're going to try around the outside. There's the move around the outside for the 110. That was Josh Gore making a move around the outside. That is what we mean by a move around the outside up at Christmas. It's always brilliant, and it's blooming hard to do, but you can really do it.
It is very, very difficult, but Christmas Corner is unique in the way that it's made, in the way that it's set up, because it is obviously uphill, which means you can brake late. It means you can use gravity, essentially, to help you slow down and help you grip into that corner. And because it's such a wide corner, it allows you to carry that additional speed around the outside. And it doesn't... yes, okay, it benefits you to be on the inside, but it's not like a normal corner where you have to be on the inside to overtake. You can go either side, and we've seen that time and time again. People overtake left, right and centre around Christmas.
Yes, exactly, and it's a perfect position, incidentally, to do a dummy move. So you can make people think, I'm giving you space to go around the outside, and then cut back anyway. But then that's, oh, there we go, there's a move.
That was Daniel Adamatis, I believe.
I believe that was Daniel Adamatis,
into second place ahead of Jacob Smith. It was. And so Jacob Smith is down into third place. But this is what we mean. It doesn't matter, really, what position these guys are. They currently, as it stands provisionally, are going through to the A final. So it doesn't matter. But they're racers. They want to race. They want to overtake. And Daniel Adamatis, I believe, has his sight set on Dijon Bennett. He's probably looking at the road going, right, you're next.
Exactly, and I've just spotted it coming from Motorsport Magpie as well, going, yep, you tell a driver winning doesn't matter. That's exactly correct, to be fair, because any driver will want to come first on the road. Whether it matters whether they come first on the road, doesn't matter. They still want to get on the podium regardless, because even if it's the top 4 positions, there's still only 3 podium spots.
Yeah, of course, 100%. But it is one of those things that you can kind of mark out between the good drivers and the really great drivers, because they've got the brain capacity, the mental capacity to, yes, okay, drive at the absolute limit, but also say, okay, right, yes, okay, I would like to win, but say if you're in a championship fight, I need 3rd place to win. Yeah. I'm not going to push for 2nd or 1st because there's no point.
Yes.
I'm going to win the championship. I get the same 3rd, and it's safer to do that. And it's a similar thing here. You don't want to break the kart. You don't want to injure yourself. You don't want to get any penalties or anything like that. So if you're in the top 4 with your head screwed on, you'd stay there. You wouldn't push too much. But we can see around the outside,
is that
the
another
110 of Josh Gora. What a move! That was absolutely astonishing. Round the outside of Ethan Hatch. If I was Ethan, he's been overtaken round the outside of that corner twice so far this race.
Defend the outside at that point.
Defend the outside, yeah. So message to Ethan, defend the outside at Christmas. Okay, yes, but hopefully he can get back onto the back of Josh Gora and give us a bit more of a fight, because obviously this is now the cusp of the promotion into the A final. So Josh Gora now is currently within a shout of going to the A final. Ethan Hatch has just been taken out of it. So if you're Ethan, you want to get back into it, but there's just a little bit of a gap now forming between them, as Dijon Bennett is down the road, Daniel Adamatis is down the road, Jacob Smith is sort of down the road, and Josh Gora is right there.
No, exactly, and currently Dijon Bennett has managed to pull a 2-second gap. I'm not sure how long that's going to last, given that last lap Adamatis was 0.04 of a second faster. It's not enough to catch him by the end of the race at that sort of pace, but it's when they come round through the boot and across the line that we're going to see whether that gap has decreased at all, because that's the important thing, is whether the gap has decreased, not necessarily by how much. So just absolutely clattering the little bubble there on the side. So it's come down by about a 10th. So he's on 2/10 faster than Bennett right now, so not enough for the rest of the race. You'd have to be doing another, what? Goodness knows how many laps to get that, 10 more laps or something. So it wouldn't really work.
He doesn't need it though. I know I keep saying this, but he doesn't. He's secure at the moment.
Yes.
As long as he just keeps driving within his comfortable zone, he'll be fine. He'll get through into the A final, and that's when it matters. So, but other than that, that is the number 110 of Josh Gora going. Well, he's trying to take Jacob Smith. Yeah.
Jacob Smith defending the outside line.
Yes.
Doing a very good job of defending the outside line, incidentally. But the thing is, he's just not. I don't quite think he's going to be quick enough to hold Josh Gora off for much longer, to be honest. Incidentally, your point about the fact these two drivers are in 3rd and 4th.
Exactly.
These two drivers will go to the A final, regardless of whatever happens. He's still making a move. I mean, that was probably the easiest move he's made up at Christmas, to be honest. But that was contact, and now that's brought 5th back into play.
He probably felt a bit strange to go on the inside of Christmas
rather
than going around the outside. But I mean, Ethan Hatch is now right on the back of these pair, and he's trying to look at the inside of Jacob Smith. He hasn't. Has he? Has he? They're side by side coming into the boot, and we can see here that Jacob Smith has just opened the flap on his radiator, just trying to get that additional airflow into the engine, trying to make sure his engine is running as optimally as possible. This matters. He is in 4th place as it stands. If he stays here, he will go to the A final. If Ethan Hatch behind him gets past, Ethan will go to the final. This is what matters.
Exactly. As they come round to Christmas now, this is going to turn into a proper battle at the front of the grid here. Not quite right at the front, but this is definitely going to turn into a battle at the very least. Coming down in towards Ashby now, passing through Ashby, coming down into the centre of the circuit and starting to make the moves down to Ogiers. I have a feeling these guys are going to sit in a group and just wait until the last lap, and then they're going to go for it, because they can at least get themselves to the last lap, which means anything they do then is going to be fairly easy to make the move. This is very close between this. That's a back marker. This is going to get very close out the corner. That's currently Josh Gora trying to get round them.
We're on the final lap though.
Exactly.
And here we go. So, yeah, so the back marker, so Josh Gora is getting around them, so Ethan Hatch is right on the back of Jacob Smith. He will have seen that last lap board come out, and here he comes. No, that's the back marker, I do apologise. Here we go, though. 28, Ethan Hatch. What a move by Ethan Hatch there. That is absolutely final. That was on the limit. He judged that to perfection. He saw the gap, he placed himself, and he got past Jacob Smith.
Exactly, and we're still side by side. Slight contact between the 174 and the 28 there. Going round towards the boot. This is where everyone's going to have to make moves. So currently we're only going to really be able to find out. There's a button. Oh, no! That's the contact into the boot.
I think that was Alexander Campbell came up the inside as well.
There was a slight contact into the boot.
Let's find out. So, Dijon Bennett wins. Daniel Atamatis in second. Josh Gora. And Alexander Campbell comes up from 6th place to 4th in the boot. And Alexander Campbell, at the last minute, out of nowhere, makes it to the A final. Wow.
And that's the wonders of B finals, everybody.
And that's why we love Junior Rotax.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's just that is a little bit crazy, that final. I mean, it always comes down to the last minute. That's the thing. They've got basically nothing to lose at that point. If you're in 4th or 5th and you're just trying to get a position, it's like, well, I'm going to go for it. I've got to go for it. There's no right. If you miss out on the A final, you do. But otherwise, it's just a case of making sure you just get through. Unfortunately, there was marginal contact there, so I'm not sure what'll happen too much there. But
what'd be interesting though, Ethan Hatch. Obviously, Ethan was the one that tapped Jacob Smith.
Yes,
I believe. And
yeah,
I don't want to say too much, but I think there was some. Yeah. So what'll be interesting to see is the 28 nose cone.
Yep, got to be on the nose cone watch for this one. So 28, where are you?
Here he is.
Oh, he's fine.
He's okay.
Yep, so he's fine. Okay, so that's interesting. So, yeah, as I say, it takes a lot to knock those nose cone clips out. There's a reason why that takes so much. Otherwise, it would just pop off at every little bump on the circuit.
Yeah.
So, it does take quite a fair bit. Slight knocks from the side, not so likely. If you go into someone with a lot of force at the front, that's when you can sort of pop the pins out. If it's a weird pull angle, that's when that generally happens. So, I wasn't expecting necessarily to see a nose cone there. So that's all good. So with that being said,
last one.
Yep, that's the last one.
He goes to high five.
Nice little high five. He gets the special high five there. That was nice.
Yes.
But after this one, so we've had the Junior Max B final, which means we'll be running into the first of our major. Yep. So we're going to be running into the first of the non-B/A finals, which is the Miami Waterswift Restricted and the Rotax Cadets.
Alright, so here we go, the grid for the first final of the day. On row 1, we've got Benediktas Masiokas and Darren Dimitrov. On row 2, Logan Rolfe and Harry Knight. Row 3, Albert Farrow and Dimitar Uzanov. On row 4, Harris Barber and Charlie Page. Row 5, Maximilian Abrahard and Chloe McGill. Row number 6, Ethan Coupland and James Derovu. On row number 7, we've got Rudra Gothanath and Otto Ame. Row 8, Ralph Martin and Piers Taylor. Row 9, Ted Haywood and Max Armitz. On row number 10, Tobin Miles and Leo Russell. Row number 11, Alessandro Salas and Philip Patro. On row 12, Henry Algar and Reggie Chandler. And finally, row 13, Ollie West and Max Dunn. And that rounds out the first final grid of the day. So, finals. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 finals.
Of course, the Junior Max B final does class as a final, but it is a final to put people into the main final. So that's why we're classifying a little bit differently on that front. But it is still a final, just it's a lead-in to a final.
Yes, indeed. And now with the drivers in this category, obviously they're quite young.
Yes.
They're sort of between 8 and 10, 11, 12 years old, give or take. So they're still quite young, but we keep talking about slipstream around Whilton, but these karts especially,
Whoa!
Who was that?
Into the grass.
Didn't quite see that. No.
Not sure what happened there. That was a interesting one. It might have been just a bit of... It happens on warm-up laps. Sometimes you get a little bit of loading behind, and some people go slower than others. And
probably
you
cold
should hold.
tyres.
Yeah, cold tyres don't help, but holding a static pace everyone wants to do their warm-up lap differently, which means no one entirely knows what everyone else is going to do. So that's when you get issues like that, where someone just goes a little bit unpredictably, and then that's the second grid in the background, incidentally.
Yes. Yeah, so don't worry, they're not lagging behind. Number 25, we've been told, so we can see now the number 25, which is Rudra
Gothornath, that's the one. So coming around here for the start of the first grid. As per usual, there is 2 grids, and it's very hard to keep track of 2, so we apologise if we do miss anyone in the secondary grid on this one or the first grid. So coming round out of into oblivion. Let's go with it. Yeah. Going up the hill now towards Christmas. Front group very close, side by side, touching wheels. Let's see if people can make that 3 wide into Christmas.
Oh, what a move, Albert Farrow. Oh. He started in, I think, 6th place. He's now in 3rd place. And we haven't even got halfway through the lap yet. He's already there. Now, this is the second group, obviously. So side by side, the number 24 and the number 88, Ollie West and Max Dunn. But, hopefully we can kind of catch up. Yeah, so Albert Farrow really is one of the main ones to watch.
Oh, side by side for the lead. Side by side for the lead into the boot, and that's a move by the 65, I believe that was. Right into the boot, just making the move for the lead. That was Dimitrov getting up at the front. We've had a couple of places move further back. And across the line now to start the second lap that they're on also. So, top 4 close together. Darren Dimitrov in the lead, followed by Masiokas, Farrow, Knight, Rolf Barber, Martin Page, McGill, and Abrahart around the top 10. And there's another move down the inside from Masiokas, just moving left onto the car to the left and pushing about slightly wide. Fair move at the end of the day, coming down towards Ashby Corner. Now it's a battle for the lead with about 6 or 7 karts potentially coming into this. 5 at the moment. 112 followed by the 41. So currently the lead is Masiokas, followed by Farrow, and that's Farrow down the inside into Ogiers and heading up towards the boot. This is all kicked off suddenly. I don't know where this came from.
Because they saw the word final and they went, okay, it's time. And I believe, yes, Albert Friend, obviously, Farrow, sorry, not Albert Friend. I always get the 2 mixed up. Albert Farrow is now obviously leading. We said he is one of the ones to watch, and surprise, surprise, he is leading by the end of the lap. Beneditas Masiokas in 2nd, Harry Knight in 3rd, Darren Dimitrov in 4th. There's a massive train of karts here that are just being dragged along behind, and we've got a move here, nice being made by the number 18 of Chloe McGill. Very nice move there on Maximilian Abrahart. So very nice move there from Chloe. But up at the front, obviously, there's a massive train of karts. I believe it's like 1st down to 7th, I think? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, 7 karts, all Linus turn, and quite frankly, any one of them can win it. And interestingly, I think I'm looking at the standings here, 7th place, Charlie Page, is currently the championship leader.
It will be an interesting one. This is one of those championships that still... It's not massively close, that's the thing. Obviously, barring any major incidents for anyone at the front, that's when it could come back into it. It's definitely not as close as something like the juniors, but it is very, very close. Up at the front, and we've got to move for 3rd place. That is the 65, I think that's the 65 Dimitrov. Yes, it is, just making the move down the inside, and there's the slowing down that they have, which means that everyone else comes back into the leaders. Have actually managed to make a little bit of a gap. Not enough, but enough of a gap that they can sort of breathe a tiny bit. They won't be able to completely change everything, so that's the thing. They're just making sure they get through this race fairly unscathed. There's a move down the inside, potentially. Yeah. Ooh, side by side. That's a bit of a hip check onto the grass there. Thankfully, everyone's all good.
Harris Barber through Logan
very,
Wolf, I believe.
Very close for the lead.
Yes. Yeah, this is where we really need to be watching. Albert Farrow and Beneditas Masiokas have been fighting tooth and nail all day long. This is where the battle is for the race. But we're both of us just looking currently at the standings, and it looks like Charlie Page has quite a lead in the championship over Maximilian Abrahart. So we will focus on Albert Farrow and Beneditas Masiokas for the time being. And all we can see here, Albert Farrow is just defending. He just moves over. See, this is what we've been talking about with Albert Farrow. He knew the move was coming there. He pulled over to the right-hand side just to say to Masiokas, I'm here. I know what you're going to do. Stay there, basically. And then he moves back over just to assert his authority. He's currently, just holding off. But Ooh,
that's a move into the
Darren
boot.
Dimitrov is just trying to hold off Logan Rolfe, I believe.
Oh my
I think
word.
they're going side by side through into the chicane behind the two leaders. They're gapping a little bit. 65 is now, sorry, 65. So Darren Dimitrov is still in the lead, followed by Logan Rolfe, Harris Barber, Charlie Page, Harry Knight. So this train of cars is still so close. Anything could happen here.
And here we go, around the outside, potential move. That's a move, try by the 32. We've seen it happen before. Not quite. It does depend on how brave you are around Christmas. It's not easy. I mean, even just going through there on rentals is terrifying enough, let alone when you're going in these, which incidentally are very quick. But as far as I know, I think most rentals are about the speed of a... Oh, that's a move down the inside.
Oh, no!
Dear, that's not where you want to see a kart.
No,
so it's
not
21
good.
on the 32 into the barriers.
That's
That is Logan Rolfe and Harris Barber, which is a real shame. At least they're just immediately getting... Oh, dear.
looks like
Yeah,
he's-
that's a little bit of holding his arm there, so hopefully he's all okay.
Yeah, it looked like the cart may have just clipped his elbow
Yes.
there, so hopefully he's okay. Yeah, if he's okay, obviously he'll be able to get back into the race. It looks like he's standing up there just to the outside of the Ogier's corner. But Masiokas, interestingly, has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's only 2/10 behind Albert Farrow. A little bit further back, obviously, we've got Darren Dimitrov and Charlie Page and Harry Knight all fighting again, tooth and nail. But it looks like Charlie Page and Harry Knight right close with each other. I think that is them two that we're looking at now. Charlie Page, Harry Knight, 33 and 63. Yep. Yes, that's them. So, Charlie Page and Harry Knight right there with each other. Obviously, Charlie Page currently the championship leader, and Harry Knight is actually splitting the two championship leaders because Maximilian Eberhardt, in second place in the championship, is in sixth place in the race, just behind the number 63 kart of Harry Knight.
100%.
So, sorry.
Sorry, go for it.
No, it's all good. So Albert Farrow, obviously, and Benediktas Masiokas currently out in the lead. Oh, but I tell you what, Charlie Page has got right onto the back of Darren Dimitrov. And is he going to make a move? He is trying round the outside. Can he stick it? Can he stick it? No, not quite. He's going to try and get a cut back. And can he get down to Ashby? Here we go. Through Inkermans is going to try help the inside. No, not quite, but he has to defend a little bit from Maximilian Eberhardt. I think that was his the number 3 kart. No. Yes, yeah, Maximilian Eberhardt has got past Harry Knight and is currently in 5th place. So Charlie Page, Maximilian Eberhardt, 1 and 2 in the championship, and now lying astern. This could get interesting.
I'm trying to see where the leaders are. Leaders are very close to each other. Not hugely close, but close enough that they should be able to take some form of action soon, but they'll probably be working together. We've still got 3 minutes left in the race. There is your leaders, incidentally. There might be a potential move, because at the end of the day, as much as Masiokas is sat behind Albert Farrow, he's not going to want to sit there if he feels that Albert Farrow is slowing him down. I don't think he feels that Albert Farrow is slowing him down. I think that Albert Farrow is probably just trying to work with him to pull away from the group behind as well, because as much as was a move potentially in the background here, coming down into
Charlie Page.
That was Page, I think, making a move on Dimitrov. But as I was saying, it's the toe doesn't necessarily happen to be the toe as well. You can also have the push. It's not bump drafting necessarily, but it is close to. If you're right on the rear bumper but not quite touching, you're still giving a little cushion of air to push them faster. So using both, you're using a pull and a push. So coming round into the boot, that's quite a large gap now between 33 and 3.
What's happened there?
Something's happened. I think it's been a bit of a mistake there.
Darren Dimitrov has just dropped
Whoa.
to the back of that group.
So 65, yeah, he's still there at least, so he
Yeah,
hasn't
still
gone off
there.
the track, so we've still got him in the group. There may have just been some side-by-side action. I think that's probably more likely what's happened. Oh dear, who's that round? That is the 88, I believe, if I'm reading that correctly.
I think it might be the 8. Oh, it could be Max Dunn
Might
is
be
the
Max
88.
Dunn, yes.
Who's in the IAMI? Yes, it
Correct,
is 88.
88.
Yes. So he's in the IAMI Waterswift category, Waterswift Restricted, I should say, category.
Incidentally, it would be interesting to see where the Waterswift Restricted number 34 is. Ralph Martin currently in the lead of that grid, I believe.
I think actually might
No,
be
sorry,
the
not
GP.
Ralph Martin. Sorry, not Ralph Martin. It's
Alessandro
GP of
Salas.
Alessandro. I got my numbers mixed up. I apologise to everyone who is watching the stream. Normally not that stupid with my...
Yeah, the GP plate, obviously the
Thank you.
Kart Masters champion.
So Alessandro Salas still considerably above anyone below him.
Yes.
He's currently 15th place on the track. And then the next kart behind him would be Philip Patro, down in 18th, so a couple of positions behind. Leaders of this currently, though, still right on each other for the Rotax Micros.
I believe we've got 2 laps remaining after this anyway, so looking at the time, roughly they should easily get to the line before the last lap board, and the counter goes down to 0. So next time around, after this one, they should be shown the last lap board. See the blue flag's been waving there. Sorry, do apologise.
Yeah, sorry. So, someone just moving out of the way. So I have just noticed incidentally, are you saying who's sitting where on the championship? So we are attempting to, yes. Currently we have the Micro Cadet Championship up. This is currently at Charlie Page with 621 points to count and Maximilian Eberhardt at 543. So I don't really think there's a possible chance there. The difference is Maximilian Eberhardt and Darren Dimitrov, I'm not sure entirely if they're far enough apart. No, they're not. So Maximilian Eberhardt would still get enough points off that to stay ahead of Darren Dimitrov. They're about 17-ish points separated between the two of them on the Micro Cadets at the very least. So wouldn't be enough of a points difference to get them in place on that front. Unfortunately, John Ratcliffe is normally the commentator on this one. He has a much better idea of where everyone is in the championship. So we're trying, because we're standing in for John because of his racing at Alton Park over the weekend, and he wouldn't unfortunately be able to make it back. But yeah, we hope everything's going well with John over there as well, and hope everything went well during the racing as well. So 41 and 112 come around to start the final lap.
Yes, indeed. So here we go. Albert Ferro and Masiokas. Can Benedictas make that move on Albert Ferro? I mean, the gap now is 0.3 of a second. Albert has just managed to eke out that little bit of time. But you can see there the slipstream coming into effect. Masiokas just catches up right to the top of the hill at Christmas Corner. Round Inkermans and down towards Ashby. This is getting close now. Realistically, where's he going to make the move? I think it could be into the boot. That is probably going to be the most sensible choice if he can make a move. But Albert Ferro is defending now into Ogiers, so Masiokas is right there. Albert Ferro is on a compromised line. He has to defend into the boot. He can just about hold him off into the boot, I believe. Albert Ferro should be okay. He's looking okay. Through the chicane, through the last corner, and Albert Ferro comes through to take the final win, the finals win of the 2024 season.
Charlie Page coming third as well, which should, provisionally, based on our maths, which may not or may be accurate, it should have come through there to make sure, because this round is marked currently as his drop round, so it won't actually matter depending. So he would, at that point, come out as champion for the season. So congratulations, Charlie Page, if that is the case. Maximilian Eberhardt would come in second, and Darren Dimitrov, I believe, would come in third. So that's where we sort of provisionally think these drivers should have finished in the championships. But obviously that is provisional in that event, and it's not even provisional because that is just us doing some very quick maths.
Yes, indeed, yes. We are looking at the table as it stands, and it does look as if, Charlie Page has... well, provisionally got the championship. But here we go. Let's see what happens.
Yes, that's incidentally what we're actually having a look at and just making sure we're doing the maths correctly. Joshua Owen in the chat. So thank you very much for the heads up, though.
Yes. So there you go. Albert Ferro gets through okay.
It's not live. We're still having to do the maths somewhat.
Yes.
So that's 33 is fine. So that's top three. It's top three of
Perfect.
5.
Okay, and here
number 3 I'm worried about.
Yeah, Charlie Page got past Maximilian Eberhardt. He's okay as well. Cool. We've got the updated standings is in. We've got the 2 previous heat results.
Yes.
All added up. And we have another screen to my right that I'm looking at with all of the points awarded for each individual finishing position as well. So we can see what points they should be getting for each race as well. Yes, that was a fantastic race, as it always is, with the Waterswift Restricted and the Rotax Cadets. But we have coming up next the Waterswift Inters, which is the unrestricted, I think. It is the unrestricted, yes. So, coming up next is Waterswift Inters.
Hello, we are back with Waterswift Inters, and this is going to be an interesting one because the top 2 positions are separated by 5 points on the championship right now. So, onto the grid. Jensen Ackerman on row 1 with Grayson Wortley alongside Henry Clark on row 2 and Enzo Butterazzi in 4th place, Simeon Stone in 5th and Alfie Taylor in 6th. In 7th is Jonty Restrick, 8th is Jacob Nairn, 9 is Orion Mesa, and 10th is Henry Johnson. A small grid, but a good grid, and this should be a very interesting race. So as I was just saying, Jensen Ackerman is currently leading the championship just currently with 589 points to count, and Jonty Restrick 584. So it should be very interesting. So realistically, if we have a look at this, so that means technically, let's go with some technicalities. That would mean if Jonty Restrick finished first and Jensen Ackerman finished fourth, that would mean Restrick would jump above Ackerman in the standings on the championship, and provisionally that would mean he would jump above him.
Yes, absolutely. As long as Jensen Ackerman finishes in front of Jonty Restrick, he will be, provisionally, the 2024 champion. So this has everything on the line now. Anything could happen.
Exactly, and on the grids as well. We saw them a little bit apart on the grids, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it's first and seventh. So I think Jonty Restrick is in seventh. Jensen Ackerman is on pole position.
Yes.
So Jonty Restrick has got it all to do, and Jensen Ackerman has got it all to lose.
Exactly, and so technically, if they finished as they start, that would be 9 points between them on that. So that would still mean that Jensen Ackerman increases his lead of the championship. So as they go out on track, I mean, it will be interesting to see whether Restrick can actually move forward on the grids.
I think he will be able to.
I think he'll be able to move forward. It's then whether he can make that count with Ackerman, because that's still quite a lot of drops from pole.
To be honest, I think with Ackerman, I don't think that's in Restrick's control. I think, because if you look at who's around Ackerman, he's got Grayson Wortley, he's got Henry Clark, he's got Enzo Butterazzi. Like, all these drivers have been absolutely on it today. And if he gets caught up in any of those battles, something could happen with that means that Jonty Restrick might be able to jump them. So we don't want to speculate. We want to watch and see what happens.
Exactly. That's all going to come up any second now. So forming up on the back straight now. As we say, 10-kart grid, but it doesn't matter if it's only 10 karts or 30 karts. You still get just as good racing, because the 10 who are here are all wanting to get those positions. And as we say, Jensen Ackerman and Jonty Restrick battling for the championship. This is a very quick start compared to some what we've seen. But there is only 10 of them, so it makes it a little bit easier, hopefully, to get the race started. So, round the final corner, are we going to get the race started? We are green. That is a green flag for 10 minutes in the finals, 10 minutes of racing, and round into the first corner, currently through Oblivion. And I think that was a move by the number 70, Grayson Burton, to get in second. Or he might be close, but it's still side by side into Christmas. That's getting very close. Number 29 currently side by side. Oh, that was a little bit of a touch, but not major, coming down towards Ashby. And now everyone's sort of keeping all line astern, apart from a couple in the back who are deciding to make some moves. But other than that, just letting them all work it out on this first lap, because anything can change in the first lap, anything can change in the second. And we found that already today, where you call one thing and then suddenly a car just goes, nah, I'm going to be there now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, we just want to try and keep an eye on where Jonty Restrick is, because the time screen at the moment, it might not be accurate. It's showing him as 9th place. Obviously, this is updated when they went over the line. So here they come round the final corner now. Let's see on the actual positions currently. So Jensen Ackerman in first, Grayson Wortley in second, Enzo Butterazzi in third, Henry Clark in fourth, Simeon Stone in fifth, Jacob Narin in sixth. Jonty Restrick is still in 7th place, so he's still got it all to do, and Jensen Ackerman is holding on strong up in first place. But we can see here there's a, I'll tell you what, Grayson Wortley is right on the back of Jensen Ackerman. What he really needs to do now, if you were Grayson, is he'd want to work together with Jensen, start to push away from the field behind them, and then, as we've spoken about many times already today, when the time is right, make that move. But we can see the 82 there of Henry Clark getting in front of Enzo Butterazzi. That's a fantastic move into Ogiers there.
100%, 3 karts very close on track right now. That's the 82 of Henry Clark, followed by Butterazzi, and then followed swiftly after that by, I believe, the number 18 of Simeon Stone. Yes, that is correct. Incidentally, I have actually just checked something on the tables. This round, on round 8, will class as a drop for Ackerman and Restrick.
For both of them?
Yes. So that's the interesting one, because I've just spotted the blue on those. Blue generally stands for the drop rounds on the championship tables. So it's an interesting one to see. But, of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be the drop, because it's the worst 2, if I remember rightly, on points.
Yes.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that it stays a drop.
Yeah, I think obviously Jensen Ackerman, he's chosen this one to drop, and if you look on the table here, it says 1 and 1. He's currently won both races, and if he wins this one as well, I'm not sure it will be one of the ones that he wants to drop.
No, but simultaneously, obviously, Restrick is also dropping, so it's like it sort of adds up side by side. But that's at the end of the day what the provisional championships are for at the end of the day on that one.
Yes.
So, that's the 25 off the track. That is Jacob Nairn, just getting his kart back on circuit. It was still very, very close at the front. And as we've been saying all day, if you can pull a second gap by the first or second lap, then at the end of the first or the start of the second, then you've got pretty much a chance. Unfortunately, Jensen Ackerman has not, and there is someone right on his back bumper there.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, they haven't been able to try and get away from Henry Clark and Enzo Butterazzi, and that means, look at this now, they are all together. We can see there, Grayson Wortley, he's using his hand signals, let's work together, let's get away, but they haven't so far. So, at the end of the day, who blinks first? Who is going to make the move first? I wouldn't be surprised if Henry Clark gets up to Grayson and goes, right, my time, goodbye.
Exactly, that's the main thing, and it's just, I think they'll hold with each other for a little bit. On the front group at the very least, because they'll want to pull away from the group behind, because you've still got Butterazzi trying to make a move. Butterazzi will still be trying to get to the back of this group. I'm not sure how long that's going to be the case that he can, but it is Butterazzi. He's a very quick driver and he can catch up. We've seen it before.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen him do very, very well already today. He's been right at the very front the entire day, so I wouldn't count him out at all. No. And speaking of not counting out, Henry Clark just set the fast lap of a 50.5, which interestingly is 0.2 quicker than the two drivers in front of him. So again, like any of these top drivers could be the finals winner here. Anything could happen.
Exactly, and we did just see an attempt to move up there, and then I think it was, I believe it was Henry Clark on Grayson Wortley, and Wortley was just sat there going, he saw it, and it was like, no, don't do that, but he's going to do it anyway. He stated to work together earlier in the lap, and he's now been told, no, I don't want to work together, I will take that position, I'm quicker. And as we say that, that's Butterazzi onto the back of them, so doing that has slowed them right up, which means Butterazzi now has a chance for second place if he can keep hold of this.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously Jensen Ackerman in all of this has managed to gain, well, he's now 0.6 of a second ahead of Henry Clark, but Henry's now going to be looking at this. You just saw Grayson Wortley there tapping his helmet. Interestingly, he taps his helmet to say work together and then tries to make a move on Henry Clark. Is he playing mind games? Possibly. We've already spoken. Mind games are part of the sport. It's part of what you have to do. And they are working together now, I believe, by the looks of it. Yeah, I think so. I think they're trying to get back onto the back of Jensen Ackerman and just try to take the fight to him. By the looks of it, yeah, there's a bit of a gap. Yeah, we can see there Henry Clark tapping his helmet. Come on, boys, let's work together. Let's catch Jensen.
And at the end of the day, they're still very, very close to him. It's not like they've fallen off him at all. They've still got every chance. Well, I mean, they've just got a really nice run out the final corner, so they've definitely still got every chance. I do now wonder how much of the work together taps are work together taps or joking about work together taps, because some of them are trying to do reverse psychology. Some of them are definitely trying to just trick the other driver. It does work. Telling someone, I want to work together, and then going, but you see, and then going around the outside of them, that it does work quite well. There's a move down the inside by the 82. That's a lead change right there. Henry Clark, but the thing is, that's going to have slowed down Jensen Ackerman, and there'll be a chance, potentially, for Grayson Wortley to catch up with him too. And again, that's the thing, it's the flow. If Jensen Ackerman's now been knocked off his flow, sort of knocked out of his groove, so to speak, it's going to be an interesting one, and I think he's got enough of a head on his shoulders to make sure that he can stay there and not let it affect him, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he hasn't lost any time really. He's lost a little bit of position, but that's it. You know, he's still right on the back, and I mean, there's on the back, and then there's that. He is literally pushing Henry Clark right up to Christmas corner. They are working together. He is not making a move. He wants to get away from the drivers behind him. He wants to make this. He wants to take it from a 4-horse race down to a 2-horse race. He had the perfect opportunity both at Christmas and down into Ashby there to make a move, and he didn't. He wants to get away from the drivers behind him. They still have over 3 minutes left of this race, and while that might now sound like a lot of time, in racing, you'd be surprised how much can happen in just that little bit of time.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, all of these drivers are right next to each other. All it takes is one mistake, 1 millimetre offline, 1 millimetre wrong on the steering, I don't know, getting 4 wheels off the ground on that final chicane, which is very easy to do. It's very easy because they have to cut it as tight as they can to straight line the corner as best they can. That's all it takes, especially going off here as well. That is not a smooth rumble strip, as we're potentially going to get a move for the lead again by Jensen Ackerman, who is provisionally, thank you, Motorsport Backline in the chat, provisionally would be the champion at the moment if he finished here on the day, but he's still battling. Okay, this is where the battling is going to start, because these two battling is going to cause Grayson Wortley the opportunity to get around the outside and someone to go around the inside, and that's what I mean by just being knocked off the groove, and that means Butterazzi's now up into third.
That was absolutely astonishing. That was really, really good placement from all 4 drivers. You can see Jensen Ackerman. No, sorry, that is. Do correct myself. That's Grayson Wortley. Just correct, like he's tapping his helmet. Yeah. Come on, let's think, let's work together. And as you say, Butterazzi up into 2nd place. You cannot count him out. He's also tapping his helmet. Let's work together. Let's work together. They've got 2 minutes left. They need to try and work this out. In the meantime, Jonty Restrick has managed to get past Alfie Taylor up into 6th place. But I think he's too far back, really.
He didn't listen.
And never mind. Henry Clark did not listen. He is back up into 3rd. He wants this win. 2 minutes remaining. Let's go. Let's go after Jensen and Grayson. This can still happen. Anything can happen here. You can see Grayson Wortley. He's just looking back, see what the distance is between himself and Enzo, or himself and Henry as it stands. And he knows Henry is a quick driver. Although they've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left, he can still catch.
He can, and at the end of the day, unless Restrick gets in front of Ackerman, it wouldn't matter anyway. So Restrick currently halfway down the grid with 1 minute and 30 to go. If he managed to pull 2 seconds gap to Jensen Ackerman and get Ackerman down to 4th, that would probably be the drive of the century, let alone the drive of the weekend. So coming up towards the top now, they are going to be close. Whether he'll make the move, that's a partial defence, not a major defence, but he was sitting in the middle a little bit. He was worried that the number 70 of Wortley was going to go down the inside, but he didn't. It's the group behind who's now split up a bit. So I think what's probably going to happen here is we're going to get towards the final lap, and then Wortley's just going to, all the floodgates are going to open, and everyone is just going to start going for it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, interestingly, I believe, Jonty Restrick is at the back of this group. He's watching this all unfold in front of him. So that's quite interesting. There's still a chance, but I mean, we'll be showing the last lap board next time around. So as we come through the boot for the second last time, whatever it is, third last time. So they'll be going, last lap next time around. So Jensen Ackerman has got 2 laps left to defend this position. He's got 2 laps left to end his championship potentially winning year with a provisional finals win.
So that was a little bit of a close move there. Might have been a move. I'm not entirely sure on that one, but they're right on each other's bumpers. Leaders still right on each other's bumpers, and everyone else still right with each other either. This is getting very close. Like any position, basically all the positions at the top here aren't necessarily decided. Even 1st and 2nd aren't necessarily decided, because all it takes is both of them having a little bit too close for comfort battle, and we've seen it earlier in the day where people have taken each other out on the last lap by accident, just pushing a little bit too hard, and it does happen. It's never nice when it happens, but we will see what happens as we come round to the last lap. Now, there we go.
Yes, indeed. So we have got 1,200 metres left to decide this battle. Jensen Ackerman currently leads. Grayson Wortley, he is looking left, right. He wants to get away past Jensen Ackerman. He is right there. Down to Ashby, you can bet there's a move coming here. Oh, and Jensen Ackerman defends like a champion. He gets through Ashby, still in the lead. Now we're going through into Ogiers. Here he comes. He's right there. Okay, last place really for Grayson to try and get past is the boot. Exactly. So here we come. There's a bit of a gap between them now. I don't think he can do it. I think Jensen has this. He comes round the boot for the final time in 2024. Round the chicane, round the final corner. He is provisional champion and the finals winner.
That's a final. Even if not much moved apart around the circuit, even if people didn't necessarily overtake each other right towards the end, it still doesn't make it any less exciting towards the end of that. And I think that's the most amazing thing about this. That's the thing, and I love about Whilton Mill Kart Club, is it doesn't matter whether everyone's overtaking each other. Just them being near each other on track is exciting. Yeah,
exactly. Because it's like, racing isn't just passing. Racing is positioning. It's defending.
Yes.
It's looking at where you need to be, where you need to be placing yourself, where your competitor is. It's everything culminated together, and that's what makes it fantastic. And that's what made that race, even though there wasn't quite as many position changes as some other races, it made it just as exciting.
Absolutely. But yes, that was one huge race as well. It was a proper gargantuan battle. There you go. I've managed to get gargantuan in.
Yes, indeed.
And as
Word of the day there.
Word of the day, gargantuan. Going down to the nose cone check. This could be important, to be fair, because all it would take is Ackerman having a problem. So we'll see what happens.
Let's see.
He's fine.
Yes.
Okay. All it would take is for a nose cone penalty, because if you look at it, they were very close on track.
Yeah, they were.
I think it's a 5-second penalty for a nose cone, which if it had happened, it obviously hasn't, but if it had, he'd be down to 7th, which would be quite a drop. And it's if that had happened, we'd be talking about a very different race end there, I think, and
Yes,
a different
we would have
championship
been.
potentially, because that could have been very interesting. But
Yes, Motorsport Magpie in the chat. Congratulations, provisional champion Jensen Ackerman. Yes, indeed, congratulations. It has been an astonishing year for Jensen. I mean, if you look at his run, he has literally won.
That's really nice.
Oh, sorry. So I'm looking at the wrong thing there.
Give me a sec. I'll get Kieran the actual correct.
So we're just trying to find the correct sheet here for us.
No.
Never mind, it's all right. He's a fantastic run anyway this year, and obviously he ends it with that win. Yes, okay, so he's had a couple of wins and a couple of podiums here and there. But yeah, it's just been consistency really for Jensen this year. And today he has had first. He has done it when it mattered, and that's what counts.
Yes, exactly. So,
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so yeah, coming up next. So we're ready for the next race, and the next race is the Rotax Minis. Well, yes, indeed, Rotax Minis. It has. We're looking at the championship table now. It has been an astonishing year for some of these drivers. But here we go. So, row 1, Sebastian Clark and Leo Livings. Row 2, Benjamin Lawn and Ilio Bellico. Row 3, Max Wheatley and Finley Hines. Row 4, Sebastian Behrman and Finley Lines. Row 5, Jensen Sayel and Arthur Farrow. Row 6, Otis Clearly and Rian Townsend. Row 7, Ruben Jenkins and Oliver Barton. Row 8, Adam Duatas and Oscar Roach. Row 9, Daniel Vizquez and Oliver Dawson. Row number 10, Ali Akile Nan Guione and George Fountain. Row 11, Jensen Walker and Warwick Milam. Row 10, Ayrton Bry and Ed Spain. Row number 13, Nathan Rond and Connor J. Winfield. Row 14, Jack Charles Bailey and Finn Davenport. Row 15, Arthur Booker and Jensen Maplethorpe. And finally, row 16, Amrit Singh Atwell and Jack Baker. Yes, so, as we've already mentioned a couple of times today, our current championship leader, Finley Lines, was racing in Italy for the Rotax Grand Finals, flew back, and is now racing here at Whilton Mill. That boy works. He is incredibly quick. He has got a head quite older than his years, really, in some ways. He drives with a lot of control, a lot of composure.
Yes.
And the fact that he went from the back of the grid this morning to 6th place in the second heat is astonishing. So, we have got... let's have a look at these. So,
I mean, Finley Lines has effectively just golded the entire season. I mean, that's the best way I could explain this. So this one, just to also respond to a message in the chat there. So X30 will come up on the next race, I believe. Yeah. X30 Juniors is the race after this one. So this is currently Intermax Rotax Mini Inters. So Finley Lines has effectively won every race all the way up to round 6. So it's a properly dominant championship for that one. I think this was decided a while before this. I think this was decided considerably in round 6.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. And he's obviously had a couple of drop rounds, which are in the middle. But currently, so the second place on that is Max Wheatley, which is on 559 points. And then Finley Hines, which is not going to get confusing in a championship description, is on 551. So that's currently the closest right now. So they have only got 8 points between them. So that'll be an interesting one to see.
So we've got Max Wheatley and Finley Hines, 2nd and 3rd in the championship, and currently 5th and 6th on the grid.
Yeah, and he's 46 points to improve his championship, as pointed there.
Yes.
So positions-wise, that'd be an interesting one to see, actually, where he'd have to finish to get 46 points.
To get 46, is in overall or just in the final? Because I can get you the final. Because just in the final, to get 46 points, he has to finish 12th.
Exactly.
And he's currently in 6th.
So he's got to... he should be able to, is what we're saying. So he should be able to, so it's going to be close. We should get a fairly soon final response after the race, because we got one fairly quickly for the last championship. So that's one positive. So fingers crossed that comes through fairly swiftly after this, and we can give you an accurate championship representation after this race. So
Yes, indeed. Now, obviously, I mean, look at the top 10 of this of this not the championship, sorry, of the of the grid.
Talent.
There's a lot of talent. Yes, I mean, you've got people like Leo Livings, obviously, has been dominant so far today. You've got Ilya Veliko, who's been amazing. Max Wheatley, Finley Hines, Sebastian Behrman, obviously the GP plate holder and Kart Masters champion, and obviously Finley Lines, current. As it stands, should be champion of this year, and you've also got Arthur Farrow as well. So, round the final corner, into the tram lines. Are we going to go racing this time around? So, is it backward? That's got to be a full start.
Well, we'll see. The lights didn't go on.
No.
There's always a chance. Well, there is always a chance if something happens in the first lap that they can, but for now, I don't think we've gone for a full start. Potential move up into the top there. So the 51 is defending. That's 51 of Sebastian Clark. We'll just have to see what happens here. That's a lot of karts through one corner. Inkermans is not an easy corner, let alone when you're 2 or 3 wide. And that looks like 4-5 wide and Ashby. That's a choice. Going round into down towards Ogiers. I don't think I've ever seen someone go 5 wide into Ashby. That would be a bit of a choice.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you don't really want to be doing that. But around the outside, 77, Leo Livings, he is defending. Oh, no! The 85 of Benjamin Lawn just goes over the back of Leo Livings there. But coming around for the first time, Sebastian Clark is in the lead. Leo Livings in second. Finley Hines in third. That's Hines with a H. Max Wheatley in fourth. Finley Lines with the L is in fifth. And Ilya Veliko is in sixth. So, yes, as we mentioned, Finley Lines, he is provisional champion, but he has no drop rounds left. So, he has to score essentially because it is not impossible for Max Wheatley to catch. It's not impossible. So, as long as he scores near the top, he's probably going to be okay.
Yes.
And that's what he needs to be thinking of. We can see obviously Finley there on screen. There's the O plate with the bright yellow helmet. You can always tell him, and you can always see because he makes those opportunistic moves right at the inside there. Fantastic move there from Finley Lines, and he comes across the line now. He's in third place. Contact warning for Max Wheatley. Now that is interesting.
You can't afford stuff like that. You can't afford contact penalties, Max. That will be an interesting one. He definitely can't afford that.
So I've got the two Finleys together, and Finley Hines with a H has told Finley Lines with an L. Right, come on, let's think, let's work together, let's go, let's catch Leo Livings. Now, Leo Livings is under threat of losing his winning streak in this race. He has had an amazing run so far today, but you cannot put it past Sebastian Clark, you cannot put it past Finley Lines, you cannot put it past Finley Hines, and you cannot put it past the likes of Ilya Veliko and Max Wheatley. So anything could really happen here. We can already see Finley Lines is starting to pull away from Finley Hines.
Yes.
This is getting confusing.
Yeah, they're so similar in name. It's a bit of a tongue twister when you've got Finley Lines in front of Finley Hines and Finley Hines behind Finley Lines. That's the hard bit. So going up towards Christmas Corner now through Oblivion. That is a 5-second penalty, I believe, to Ryan Townsend. That's a move down the inside for the 1-2-4 of Ilya Veliko, getting in front of Finley Hines. Oh, that was a lot of curb over that corner there. That was interesting. I am very glad that they landed on the track and continued. So currently we have a provisional on Waterswift as well, which is Ackerman taking that. So that's all good. So back to this. So we've got the 12 in front of the 57. So currently there's been a lot of switching around here. So positions changing and chopping all the time. Coming into the boot. That's a potential send down the inside. Thought about it. Didn't particularly want to do that. I think it's probably a smart move not to poke your nose down inside the boot. That's definitely a choice.
Going two side by side. It's not. Well, we've seen it happen before, and it is possible. It's just not easy.
It's possible, not advisable.
Yeah. Yeah,
the way
exactly.
There's a move down the inside from the number 85. So that is Finley Hines going backwards again.
Oh dear.
So he's not having the greatest race, Finley Hines. Finley Lines up in third currently. Leo Livings just about a second off Sebastian Clark. Sebastian Clark will get a very good result off of this one.
Yes, indeed.
If he can finish this in the position he's currently in. But there is still 6 minutes to go. That's a long time. 6 minutes is plenty of time to accidentally overheat your tyres as well.
Yeah, which can happen quite a lot with these drivers because they are always constantly on it. They're always weaving left, right, centre. They're always trying to find this line, find that line, try the left, try the right. Let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can do that. and Finley Hines has just dropped to 8th position as well. So what has happened there? That is not good.
He's just had a couple of overtakes into the final part of the boot.
Right.
Yeah, he's been dropping back a little bit. There's another move going
And Finley
through.
Lyons has just taken the fast lap of the race. He is the first driver in the 48,
Yes.
and he is, I believe, 3/10. Yeah, 2/10. 2/10 quicker than Leo Livings in front of him, and the gap is currently, what, 7/10 of a second? Yeah, 7/10 of a second now between Leo Livings and Finley Lyons. So not impossible. Like, if he just caught by 2/10 of a second, call it 2 laps, 3 laps.
Yep.
He'll be on him.
Finley Lyons definitely has a chance to win this one. If he can keep his pace up, he definitely has a chance to catch.
And it's Finley Lyons, so he will keep his pace up.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think we've ever seen Finley Lyons' pace drop during a race. He's just really, really consistently quick.
Yeah.
I think is the way I can put it. 1, 2, 4, and the number 12 getting very, very close. This is Velico in front of Wheatley. Max Wheatley needs to make this move to improve his score. There we go. Max Wheatley up the inside at Christmas, but then Velico comes round the outside, and Wheatley manages to hold the position, which is what you like to see. It's always useful, so that puts Wheatley another position up. So currently, as it stands, Wheatley is up into 4th position, which would give him 54 points, I believe. So right now, it's above the amount he needs to improve his score.
Yes, indeed. I mean, obviously, we're just looking at the standings as well. So Max Whitley and Finley Hines are realistically the ones that could move around a bit.
Yes.
Right? Max Whitley is ahead of Finley Hines, both in the championship and in the race. So as it stands, that wouldn't change. Finley Lyons just takes another half a second out of Leo Livings. He has got to be right on it. What is the difference now? Sorry, no, he's taken 2/10 of a second. Sorry, the gap is half a second. That's what. Yeah, so he just set another fastest lap of the race, and you can see here he is closing. He wants this, and in the process, Leo Livings is closing in on Sebastian Clark. The three of them are closing in together towards the closing stages of this race. Anything could happen. Any one of these three drivers is more than capable of winning this thing, as we've just seen Sebastian Behrman go past Finley Hines as well. So Finley Hines again is just losing positions. But again, you can't sit in front of Sebastian Behrman and not expect him to try. After all, he does take after his brother sometimes, you know. He is an extremely good driver, as is his brother. But yes, Sebastian Clark, here we go. So, Finley Lyons has just taken... okay, it was marginally quicker that time. It's literally only 300th of a second that time. But the important thing is Leo Livings was 0.25 seconds quicker than Sebastian Clark, and now the gap between Sebastian Clark and Leo Livings at the time is 0.3 seconds. So anything could happen here. It is really down to the top three. They are separated by 0.8 seconds.
It's definitely getting very, very close. Whoa, that was some screeching of tyres, and that's number 12 of Max Wheatley now being caught again by Velico. Max Wheatley, realistically, doesn't have a great deal more he can improve, and that is very, very close. That's a 51 right up at the front with the 77 of Leo Livings right on the back. This is where he's going to have to defend. I don't think he's defended at all. Leo Livings down the inside takes the lead from Sebastian Clark, and that puts him into first place. Leo Livings up, and Finley Lyons now right on the back of the front group as well. This is probably going to go down to the absolute wire. They'll be switching places constantly, I think, so this will be interesting as they come down to Ogiers.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, Finley is right on that. And the thing is, if you're Sebastian Clark or Leo Livings, you are going to be quietly crapping yourself, because when Finley Lyons is behind you, he will be trying to get past. He has that aura about him. He is able to find positions where other people might not be able to. So you've got to keep an eye on him. And here we go. He tries to just nip on the inside there, but not
Yellow flags
quite.
into Ogiers. Not Ogiers, sorry, yellow flags into Oblivion. Has anyone gone off Oblivion? We should be fine. Fingers crossed no one has, because that's a slightly difficult corner. There's yellow flags. We'll see what happened about that. Sorry for the mild word a second ago. That's all good. Yeah. It's only a mild word. It's nothing major. I just thought I should.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing major has been said, so don't worry. It's just me knowing that The Simpsons says it and they have to remove it after the watershed. So it's all good. So coming round towards Ogiers now. Still nose to tail. 77 followed by the 51 and the O plate of Finley Lyons coming down towards the boot. Finley Lyons will not want to sit there. It's Finley Lyons.
No, exactly.
Finley Lyons does not want to come third. Finley Lyons wants to come first. That was a back marker, thankfully. No one having any issues up the front there overall. But Leo Livings is starting to put a mild gap, which is good.
Yes, indeed. Now, obviously, you can see they're going over with less than a minute left on the timer now. So I believe they should get 2 more laps if they continue on the 48s, 49s, they should just about get 2 more laps of this race. So, theoretically, what do you do if you're each of these drivers? Leo Livings realistically wants to try and pull away. He wants Sebastian Clark and Finley Lines to start battling. Sebastian Clark wants Finley Lines to go away.
Yes.
And Finley Lines wants Sebastian Clark to move out of his way.
Oh, yeah.
So, oh, there goes Finley Lines right at that is Finley Lines at his best. Literally, there's a moment of hesitation there from Sebastian Clark, and Finley's like, right, thank you very much, that is my place.
Precisely. Do not give Finley Lines any opportunity. Finley Lines will take the opportunity. He knows exactly where it is, and he knows exactly where it is. They're going to cross the line to give us 2 more laps, because that's 5 seconds on the timer, as you said. So coming round towards Oblivion now, going up the hill. Finley Lines going to make the move here. He has to. If he's even got the slightest whiff of a gap, he's going to go for it. As he does, up into Christmas, Finley Lines into the lead. I would say we didn't expect it, but we did. We definitely did expect this very slightly. I mean, that being said, I don't think Leo Livings is going to let him take that easily. I'd like to hope he won't.
No, I can imagine not. And obviously, Leo Livings has had a good run so far, and he hasn't had to deal with Finley Lines so far today. And you're probably just kind of like, there you go. He's like, no, today is my day. Go away. So he gets back up the inside at Osiers, but Finley is just positioning himself into the boot. He is just positioning himself just to try and find any way around Leo Livings that he can. We are going on to the final lap now. This is going down to the wire. Anything could happen. I think Sebastian Clark has just pulled a little bit away now from Leo Livings and Finley Lines, so it is really down to these 2 drivers. It's the 77 and it's the 0. Who will come out on top? They're both driving the Synergy karts. They are both top flight drivers, and Finley Lines does not want to come second to Leo Livings. Leo Livings does not want to come second, but Sebastian Clark is not giving up that easy. He is right on him as well. Finley Lines goes up the inside. He tries to position his car there, but no, he has a bit of a compromised run, and so Sebastian Clark goes in up the inside. Finley Lines has to go right around the outside. He manages to keep it. He is right behind Leo Livings. They are having an absolute ding-dong. Oh, no! No!
That's exactly what Finley Lines didn't want. Leo Livings coming round the final corner to take the win. Sebastian Clark with second. Where is Finley Lines going to cross the line? That could be very important. He's going to cross 7th.
He's 7th. So theoretically, that will be an additional 51 points. He should be well and clear now. He is provisional champion, even with 7th place finish.
That could have gone a lot worse.
That could have gone a lot worse. But yeah, provisionally. Okay, Leo Livings is the finals winner of the final round of 2024, and provisionally, Finley Lines is the 2024 champion.
That being said, everyone's very, very close on the championship, so we're going to hope that the scores update, because I don't think we are fast enough at maths to figure out what's going on in second place down. No, because a lot just changed.
Well, hang on, Max Wheatley finished ahead of Finley Hines, so Max...
Yes, should hold his position. Yes, Max Wheatley should provisionally hold his second. Finley Lines, provisional.
Yes, Motorsport Magpie, provisional champion, Finley Lines.
Here
Thank you very
much. Cones.
Here we go.
85.
Right, this will be interesting.
That's fine. 51. This is an important one. He's fine. 77.
We need to wait for Finley,
fine.
Though.
12. Also important. Max Wheatley. Fine. Right behind is the 124. That's Velico. Fine. Finley Lines, I can see a bright green helmet somewhere in the back there, and I don't know if that's him. It might be.
That is him.
That's him. You can just see the helmet coming towards us at the back. The important thing, of course, is it depends what happens after the race. It's why we say provisional, given that incident just happened through there. Obviously, we don't speculate. That's a 49. That's... Who 49. Has just got a no? That's Jensen Maplethorpe at the he's 29th across the line. So that's going to add a bit of insult to injury there, which is a bit of a shame. Just got to wait for Lines, because that could be an important one. Yeah,
it's a very important one with Lines now. So, yeah, provisionally, obviously, he is the champion. Ooh. But let's see what happens here.
Lines. He's fine.
He's okay. He's good. Okay. He's clear. He's safe. So, oh, man. Right. Have you got your breath?
Oh, my word. That was an interesting one.
That was absolutely incredible racing from these young drivers. And coming up next, I know that we've got, who was it that was wanting it? MTB and Moto, Mountain Bike and Moto. You wanted X30? Well, it's coming up next.
Back at it for the juniors, then Junior X30s this time round as we bring you through the grid. So here we go, Junior X30 final. Rocco Shenton on row 1, followed by Macaulay Guy in second place. Mayan Patel in third, Harrison Leach in fourth, Sebastian Dew in fifth, Jacob Markles in sixth. On to row 4, Charlie Blenkinsop, followed by Maisie Creed, and then Cameron Edmonds on row 5 and Alex Dodds alongside. Adam Board on row 6 with Dylan Patel on that row 2. So, Max Cooper in 13th position, 14th is Alexander Benedictis. I tried to pronounce that, it nearly didn't go well. Lauren Dunleavy in 15th, 16th is Max Wright, Joshua Byrne in 17th, and Ellis Pullen-Memin in 18th. On to row 10, Daniel Samir and Alex Wiley, followed by Ben Cuts-Bland and Finley Allen on 22nd place. 23rd and 4th is Dylan Masters and Pinmu Zhu. And then on to row 13 is Noah Goodfellow and Charlie Philp. Row 14 is Isabel Banks and Harry Khalil, followed by Lewis Hay and Autumn Hansford on row 15. Rounding out our grid for the Junior X30s. This is going to be an interesting one because it's got Junior in front of the class.
Yes, that is a yes. There's three things that are certain in life: death, taxes, and Junior being interesting.
Yes, junior kart racing. Yes. It's always interesting because, as we've said, they do like to battle like crazy on the tracks. It's amazing, it's brilliant, and I love to see it. So,
exactly. Yes.
Yes.
So we're looking at the positions at the championship at the moment, and Macaulay Guy is leading the championship by 21 points over Mayan Patel. However, both Macaulay Guy and Mayan Patel have chosen this round as one of their drop rounds.
So the drop round here, incidentally, I think someone mentioned it, is until it's final, they don't actually class it. So there is a chance that drop round could become a round of scoring.
Yes.
If it's a lower score than another round they've already got. So there is always a chance. So on that front, we can only really wait until after they put the results out to actually figure out whether that will stay a drop round. They're still in their dummy grid right now, so we can continue speculating on championship positions. So currently, thank you to Motorsport Magpie again. So drivers that score to improve their own scores. It's what they will need to score in this final to improve their own scores. Guy needs 22, Leach needs 13, and Byrne needs 24. So Joshua Byrne currently is in 6th. Patel needs 9 points. So that'd be an interesting one. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just to get 9 points, something would have to go horribly wrong. Now, there is plenty of wooden walls in here, so I'm going to definitely make sure I don't curse that one. But the thing is, without any major problems, most of them should be able to improve their scores depending on where they finish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, looking at these guys, we have a look. So, right, let's have a look. So, Guy is Macaulay Guy is in 3rd currently. Patel is in 2nd. Leach is in 4th, and Byrne is in. Where's Byrne? Oh, it's down in 18th.
So that may not, I'm not entirely sure whether the formation is accurate on the timing. So we'll see. Someone is going a bit grass tracking. That's not the racing surface.
Are you sure?
Not quite the racing surface.
There is an off-road section here at Whilton.
There is an off-road section, yes. Among many other activities you can do at Whilton Mill. Just to do a little bit of a plug on that. But yes, there is a quad biking section, but unfortunately these probably wouldn't make it round it very well. So it looks like they will go around again, because obviously this is Junior X30s. The X30s, there's the lovely blue haze of the the X30 class. So coming around into Oblivion again, they get 2 warm-up laps in these karts to ensure that everything is running as it should be. Amazing sunset off the back of Whilton, to be fair, today. That is probably one of your best camera positions to actually get that sunset.
I believe that is our camera operator Sam Woodford up at Christmas, I think. He's doing a fantastic job with it, as they all are.
They've all done an amazing job, to be fair. And it's not exactly the warmest, so thank you to all of them for being out there. So camera ops on the track today are basically Sam Woodford, he's up at Christmas. Dan Hyde, he's down in the first corner on the top of the container. And then you've got Sam Leddington, who's on the final corner. So those are our camera ops outside. And then we've got Luke Woodford, who's calling the shots on production, and he's doing a fantastic job as well.
Absolutely.
So
everyone is doing a fantastic job today. And also, I know we've mentioned it a few times, but again, thank you to the marshals, which we can't go racing without. They are the backbone of the motorsport industry across the world, and we can't thank them enough. You were saying earlier, this is the slowest. This is now the slowest I've ever seen.
There is a point at which, you can actually see the concertina effect that causes motorway problems showing itself here, look.
Yes,
you can actually see them stopping in the mid, and they all just concertina back. You can see it working throughout the whole. It's really cool to see.
So interesting. Thank you to Motorsport Magpie, always to our rescue. So whatever position that Macaulay Guy ends up in, he needs to score 31 points, which will be 27th place. If he's 27th, he will be champion. But here we go. Will we go racing? We are racing indeed. So, through the first couple of corners, everyone's obviously just trying to keep it nice and gentle. There's a couple of carts off in the background there. Hopefully they're all right. We'll just kind of keep it around. Yeah, there's a couple in the barriers over there.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll be okay. But let's just focus on these drivers just for the time being.
Yes.
And obviously everyone just slotting into their positions, apart from Maya Patel there, who's overtaking Macaulay Guy. So, we just want to, so basically the drivers at the moment are going to be just trying to get into the groove of things, make sure the heat is in the tyres, and just get into this race nice and safely, find their positions, and then start working from there. Now, there is somebody still stuck at turn 1, but it looks like they're okay. That's the main thing. That's our main concern. As long as the drivers are okay, then we can start following on the rest of them. But here we go. The yellow flags are still down. Rocco Shenton comes down in first. Macaulay Guy is in second. Maya Patel is in third. Harrison Leach is in fourth. Sebastian Dew is in fifth.
What a move. Who's that? That's a 98, I believe, is Sebastian Dew making a move there. We will confirm that. I spotted 8 and very close to another word. That's another move again by... We're about to find out when he comes down towards us. Who is that? 57. I believe that was actually them switching back places. So, I love that orange cart. That's a fantastic cart on Blenkinsop. That is brilliant. Lots of orange. Call it the Tango cart. Coming down towards the boot now. And here we go. So currently the lead's actually sort of split up fairly well, about a second between each driver until you reach third. Third, however, it's starting to close in. Fourth, there's a contact warning from the number 55 of Alex Dodds, who has just gained a position.
The thing is, though, like you've been saying, the juniors, although they've started to spread out here and they've started to calm down, obviously just get into the groove of the race, anything can still happen because they are going to find a way to battle. They're going to find a way to make this interesting. Capital I, interesting.
Yes, and as life finds a way, juniors find a way. So I think that's the important thing. All I'm imagining is now Jeff Goldblum saying that. So it's
not. The inside there goes the number 55.
Great move by Dodds.
Alex Dodds. Fantastic move there, I believe, on Adam Byrne, I think it was.
Potentially.
So, yes, come around the corner. Yeah, they're all being quite sedate at the moment. I think they probably heard you're saying about the juniors are going to do that. And they go, right, do you know what, Stuart? We're not.
Yeah, exactly. They're just sat here currently trying to keep their positions. The thing with juniors as well is all it takes is these are so much quicker. There's a move coming around the outside up into Christmas. That is the 55 again. So Dodds on an absolute steamroller. He's pushing right forward on the grid. He is making moves, that's for certain. I don't know where that blast of pace has come from, but it's come from somewhere.
He's had his Weetabix this morning.
He definitely had his Weetabix. Coming down towards Ogiers now. It's going to be interesting. A little bit away from someone in the back there, but that's fine. Coming up towards the cart of Blenkinsop now. So he's overtaken Marples. Now he's just got to make the move on Blenkinsop. He's definitely got the pace because he's caught him by about half a cart length just going through the boot. So jumping over that final curve is always a brilliant corner. I sometimes think karting should have curb cams.
Yes, I know Alpha have been trying to look at curb cams for the past 12 months or something, and it is quite difficult. Up the inside goes number 57 of Cameron Edmonds. He has just set the fastest lap, and he has just then taken third position. He is now in the top 3. He is just a couple of tenths, is he, behind Macaulay Guy now? What's the gap there? I don't think it's too far now.
It's going to be an interesting one. Everyone's sort of starting to bunch up again. It does. I do wonder if, like, Rocco Shenton's off up the road, as per Rocco Shenton.
Yes.
But second place still is undecided. As he comes down towards the final corner again, Rocco Shenton just over the distance. He's certainly not kept the gap he had previously, but then again, this is a 10-minute final. So with the fastest lap of 46.610, it makes sense. Like, it's a slightly longer final, and to be honest, if we reach the point of the previous heats, we'd probably have Rocco Shenton off at the same distance.
Yes, indeed. We've also got another comment coming in from Samantha Blenkinsop. So it's his, Charlie Blenkinsop's sister, watching from a holiday in Cyprus. I hope it's nice and warm there. I'm not jealous at all.
Just a little bit
absolutely freezing here in England, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Exactly. As we come round into the boot, that's a lot closer than it was in the previous lap. That is so... there's the move down the inside into the boot. That's how you make a move in the boot. That's exactly how you make a move for second in the boot, and that's Cameron Edmonds through on the Corley guy. So that was actually a lovely move, to be fair. Well placed, well sent, and just straight down the inside. And
the thing is, though, Macaulay Guy knows that he has to finish, what was it, like 17th place or something, or whatever, 27th place, sorry. Yes. He has to finish 27th place. He's currently in 3rd place. So I think, to be honest, he's looking at it as a case of he'd like the win. Yes. But he's not going to put too much risk at it. He's not going to risk his race too much. He wants to make sure he gets home, collects those points, and becomes the 2024 champion, which he is on track to do as it stands.
Yes, Samantha Blenkinsop again in the chat. 27 degrees there. Well, even more jealous. I
would answer with something, but I'm not allowed to say it, unfortunately.
Yeah, 27 degrees. That is properly nice. Unfortunately, we're now very much into the British winter. So we're going up to the hill now, and as we say, the clocks have also given us an extra hour's sleep, which is nice.
Yes.
Contact warning to Lewis Hay, just there. Thankfully, it's a contact warning, no penalty, just a contact warning.
Indeed.
And then again, any more warnings for that, and they'll be having a bit more of a problem. So, coming round into the section down towards Osiers. I think right now they're all trying to hold positions. I think they've all got the overtakes out their system. No, I've said that. They're probably all going to start overtaking each other again.
It's always the way. It's always the way, yeah. I mean, obviously, we've still got just a snippet under 4 minutes remaining left. So, realistically, they're going to be sort of settling down now, getting to the groove of things, just recharging their overtaking batteries, if you like, and getting ready for the last sort of minute of the race where everything happens. Rocco Shenton just doesn't really understand, I think, what a race is. I think he thinks this is a time trial.
Yes.
Because he is gone up the road. He is absolutely on the track. To be honest, he has been incredible. As much as we joke, he has been incredible today.
Incredible driver, yes.
Like, he has just been on it. Fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, consistently, every single session. Today has been his day. And as long as he brings it home as is, he has fully deserved it.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yes, so we've got obviously Cameron Edmonds, Macaulay Guy and Maya Patel all vying for those 2 spots on the podium. Macaulay Guy knows he doesn't want too much trouble. He just wants to bring it home and collect the points. He'd like a trophy, of course, but he's going to get one anyway at the end of the year. 67, that
Dylan Masters.
is Dylan Masters, yes.
Oh dear, just slightly off there. That looks like a sort of...
Yeah, he's
it looks like backwards off at Ashby, potentially.
Probably got beached, I think.
Yeah, I might have just clipped the curb in the wrong position. That does happen occasionally. It's very easy to do.
Yes.
Incidentally, as we say, we've taken some karts through there, and you have to run wide or you're not going to get the corner properly. So, coming down into...
Yes, exactly. You can ask Rob Rowley.
Sorry, Rob. Going around into the boots. Second place currently is Cameron Edmonds. Rocco Shenton, he hasn't managed to pull as much of a gap he has in the rest of the day. So it's probably because these 3 are actually working together.
They are.
Interestingly, Macaulay Guy was 0.12 of a second faster than Shenton. The last lap, exactly the same. Macaulay Guy got a 46.72. Rocco Shenton got a 46.72.
Wow.
Mayan Patel got a 46.74.
Wow. And then Cameron Edmonds a 46.84.
So they're still within very, very close timings. So realistically, if Cameron Edmonds, Macaulay Guy and Mayan Patel have a sudden just final burst of speed, it's only 1 minute and 30 left, but realistically, they're in such a big group that it wouldn't really matter anymore, and they wouldn't be able to catch up. It would take a mistake from Rocco Shenton. Putting the words Rocco Shenton and mistake into the same sentence today do seem to be a bit of an antithesis. So it's like...
You are asking for a commentator's curse by saying that.
I know.
Like, I don't think we've actually had a proper commentator's curse yet. You are tapping the wooden desk that's right in front of us.
Because I got to avoid commentator's curses. They do exist. Some people say they don't.
Oh, they 100% exist.
They do.
There's one for every single race I've ever seen. Well, every single broadcast I've ever seen.
Oh no, that's the 159 and the 15 off. So that is
Daniel Samir and Alex Wiley.
That's a shame.
Shame for both of those drivers there. Right, so obviously we've got these guys coming in now. So any second now is when, if they're going to start battling, they will start. I think, to be honest, it's more looking like it might be Macaulay Guy and Mayan Patel that start, because Mayan Patel is right there with Macaulay Guy. And don't forget, Macaulay Guy, he just wants to finish the race. He doesn't need to get those points for first, second or third. He needs to finish 27th or higher, and he's in 3rd place. That is more than enough.
Yes.
So he is vying for his championship, and Mayan Patel just wants that position.
Oh, absolutely. Coming down towards the yellow flag into Ogiers. Someone's very likely just gone off to the right there. So that was probably incidentally the cars that were being recovered just a second ago. It's all going slowly there. That is a back marker, I believe. So that's them getting out of the way nice and easily. Thank you very much to back markers who get out of the way. That's a slightly more difficult one to get out of the way. Good job going wide as well. This is the thing, when you're a faster driver and you come across the back of the grid, and we're about to hit the last lap, that has dropped a lot. That's half a second out of Rocco Shenton in one lap.
I think it might have been the traffic. Maybe he got through the traffic a little bit slower than the other drivers, but he's still got a gap. He's only got one lap left. He's got less than a gap, less than a lap. He's probably got about 600 metres or so, give or take, remaining of the 2024 championship to bring this home, to bring home the finals win. We've got Macaulay Guy and Mai Patel winning. Oh,
careful, guys.
That's Macaulay Guy up onto two wheels trying to defend that position. He's got the championship on the ropes here, but he wants that third place on the podium. He goes into the boot, defending his position, and Mai Patel once again on the inside, and they go side by side into the chicane. Oh, and Macaulay Guy just about holds on. That is the move of a champion. Take a bow, Macaulay Guy. That is how you win a championship. Rocco Shenton takes the final win. That is fully deserved. Cameron Edmonds comes home in a safe second place, and Macaulay Guy, wow, third place and the provisional 2024 championship. Take a bow, Macaulay Guy.
They're just stood in the commentary box, just turned around, and there's Johnny in the window. He's also on the background Kieran's phone camera. So we're just going to go through that. So Macaulay Guy, in theory, provisionally should have taken that. So, and then Mai Patel should have provisionally again be in second. So that depends, of course, in what happens. That's a fantastic race from all of them, to be fair. That wasn't just Macaulay Guy being a fantastic driver. That was all of them. Rocco Shenton's been brilliant over the entire day. And here is the amazing nose cone watch. So this is 86. That's Rocco Shenton, seemingly fine. 57, this is the important one, Cameron Edmonds. Is he going to be fine? Yes, he is. Have we got Macaulay? That's 20 of Mai Patel. Also good. Macaulay Guy, also good. So that is all of the important top few with no nose cone penalties.
Yes, indeed. So, that was something. I can feel myself starting to lose my voice a little bit. I need to be a bit careful because we've still got 3 races left.
Oh, yeah.
And the next one it's one step up from this. It's the seniors. It's Senior X30 coming up next.
Someone retrieving a cart trolley there as you go to the Senior X30 grid.
All right, so yes, indeed. So on row 1, we've got Fred Green and Henry Gregory. Their battle is not yet done. On row 2, we've got Morgan Hill and Aaron Brown. On row 3, we've got Jensen Pugh and Jensen Buckingham. On row 4, we've got Ryland Eggberg and Josh Palfreyman. On row 5, we've got Macy Hitter and Jack Mowat. On row 6, we've got Ollie Rams and Jack Cox. On row number 7, we've got Monty Breathwaite and Peter Jueswitz. On row 8, we've got Ollie Keenan and Mick Taylor. On row 9, we've got Harry Maynard and George Quatermain. On row 10, we've got Archie Heron and Lucan Mann. On row 11, we've got Jaden Gregg and Oliver Harris. Row 12, Tristan Powell and Harrison Morrow. On row 13, Oliver Johnson and Josh Jones. Row 14, Natalia Dabek and Ollie Cook. Row 15, Dongan Chen and Caden Barnett. On row 16, Jack Wellen and Jacob Huang. And then finally, at the very back, row 17, Kian Leon Gimeno. So, I believe you have the championship points up in front of you. Go through it with us.
Do. So currently on the top of the championship is Henry Gregory with 599. Now, in theory, that's an unassailable lead. So he should be fine. He has raced today, as has Morgan Hill in second with 548. Now, Harry Torpy is at 545 in third place. Harry is not at the meet this weekend. So Harry Torpy cannot score any points because he cannot get any points. So that will class as a drop, and therefore his score will be 545 at the end of the weekend. So he can't go any further on that. So that's fine. Rylan Eckberg, however, is here. So at the top, so it's between Eckberg and Cox, basically. Cox need a top 10 to have any chance of fourth. So basically, yes, Cox will need a top 10 to have a chance of fourth. Thank you, Motorsport Magpie. And Rylan Eckberg also basically would need to be somewhere near that. They are currently 3 points separated. To be fair, same with Morgan Hill and Harry Torpey as well, but Torpey's not here. So it will be an interesting one. Jack Cox and Ryan Ekberg, those are the two to watch really in the title, not in the title fight, sorry, in the 5th to 4th fight, because at the end of the day, it's still a championship position. I mean, you'd rather get a position higher than you're at, and that'll be the interesting bit. Kart's on track, so we'll be going around to this race now, which is certain to be interesting, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed. Now, another comment again from Motorsport Magpie. Senior X30. Gregory is champion provisionally. Hill is second and Torpey not defended third. So the biggest battle, like you say, is between between Ekberg and Cox. So, yes. So provisionally, Gregory is the champion, but I don't want to jinx him, but anything can happen. That's
how you avoid the jinx. You just say anything can happen. That's how you avoid it.
Exactly.
Going to the universe, yes, we know anything can happen, but we're saying it might.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine.
That's the important bit.
So, yeah, Senior X30. It's always one to watch. It's always an interesting one. And obviously, we end the day with, well, obviously the finals they go on, but we end with Junior X30 and Senior X30, and then Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. So we've got Junior, Senior. So it's kind of like crazy, slightly less crazy, crazy, slightly less crazy, but realistically all still crazy.
Yes, exactly. All of them want to win. All of them basically, they have self-preservation, but sometimes it seems like they don't. I think that's the best way.
I don't think they do. I'm not sure. I've never seen an ounce of self-preservation in a kart race, to be honest.
No, some of them, yes, but the thing with the juniors is they have self-preservation, but the need for a position trumps that. That's the thing. The need for position trumps the need for self-preservation with these guys. So, and that's for the kart, I should clarify, for the self-preservation.
Oh, yeah, not themselves.
Not themselves.
The kart,
they do care about themselves. But it's the kart that's the important one. I
Yeah.
mean, they will...
Yeah.
I've just thought of probably the closest definition to junior racing and senior racing to cars.
Go on.
If you're going to compare it to cars, touring cars. That is the closest you're going to get, because they will
90s
wheel bang.
touring cars.
Yes,
though.
90s touring cars, because
Yes.
they will bash wheels.
Yes.
And it looks fantastic. Whether it ends up fantastic is another question. But juniors are brilliant.
I mean, we enjoy it. That's the main thing.
I'm not saying we don't enjoy it. I'm saying that makes it brilliant racing, and
Yes.
I love it for it.
Indeed. Right, well, here we come, obviously taking the shortcut through the boot for the final time in 2024. Round the final corner, into the tram lines. Do we go racing this time round? Here we go, let's find out. I believe we've got green flag, and off we go. Fred Green goes straight into the lead, and there's a lot of battling back behind. There might have been a spinner towards the back of the grid there. I think they just about got out okay. Yeah, we're all good, and everyone is just obviously just slotting into their positions at the moment. Oh, there's a couple of spinners into the crease. Oh! That's hopefully they're okay there. Hopefully they're okay. Obviously, they stayed in the kart, but yeah, hopefully all is okay there. We'll see how that goes on. Obviously, there's yellow flags being waved up at Christmas Corner at the moment. We'll see what happens with that for the time being. But up at the front, obviously, we've got Fred Green leading over Henry Gregory. Morgan Hill, I believe, is in third. So, yeah, so these three really have been the three musketeers. They have been the three causing problems for us in terms of trying to get our words out throughout
yellow
the day.
flags in Oblivion, and I'm wondering if they're actually pre-yellow flagging up to the top, because they want to give them as much warning as possible.
That said,
wow, that is the fastest clear up I've seen of that many carts on a corner.
Incredible.
That's impressive. Marshals and Carters, thank you for getting the carts out of the way. Spot on. That's impressive.
That is very impressive.
We saw a fast clear up earlier, and we've just seen an even quicker one.
Henry Gregory's just dropped down to fourth as well now, so he's just dropped another position, which is down to Aaron Brown. So, yes, so obviously we've got, here we go. So we've got 29 of Morgan Hill. He's already on Fred Green. He doesn't care about anything. He just goes, right, your position, I want it. Simple as that. He is pretty much secure in second place in the championship, because although he's only 3 points ahead of third place, Harry Torpey, off he goes, yes, through and into the lead goes Morgan Hill, and Morgan Hill now finds himself under pressure from Aaron Brown. Oh, and it goes slightly wide, but just about, and Henry Gregory's just trying to get alongside Aaron Brown, but not quite. He can't quite make it happen. So down through to Ogiers, and coming up now onto the back straight towards the boot.
Coming down into the boot now. Top four, nose to tail. This is going to be a very interesting race. If they stay where they are, So it's currently, as we come across the line, we'll give you an update on the standings as they stand in the top 10. So across the line just currently, I'm not sure that... Oh, timing updated.
No, they didn't.
So that's actually, overall, that's, yeah, the timing has not updated on that one. So we'll do our best to try and keep an eye on where they are. So from what I can tell, that's Morgan Hill in the lead, followed by Fred Green, then Aaron Brown, then Henry Gregory. Then it should still be Josh Polferman in 5th. And currently just coming round towards Ogiers now. We'll keep an eye on the timing just to make sure we can actually give you up to
because I think our timing has gone as well.
Yeah,
so
it's not just it's not the overlay timing, it's timing.
Yeah, timing has disappeared. So we're going to have to try and do this old school. So yes, we've got Morgan Hill currently in the lead, followed by Fred Green. Fred Green is just going to sit behind him a bit now. I think he just needs to think about let's think about this. We've got 7 minutes of this race still remaining. We need to make sure that we get this okay. And we can see, yes, Morgan Hill is saying, come on, let's work together. Let's do this. So they are making sure, both of them, that they can get away from the 45 and the 6 carts right behind them. They want to make sure that they can make it a two-horse race for that final win. Now, yes, Morgan Hill is currently leading ahead of Fred Green. And then Henry Gregory still in 4th there. He wants to make sure he gets back into that battle between the top 3. He doesn't want to miss out on the chance of ending his championship winning season provisionally with a round win, a final win. So, Aaron Brown still there. He's looking quite menacing. Oh, and up the inside goes Fred Green. Never mind what I said. I've been proved wrong before. I've been proved wrong once again. Fred Green retakes lead and a fast lap for good measure. And up the inside goes Aaron Brown into 2nd place. And Henry Gregory is right alongside, but no, has to back out of it. So I believe... Oh, on the inside again goes Morgan Hill. Oh, no! Morgan Hill goes right off at Ogiers. He's trying to get back into it. Oh, he just about beached his car, but he managed to get back in. Oh, no, that's not what we like to see at all.
We've got the timing back, which is nice.
Excellent, yes.
He came back on just a little bit ago on our overlay, so that's always nice to see. We'll see if it's updating. That's the important bit. But we'll try and keep you up to date as best we can. So this is currently with the 14 and the 6 of the 14 of Paul Freeman and the 6 of Henry Gregory. And as I say, that's now the 14 in front of the 6 of Henry Gregory. So they've switched places just as we actually focused on them. It's always how it is.
There we go. It's finally updated.
There we go. A little bit of movement around the bottom, but that's fine.
No, Josh Palfreman is back up is into 3rd now, though. So Aaron Brown is down into 4th. Henry Gregory is obviously in 6th and in 2nd, and Fred Green is still leading. We've got just under 5 minutes remaining on this race. Fred Green has managed to pull out a 2nd gap between himself and Henry Gregory. Josh Palfreman. So Josh Palfreman's in 2nd, followed by Henry Gregory. I do apologise. The timing is still, yeah. Okay, right. So yeah, I think it's all about updated now. So. What do you do if you're Henry Gregory at this moment? You've provisionally got the championship. You want to end on a nice finish, i.e. a round win if it's possible. So what he really needs to do, he needs to work with Josh Palferman in the 14 kart right in front of him to get back onto the back gearbox of Fred Green and just go, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere.
Absolutely. Still nose to tail at the front. And believe anyway. No, not nose to tail at the front, sorry. My bad on that one. Still with the 14 of Josh Profman, however. Nose to tail in, well, technically at the front, 2nd place. We're coming down towards the start line now. So they're still fairly close. That's not massively far apart. Almost a 10th faster in the last lap. So they're still pretty close. Coming up towards Christmas. Shall I say they're still pretty close? As they come around it down towards Ashby. Not so pretty close now. But yes, so going down towards Ashby now. It's the hardest thing about keeping track of karts at this point, where they're so close together, but not close together. It's just figuring out how to look at. This is why it's so hard to actually commentate as a whole, to be honest. But coming down towards the boost as well, they'll be like this for about another minute or 2.
Yes.
And then they'll start battling. There's always this point in the race. You get a huge amount of racing at the start, and everyone sort of slows down and go, right, I'm in position, let's move, let's just keep together, let's push on, let's make sure we get this right. And then in the last 2 minutes, all the gloves come off and everyone just starts having an absolute battle.
Yeah,
basically. And I love racing for that, because there's always that lull in the middle where everyone just gets to have a bit of a break. I mean, I'd say they're having a break. They're not. They're going around the kart circuit at 60 miles an hour, but that's not the point.
Yeah, no, obviously what you mean is obviously they're calming down, they're just settling back into their positions just to recharge. They're overtaking batteries like we said once before already. They're just recharging themselves, ready for that last lap push. That's really when all the moves are really going to be trying to be taken. And we can see here that Aaron Brown is right on the back of Henry Gregory. So, right, if you're these three, do you look at Fred Green with 2 minutes to go and go, he's too far up the road, let's battle for best of the rest?
I would say no, you've always got to try, because these three are gaining marginally. They're not getting by a ton, but if they can get it below a second, I think they'll be looking at this like, we got 2 minutes left. Can we get this time below a second? If they can get below a second, they should be close to the toe. That's when they'll start getting a decent pull towards the lead kart. They are catching. I'm interested to see what they're on the next lap, because currently Henry Gregory is a tenth on the Delta faster than anyone else in front of him right now. Yes. So last lap he was about a tenth faster. So we're going to come around the final corner now. We should be able to see where we're at. This is the important one. 1.14 up to 1.23. So he's holding time. I would say it depends on where they want to make their moves, but they've only got a few laps to do it, and I don't think they've got enough time to do it. I think that's the main thing.
I think, here we go. Yeah, so Josh Palfreyman is defending against Henry Gregory now. I think he's gone. Right, Fred Green's gone. I think, it's 1.2 seconds up the road. It's going to be next lap boards next time around, I'd say. So, yeah, really. Oh, up the inside goes Aaron Brown on Henry Gregory. That is a fantastic move up into the podium positions from Aaron Brown in the 46 card. The current fastest lap holder is now going after Josh Palfreyman.
Absolutely, still nose to tail going over that huge curb. Actually, there we go. There's a use of the word gargantuan curb. There we go. Word of the day, gargantuan. Back to it's become a thing. Gargantuan has just become word of the day. If people have only
just tuned in, then they're going to be like, why is that word of the day? For reference, I don't really know. I said it earlier on. I was like, I like that word. I'm going to stick with it. And it's stuck.
It is a great word.
It's great.
It's a fantastic word. You've got to love big words. They always come out right.
It's a gargantuan word.
It is a gargantuan word. Describes itself.
Yes, exactly. Indeed, yes. So, obviously, we should be going on to the last lap this time around. I think it's going to be close. I think we should just about get last lap board shown for Fred Green out in front. And, yeah, he is just... Once he got into the lead, he just started to pull away. And, yes, we're on the final lap. So, Fred Green has 1.2 kilometres now to just soak it in. The round win. And Henry Gregory... He's in fourth position at the moment. He doesn't need to push. He is already champion. Yes, okay, he wants some silverware, but he is a provisional champion already. He is just sat there in fourth place watching Aaron Brown and Josh Palfreyman. He's got Jensen Pugh right behind him, but he doesn't look quite close enough. Henry Gregory, though, is quite close to Aaron Brown. Can he make any moves? I don't believe so.
Yes! Oh, there it was!
Not quite, no.
I was so hopeful that would happen. That was great.
But Fred Green comes round to take the win, the final win of 2024. Josh Palfreyman is in second, Aaron Brown, and Henry Gregory is your 2024 provisional senior X30 champion.
There we go. That is some proper racing. Incidentally, the next race is going to be very interesting. But for now, Henry Gregory is your champion on that one. Morgan Hill should, in theory, take second place on that. Harry Torpy has not gained any points because he is not here this weekend. And that is the case with that. Rylan Ekberg should therefore...
Yeah, he should be a solid
just keep his position because Ekberg is ahead of Cox, which is what matters. And then Paul Freeman, I don't think would have gained enough points to overtake either of the two. But never say never on that front. Never say never on that front. But it's not close enough. I don't think you'd have to get over 10 points over the other drivers. Nose cone watch incoming. So Fred Green, are you okay, Fred Green?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's good.
Josh Palfreyman. Yes. Love that face. Just like when you just drove off. 46. He's fine. I hope. Oh, yeah. Just about. 60 of Jensen Pugh. Lovely. Yeah. Okay. So we got a couple of carts off. So there is going to be a little bit of a gap between the races on this one. So that gives us a chance to explain the next race. once we throw to that race. So, next race up on the schedule, it's the first of the last 2 races. It is the Junior Max A final. So then, Junior Max A final, let's run you through the grids first, and then we'll tell you everything about the championships. So, row 1 is Finley Jones, followed by Jack Baker in position 2. Third place is Charlie Neve, followed by Oliver Smith and Joel Dixon Cohen on row 3. Row 3 is Joel Dixon Cohen, and Alfie Thompson as well alongside them on row 3. On to the next row we have is Thomas Hill on row 4, followed by Harry Freeman, Vlad Tomanchuk and Riley Cranham on row 4 and 5. Row 6 is William Webb and Dominic Parabok, and then on row 7 is Samir Paul and Harry Russell. Row 8 is Isaac Barker and Laurie McVeigh, with row 9 having Jack Robinson and Devon Nolan. Row 10 is Aidan Mitchell and the Frank Ward, followed by Harrison Bishop and Daniel Gurney on row 11. Row 12 is Logan Lauder and Zach Starbuck. Row 13 is Devin Taylor and Michael Dalton. Row 14 is Ollie Otto and Matthew So. Row 15 is Noah Barham and Hugh Hobson. That's the 30-cut grid. And then from our B final, it's DeJean Bennett, Daniel Adamatis, Josh Gora and Alexander Campbell, rounding out the 34-cart grid. That will be the biggest grid on the day, I believe, here at Whilton. So, important information to bring across to you. The championship for juniors is interesting, to say the least. Junior Max is a 6-way title fight. Kieran has just come back into the room to hear that. Perfect timing. So Junior Max is a 6-way title fight. It's going to be an interesting one because juniors, as we have just been saying, are very interesting. This is a ridiculous amount of points. Charlie Neve and Alfie Thompson are first and second and have 559 points and 559 points. Then it's 555 points to Harry Freeman. 539 points, Thomas Hill. 533, Jack Baker. 532, Oliver Smith. So it's technically a 6-way title fight. Courtesy of some max scores from Muscle Magpie. So it depends. It's going to be close. I'm not entirely sure on the positions they need to get this. That's the important bit. So it'll be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, this could be quite tricky. So Harry Freeman, we've got somebody in the chat. Alfie Lapper wants
Harry to win.
Wants Harry to win. We've got Luke F96 Racing wants Finley Jones to win. Yes, okay.
Currently, he's in the best position possible to win.
He is, absolutely. Except for the fact he's 7th in the championship.
Yes, but he can win the race.
He can win the race, yeah. 100%. So best place to win the race at the moment, if you have a look, is probably going to be Charlie Neve, currently in 3rd place on the grid. Alfie Thompson is in 6th place. Harry Freeman is in 8th place. Thomas Hill, he's a bit further back in the championship, is in 7th place.
Yes.
And Jack Baker is in 2nd place.
So basically, they're all in positions to... Okay, here we go, actually. Here comes the start of the race.
Here we go. Yes, never mind. Okay, we'll try and work this out on the fly. Here we go. Through the tram tracks. Are they going racing this time around? I think we are. Yes, absolutely. We're racing. The people side by side through this first corner. Yes, absolutely. That is fantastic. They are defending all the way up to Christmas corner, but no. Oh my God! They're
no!
Through.
67 off. That's the 67 to Joel Dixon. No, that's the 57. Sorry.
67.
That's 67. Joel Dixon Cohen just going a little bit grass tracking towards the back.
So
there.
he's not in the championship hunt at the moment. So
he's not. So the ones we need to worry about right now.
Charlie Neve and Alfie Thompson, really.
As well as Harry Freeman, because he's not far off.
He's not far off,
So it's the top 3. So that's the 60, the 87, and
78.
77. Just as I
Harry
say
Freeman,
that!
No! Harry Freeman is stopped on track!
Common curse. It's happened.
No.
I was literally just getting to his name, and I was going. And the ones we need to worry about is also the 70. Is also the 78. 78
right.
stopped on track.
Let's run them through as they come across the line. So, got Finley Jones, Charlie Neve, Alfie Thompson. Charlie Neve and Alfie Thompson are right next to each other now. So basically, it's probably between these two. Whoever finishes in front of the other will be the champion. This is going down to the wire.
Yeah.
I mean, Charlie Neve is currently nipping and tucking with Finley Jones. Now, what Charlie Neve needs to do is go to Finley. Right, let's work together. I'm not going to overtake you, except the fact he is overtaking him. Right, so he needs to work with Finley Jones to move away. But in that move, that has brought Alfie Thompson right into this. This is for the championship. This is astonishing. Oh, he gets on the inside and he gets... Oh!
Okay, that's...
Oh, no!
That's the 23 round. That's the leader. That's the leader round. Finley Jones is round.
Jones. Okay, so we've got Charlie Neve and Riley Cranham now in second place. Alfie Thompson is in third, but... could there be a steward's inquiry into that?
We will see. I mean, that would be the interesting one to see if under investigation comes up. But that is, again, an interesting one. So, GP plate currently in second. That's Riley Cranham. And then in third, that is Alfie Thompson. Whether they can then catch Charlie Neve. Because right now, Alfie Thompson will need to catch Charlie Neve. He has to catch Charlie Neve. Because at the end of the day, they have to get 1 point over each other.
Yes.
It's whoever finishes in front of the other on the road will be champion.
Yeah, exactly.
And at the end of the day, and Thomas Hill could, in theory, get it, but at this point, with Charlie Neve that far up, it's very unlikely. So right now, it is pretty much the only two to worry about right now are Alfie Thompson and Charlie Neve.
Yes.
And right now,
as it stands, Charlie would win.
And his time has just come down by 2/10 in the last lap. So this could be interesting. We've still got 7 minutes, which for juniors is a lot of time.
It's a lot of time, yeah. And the fact, don't forget, Alfie Thompson is right on the gearbox of Riley Cranham. He is going to Riley, come on, let's work together, let's catch Charlie. Because he's not going to win the championship unless he does.
Exactly. So what we also have to consider is whether they can improve. Harry Freeman getting the fastest out of the race. I mean, that makes sense. He is quick on the circuit. Oh, that's a lot of carts off up at Ashby. I'm not sure who's gone off there. That was a good bit of... Looks a bit like a bowling alley for a second there. There was a lot of carts everywhere on the grass. So it's an interesting one. And they've got to be catching. They're catching again. That's another 10th or 2 out of the time. What I'm just going to quickly check is the points required. So right now, Thompson needs 38 points. Thompson, to improve his score, requires 20th position. Right now, Thompson is in third, so he will improve his points. That being said, Charlie Neve is the interesting one because both of them are currently provisional drop, which means if they're a provisional drop, Neve, if they win, can get to 602 overall. So to improve their score, he needs to get, what did we say for... What's he going to get right now, I think, is a good one to look at.
Okay, so Charlie Neve, at the moment, would get 60 points.
60 on the dot. So
Alfie Thompson, as it stands, would get 55 points. So there will be 5 points in it as it stands.
Yeah, Neve needs 17. Thompson needs 38.
Yeah.
Which currently both of them are getting, which means both of them are improving. So it is very much right now who finishes in front.
The problem both of them have, though, is not necessarily the points. It's the person that's currently in between them.
Very quick.
The GP plate holder, Kart Masters 24 champion, Riley Cranham. He is not going to hold back. He does not care about the championship.
Nope.
He's like, I want this win. You two, quite frankly, can get out my way.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case as well. And I was just spotted that. The abacus is on fire with Motorsport Magpie right now, and I completely agree. This would set any abacus on fire because, I mean, they're on fire. Oh, someone's just taken out the thing which is designed to tell you if you've corner cut or not. Alfie Thompson, fastest lap currently. Jack Baker then takes the fastest lap.
Alfie Thompson and Riley Cranham, their last lap was only 100th of a second difference between them. They are closing in.
And Alfie Thompson and Thomas Hill were the same lap.
Yeah. I mean, Riley Cranham has now brought the gap down to Charlie Neve by half a second. He's now half a second away. It was a second, it's now half a second. This is going down to the line. We've got 4.5 minutes remaining on this. Anything could happen. I know we keep saying that, but it really is the case. It really is the case. I'm getting giddy with excitement about what could happen here.
Oh, yes. This is going down to the absolute final. If this stays as it is, this is going to come down to the final lap.
Yes.
And that is what racing is all about. Final lap for the win. Let's go Cranham from Adam Disley in there. So that's the thing. Again, Cranham not in the title
fight.
Cranham
He's on him.
Right on the back of Charlie Neve. All it takes is Tranham to get past Charlie Neve, and Alfie Thompson is basically released behind Charlie Neve, which means
exactly.
Alfie Thompson, they are then in a direct title fight battle.
And Alfie Thompson will be going, Riley, please. He'll be going, yes, Riley, because Riley gets the lead ahead of Charlie Neve, and Alfie Thompson is now in third. He has the chance. His championship hopes are literally right in front of him. Charlie Neve's championship hopes are right where he is. This is coming down to the wire. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining. What is going to happen? They're both there. They are both line astern. The championship leaders on level points into this round. Here comes Alfie Thompson on the inside of Charlie Neve, and he takes the position. He is in second place, and provisionally he would win the championship now.
I'm not entirely sure on that one because it depends. Thompson has a higher drop, so it is going to be interesting. What he now needs is someone to catch up with. What he needs is he's now got into the position ahead of Charlie Neve. What he needs is Thomas Hill to catch him, because if he catches, basically he needs him on the back of Alfie Thompson. Otherwise, on the back of Charlie Neve, sorry, they have switched. So as it stands, under the maths of Motorsport Magpie, thank you so much to him for actually doing the maths here, because we would find it very, very difficult to do that at this pace. So Thompson's third place knocks Freeman, Hill, Baker and Smith out of the championship, whatever happens. But as it stands, Neve's on 602 and Thompson's on 576 because of the higher drop of Thompson.
What's Thompson's drop score?
So Thompson's, because he'd improve upon this.
Yes.
And then effectively another high scoring round would come in as a drop, which means he drops a lot more points.
Yeah, true.
That's the thing. This is why you get drivers at the end of the season who actually choose not to race the final race if they think they can definitely get something, because it's not worth losing it to a performance. So it's interesting to see. By the looks of it, in the positions that they're in, because they've both improved, Charlie Neve would take the championship in the position that he's in. But we will see. That's the important thing. That's really the important thing. We've just got to see. It's so close.
I say that. Alfie Thompson is right on the back of Riley Cranham.
Yeah.
He's after this. He is after this win.
And if he gets that position, that puts him on a 5-point difference over the top of him.
Yes.
That's the important thing. The thing is, regardless, Neve is champion right now as it stands. If Neve drops to a position behind, which, I mean, there's a chance. He's falling off the back of these two slowly. We've still got only a minute and a half, though. Right now, if nothing happens, Neve is champion. They have, basically, Neve needs to just hold that position. If he loses 2 positions, he's then in a world of trouble.
Yeah.
That's when it gets difficult.
Yes, this is hurting my brain a bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure exactly what is going to happen, and Alfie Thompson is just going for the position up the inside of Riley Cranham, and he takes the lead of the race.
Cranham won't like that. Cranham will want the position back.
Yeah, speaking of, there he goes, back into the lead. Cranham takes the lead back from Alfie Thompson, and that brings Charlie Neve back into it.
This is going to get close, because I will also raise the fact that I have a feeling the gap to Thomas Hill behind will have dropped considerably this lap. They look a lot closer, and there's a potential little sort of dive around the outside for Alfie Thompson. He's going to want to get past. There he goes into the boot! Oh no, this is always complicated. Thank goodness
Look
they
at that positioning then from Charlie Neve. He went out wide to get the better run down the straight, and now coming up towards Christmas Corner, Charlie Neve has an opportunity against Alfie Thompson, but Alfie Thompson has an opportunity against Riley Cranham. What is going to happen? Alfie Thompson tries to go on the inside, but can't quite do it as Riley Cranham covers himself, but Charlie is right there as well, and they have dragged along Thomas Hill, Vlad Tomacek and Jack Baker as well. Here is the group. Anything could happen. Last lap is next time around. What? Contact warning for Alfie Thompson as well. Oh, we've still got a lap to sort this out. What is going to happen?
Round into the boot. Final lap coming up. This is now the top 5 or 6 potentially for the win. This is going to be very, very close. Regardless, I think Neve in that position is going to be champion as it stands. We've just got to see what happens in the final lap. As you just said, Anything can happen up to Christmas. Will Alfie Thompson try the outside move? He's certainly trying the outside. He tried to dummy it. That was an attempt at a dummy. It didn't quite work. That was some heavy knock to the front bumper. Hopefully he hasn't dislodged anything. Down towards Ashby. Is he going to make a move? No. That is brilliant defending from Riley Cranham. Riley Cranham wants it, but round the outside goes Alfie Thompson. There's contact.
On the inside goes Charlie Neve, and he takes second place away.
This is going to be crazy.
Oh, he's on the inside though. Is that Thomas Hill on the inside of Charlie Neve? I think so. And Charlie Neve goes off the track as well. He loses positions. Oh my God! I don't know what's happening. This is crazy. Right. Okay. So Riley Cranham is going to come through to take the win. I believe in second place. That is the 196 of Thomas Hill in
That's
17.
thrown a lot around.
Okay. Right. Hold on. Right. We're going to work this out now. Okay. So Alfie Thompson. So okay. Right. So, Riley Cranham takes the win. Congratulations, Riley. But here's what we want to know. Alfie Thompson is in 4th place. That gives him 54 points. Then, Charlie Neve is in 6th place.
Enough.
That gives him 52 points. Is that not enough?
I don't think that's enough. But do remember nose cone penalty watch will be on after this. That's the big one. Because there was a lot of shoving in that.
Yes, there was.
And it will be interesting to see what's happened with those nose cones. As it stands, I'm sure we'll get an update in a second. From Motorsport Magpie, he's doing the maths, he's got his abacus.
Thank you, Motorsport Magpie.
The burning abacus, the one that's constantly on fire because of how fast these juniors are changing positions. The main thing is, once we've got everything and that goes to provisional, that means we should have something on the championship page.
Here we go. Right, so Riley Cranham coming in. So we do want to make sure we give a congratulations to Riley Cranham because that was an extraordinary race. He does fantastic. He gets straight past.
Straight past him.
Is his no cone okay?
Right,
Yes, it is.
These are the important two.
Here we go. So, 196, Thomas Hill, he goes
fine.
okay. Jack Baker, he goes through.
Oh, he's fine.
He's okay.
Right.
Here we go, Alfie Thompson, 87.
He's fine.
He's okay. 73, Vlad Tomanchuk, he's
60
okay.
60's the big one.
60. 38.
So that's 30, he's behind him, here he comes.
Here we go.
Yeah,
he's okay.
Fine.
So, Charlie Neve, provisionally, is the 24 champion.
Provisionally, assuming
Cannot
no
stress
penalties.
that enough.
Assuming no penalties after the race, assuming no penalties overall, that means Charlie Neve would be provisional champion.
Yes.
That, of course, is provisional.
Yes.
So I'm just going to keep making that
provisional,
point.
capital P, capital R, capital O. I'm not going to do the rest of it, but you get what
Capital
I mean.
V-I-S-I-O-N-I-L. I-A-L. Almost got it.
Almost, yes. So that was, okay. Right, that was something to behold. Big thank you to Motorsport Magpie for keeping us updated because we could not have done that without him.
Absolutely not. No, so that would put Neve as champion as it stands.
Taking a breath a second. And coming up next, the final race of the day, the final race of the year as well.
Apart from the WM plate.
Apart from that. Gloss over that bit. Gloss over that bit. Doesn't matter. Shut up.
Sorry.
Shut up. Right, last race of the day. The last race of the championship. There you go. Is that better?
Yes, we'll go with that.
Right, last race of the championship. Coming up next is Senior Rotax. Oh, right. Okay, last grid of the day. Here we go. Row 1, Jack West and Deacon Russell. Row 2, Charlie Webb and Charlie Cox. Row 3, Zaki Hussain and Reg Haywood. On row number 4 is Harry Blore and Louis Weaver. Row number 5 is Alex Moody and Ollie Owen. Row 6 is Ethan Ling and Freddie Ingram. On row number 7 is Samuel Cook and William Pemble. Row 8 is Liam Phillips and William Young. Row 9 is Jensen Hinchcliffe and Dalton Norris. On row number 10, we've got Dylan Norris and Molly Griffiths. On row number 11, Victor Hansen and Kenneth Coldall. On row 12, we've got James Tester and George Hart. Row number 13 is Ryan Hedge and Lewis Judd. Row 14 is JJ Hind and Jack Wilch. On row 15, we've got Ross Tyler and Jack Roseman. And on row 16, the final row, Joe Fox and Asa Pinder. So, looking at the championship positions, it looks like Spencer Borum is provisionally the champion. He's also not racing today, so he should be the champion. But Charlie Webb, who is racing today, is currently provisionally second place. He has got a 31-point lead over Zaki Hussain, which is not impossible to close, but it's unlikely. So they're both provisionally got this round as a drop round, but we'll see what happens. So here we go, out onto the grid for the final time today. It's the Senior Rotax, and obviously they're going to have one warm-up lap. Then we've got 10 minutes plus a lap of racing. Oh, my voice is really shouting at me.
Oh, yeah.
No pun intended. And we'll go one more time in 24.
Yeah,
Here
exactly.
We go.
This championship's a little more wrapped up, so that is one positive. In theory, those positions should stay the same regardless of how they finish. So we should have basically just a battle on track. Then we're going remarkably quick into the final quarter there. Probably wants to slow down to allow the grid actually a chance to catch up, or we might have a second roll-up lap. There's quite a lot of a gap between everyone here. I'm not too sure. If they somehow suddenly get themselves bunched up, that's fine. I'm not too sure if they'll get themselves bunched up for a start, but we have been proven wrong many times today, and I'd like to be proven wrong on this one.
Yes, exactly. Let's. Here we go. So through the last corner, onto the tram lines. Are they going green?
No.
No. We have got.
Proven wrong.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
There we go.
We'll go
Proven
one more
again.
time around. So. Yes, it's. Well, let's. We've got 1,200 meters to just take a breath.
Yes.
It has been a fantastic day of racing from all classes, from all categories, from all drivers. It has been an absolute joy to talk about it all. And we've obviously got one more still to go, but it has been a real pleasure to call it.
Absolutely, and same for me to you as well, because it has been. It's the final rounds as well, so it makes it very, very difficult to call because you've got to do that maths in the background. That we didn't know, which was nice to do. But it's always nice to finish on the seniors as well.
Yes, it is.
Because the seniors, they're a little bit more reserved than the juniors when it comes to hard battling. That being said, when they want a hard battle, they really can.
100%. I mean, the thing with the juniors versus the seniors, after the seniors, there's usually less inquiries. But let's head round the final corner, onto the tram lines. Do we go racing this time around? I believe we do. We are green. Okay, so into the lead goes Jack West. He takes the lead over Charlie Webb and Zaki Hussein. Coming round, everyone looks just about okay. I think everybody's got through safely. Yes, they have. So, as we can see, Jack West right up to the right side of the track. He is making sure he is keeping his position secure over Charlie Webb and Zaki Hussein. Everyone just trying to bunch up and try and find their positions. And we can see, obviously, there's Zaki Hussein. And number 13 of Ross Tyler there, just stuck up at Christmas. That's a shame for him, but he'll be able to get back on track and get back into this race. So the top 5, 6, 7 or something, just line astern at the moment, just settling into the race. Obviously, it's a long race, got 10 minutes still to race, and they want to make sure they don't take any risks too soon. They want to have a nice, fair race, and that's exactly what we want to have as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's always good to see fair racing, and it's always nice to keep it that way. So coming up towards... Whoa, that was a massive defensive move. Doesn't matter, because he's going to try and go around the outside.
Oh, my...
Wow.
That's... yes.
I think that was a panic sting.
That was, yes.
It's all good. Luke's doing an amazing job today. Thank you, Luke. But yeah, that's all good. That was a crash. I hope they're okay. I'm sure we'll get an update on that when we can. That's
yes,
we're going to keep an eye on the timing, because...
So we can figure out, who it was, and hopefully they're okay.
And hopefully they're okay. We also need to figure out what's going on with the flags as well.
Yes, exactly. Are we going to have yellow? Is it going to be...
It seems they got the driver off the track in the background. I was just having a peek. There we go, 2-2-1. That was the 2-2-1, I think, round. That was Deacon Russell. So that was Deacon Russell round. So thankfully, they're okay. That's the main thing, and that's always the main thing with accidents. Is everyone okay? And thankfully they are. Yes. So, moving on to the racing now. Once we can get back and racing, we are. So, interesting to see how long have we got left. So we're 2 minutes into the race, 8 minutes remaining.
Oh, I'll be inside. I think was that Alex Moody, or so I couldn't quite see the numbers there, so I'm not 100% sure. But yes, let's have a quick look. Okay, so that's number 67, Louis Weaver. I do apologise. Around the outside, Charlie Cox was trying to take Louis Weaver there, but it didn't quite happen. So, over the line, we've got Jack West, Charlie Webb, Zaki Hussein, Alex Moody, Louis Weaver, Fred Ingram, Charlie Cox, Reg Hayward, William Pemble, and Ethan Ling so far.
So far, good going. A little bit of a move further back. Currently, still making our way through into Ashby there, coming round towards the section towards Ogies. So far, racing relatively close and relatively fair. Number 69 kart of Freddie Ingram round the back of Weaver, and here I believe is your second place. I'm taking a guess. Yes, second place. Charlie Webb and Zaki Hussein. Zaki Hussein very, very quick driver when he wants to be. It's very fast kart, that. Jack West with the fastest lap.
Yes, and both of these as well. They're second and third in the race, but they're also second and third in the championship. They're probably not going to be able to close it up to each other, but it'll be a fantastic race anyway. Up the inside goes Zaki Hussain, and into second place he goes. Charlie Webb is going to try and get that move back. So, down towards Ashby. Is he going to try and pull out out the outside? No. Okay, so Charlie Webb just sits behind Zaki Hussain, just covers him off into the Ashby corner. We go down to Osiers at the moment, through the left-hander and up on the curb to the right, the back straight towards the boot. And you can see there, Zaki Hussain, he goes, come on Charlie, let's go get Jack West. Jack is almost 2 seconds up the road now in front of these two. They need to close that gap down now. If they start this, 2.5 seconds is the gap now. They have essentially got to catch, what, like 2 seconds a lap. No, sorry, 1.5 seconds a lap, I think. Yeah, so 1.5 seconds a lap, really.
That's quite a lot. That's the thing. And I mean, Jack West, he's quick, but so is Zaki Hussain. Zaki Hussain with a clear track in front of him is a little bit scary, because if you give him a clear track, he will go.
The thing is, if him and Charlie Webb are working together as well, obviously they'll be used to...
He's pulling away.
He is.
I've just noticed he's starting to pull a gap between Charlie Webb and himself. Zaki Hussain pulling a little bit of a gap here. The thing is, I fully expect Zaki Hussain to be able to catch that gap himself. He definitely is capable. He is perfectly capable of pulling up.
Let's see what the gap is now. It's gone up.
It might, to be fair, so he might have got closer in the last part of the lap. That was some fantastic moves going on here. That's the 69 car, just getting ahead of the 98, I believe. But
so that's Freddie Ingram, Lewis Weaver and Charlie Cox, I believe.
It's the 67, yes, they're now in position. They crossed each other just at the line, or they were just very, very close. It was very difficult to spot that. Thank you, Motorsport Magpie, for the great job, lads. It's just a warm down. Well, I mean, the start of that race was anything but a warm down, I don't think. But we're going to find out what happens at the end of this one, though. So, coming round towards the final part of the lap, and the interesting thing, I think I just got a glimpse of Stu Stretton then. He's in the middle. That's a photographer for today, I believe, but we have been corrected. Ooh, that was a clattered curb I heard in the background there. So, coming out, yep, we just heard it probably was Stu Stretton. That is going to be interesting. And I'm just watching where Zaki Hussain is. 3 seconds. Yeah. Jack West is pulling away.
Yes, Jack West has probably seen that gap. Seen that fight behind him. Realised Zaki Hussain is in second. Go, ooh, I'm going to put my foot down a bit more. And he just started to drive off a little bit. But I think Charlie Webb has just been overtaken by Alex Moody. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think that was a move. Yes, there was potential other moves into Ashby just then. So coming down towards Osiers now.
Yeah, I think Charlie Webb just overtook.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Sorry. Alex Moody overtook Charlie Webb, I think.
I believe so.
20. Was that 24?
We're just about to see ahead. So the 98 is Alex Moody. So coming round into the boot, we're just about to find out as we come onto the first corner.
Yes, I think it was.
I think that is actually 24.
Alex Moody has just gained a massive chunk of time compared to Zaki Hussain as well. So it might not be Zaki Hussain versus Jack West. It might be Zaki Hussain versus Alex Moody. They are closing in. Oh, and up the inside, here comes Charlie Cox, I believe. Up the inside to Freddie Ingram. Yes. That is a good move at Christmas corner. And we can see there that Charlie Webb is trying to defend from Louis Weaver. Louis is having none of that, and Charlie is just going, no, stay behind me, you're not going anywhere. But up the inside again comes Freddie Ingram back in front of Charlie Cox.
I'm not sure how much of a choice any of them have at this point of who's overtaking who, because everyone's fast at different points in the track. You've got some people catching each other at the boot, some people catching each other in Christmas, some are faster through Inkermans and then faster through Ashby and Osiers. Everyone's fast at different points in the track. I have a feeling we're going to see an overtake by Louis Weaver at some point up the hill, because this is getting very close. This isn't even the mid-pack. This is the top group. That is not around the outside. Yeah, that probably was never going to work. The rejoin was good. Fair play to him. He managed to get back on the track without getting in the way. That was a lot of movement to the right. That was very close. This, I think, is our closest battle on track, and this is probably going to be the closest battle to the end of the race, unless anything changes. Charlie Webb in the lead of this group, followed by Freddie Ingram, who's now got ahead of Louis Weaver by the looks. So this is going to be interesting. So just had confirmed as well on the Junior Max, Neve is champion on that one. That's contact into the boot. Round the outside goes the 73 of Reg Hayward. He's just taken the entire group He's just come from 8th
That-
all the way up to 4th.
That is incredible. Let me just have a quick look at the leaders. So, Alex Moody is now only 2 and a bit tenths behind Zaki Hussain, so we need to keep an eye on that. But while we're sort of talking about that, these guys are battling hard. Yes, I think, Reg Haywood is really defending for his life against Charlie Cox. Charlie Cox wants that position back. Reg Haywood go, no, I earned this. I overtook 6 people in one go. You can stay there. And we can see there that Freddie Ingram was trying to get ahead against Charlie Cox. Let's see what happens. Here we go. So, we've got Reg Haywood trying to defend against 73 of Reg Haywood, who's trying to defend against the 112 of Charlie Cox.
That nose cone's dropped on the 73. I think that looks like a drop nose cone on the 73. Reg Haywood.
Let's see what happens there.
We'll find out at the end.
The gap now between second and third. Here we go. That is it. Yes, Luke is on it as well as we are. Thank you very much, Luke Woodford, who's on mixing for us today. So Alex Moody is right behind Zaki Hussain. Zaki Hussain pulls out to the right-hand side ahead of the Ashby corner. He wants that position. Alex Moody does, and he's just trying to find any which way around Zaki Hussain. But Zaki Hussain is having none of it round the outside, and he keeps that position ahead of Alex Moody. That was some brilliant defending. He keeps right to the left-hand side into the boot section, and Alex Moody is going left, right. He's looking for any which way he can cut underneath that this 113 machine of Zaki Hussain.
Exactly, we've still got that incredibly close battle going on for 4th, but this is the battle for 2nd. Really, really close on track. Zaki Hussain, he's a very quick driver, but I'm sure he's not exactly low pressure right now. Moody is not slow either, and Moody will definitely want that 2nd place back. He's going for the outside. He's potentially going to try and get the cut back into Ashby. That is a potentially great move. Not quite. Zaki Hussain going wide, and that's alongside by Moody, taking the position. He's round the outside towards Chapman's. That is proper racing. That is what you want to see from karting, and I love it. That's brilliant.
That was absolutely fantastic. Both of them not giving an inch more than they had to. They gave the exact amount of room. They gave each other a fair fight, a fair piece of the track, and they've got through it still okay. They live to fight another day, and we should be going on to the last lap next time around. So we've got 2 laps remaining now. What is going to happen with Zaki Hussain and Alex Moody? Jack West is 7 seconds up the road, but Alex Moody wants that 2nd place off Zaki Hussain. He is looking left. He is looking right. He is ducking underneath. He's going to the outside into Ashby. Can't quite make it work. He is stuck behind, and Zaki Hussain, I'd imagine he feels like an owl at the moment, having to turn his neck to try and see exactly where Alex Moody is, onto the back straight, down towards the boot section for the 2nd to last time in this year. Zaki Hussain is trying to defend for his life against the charge of Alex Moody. On to the last lap we go. Zaki Hussain is still ahead of Alex Moody. Alex is just trying to get that slipstream up towards the Christmas corner. He's right over to the right-hand side. He is defending against Alex Moody. He's good at the moment. He still keeps that place.
Coming down towards Ashby now, trying to defend. Wheel on the outside. You can't really make the outside work at Ashby. It's always worth a try. But currently Moody's trying to make the move. He's going to go down towards Ozias. The next chance he has is Ozias. If he can't make it work there, he's going to have to do it at the boot. He is going to have the run towards the boot. It's not the easiest place to overtake, but it is the only opportunity he's got. Trying to dive to the outside. Back to the left. Can he get the cut back? That's the important one. Can he get the cut back out of the final corner? He hasn't quite got it. That's Hussain coming around the final corner, I believe. Jack West has crossed the line. So that one he was 8 seconds ahead, but that was side by side, exactly the same time.
Oh! What?
That was just off. It was not the. Is that exactly the same?
10.18.
That's exactly the same. They have finished exactly the same. That will be a photo finish.
I would like
we do not know.
I would like to know the numbers after the 1 and the 8.
Oh yes. They have photo finish. That I believe there will be a look at that one. That was exactly the same time. That is going to come down to who had the transponder marginally apart from each other. I think they finished side by side. So what were we saying about warm down?
Yeah, Motorsport Magpie. Yeah, exactly. What were you saying? Warm down. There's Chris Derrick. You mentioned him earlier. There's Chris Derrick.
Hello, Chris.
Yes,
there he is.
Always good to wave. Oh, Chris is doing the stop this time. The hand of Chris stopping
you must
Alex Moody. Oh!
No! Oh, there's a bit of a... There's a bit of arguments going on here. What's happened here?
113.
That's
Zaki.
Zaki. What's Zaki saying?
Talking to Alex Moody.
Oh, he's not happy about
he's
something.
not.
It'd be interesting to know what about, but something's happened. There are definitely some raised voices down there, so we'll try and stay with him. That's probably a good shout, Luke, just in case there was any choice language. That's the difficult bit. Everyone is fighting for the absolute position. That was on the line, so he must have felt aggrieved of something in the final corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's probably what happened there, but... provisionally on the road at the very least, and I have to say provisional because they finished at the exact same time. Jack West in, 8 seconds down the road. Zaki Hussein in second, and Alex Moody with the exact same time exact same time on the line, they finished 10.18 behind Jack West, both of them.
Yes.
So exactly the same. It will go down to photo. Freddie Ingram in fourth, Reg Hayward in fifth. That was a huge jump by Reg Hayward. Fair play for making advantage of that. Charlie Cox, William Pemble, Louis Weaver, Liam Phillips, and James Tester rounding out the top 10. Now, James Tester, incidentally, I don't think will finish in 10th because he had a mechanical towards the end of the race. So he was called in.
Yes.
I don't think he came in, so that's very likely going to end up with a black flag. Yes. For Tester. So, going down there, that's 96 just there. That was an incredible race to end the day on.
Absolutely insane. And my voice is broken.
Mine is breaking. It's nearly at broken.
That was absolutely astonishing.
Apologies for your ears towards the end of that.
Yes.
That probably got very loud.
I think we were both absolutely screaming into the microphone.
But that was incredible racing. And this is what I mean. So provisionally, let's work off that. Spencer Brougham wins the championship on that one, I'm pretty certain. Charlie Webb in second and Zaki Hussein in third. Now, depends, of course, what happens there. Stefan Kashmarchik in fourth and Louis Weaver in fifth. So, basically, that's where we're at with that championship.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously, we've had quite a few championships decided today, and it has been fantastic in every single category. It has been amazing. Motorsport Magpie has just put a comment. I'm thinking of that meme with all the maths in front of the faces. I believe that was from Hangover 2, I think it was.
Potentially, yes.
Yes.
There's also one from Glee.
There's one from, I don't know that one.
That's Bond Woman on the maths meme.
Oh, is that from
Yes,
Glee?
I think that's from Glee.
Okay,
or
right.
It's not, and it's just an actress from Glee.
Right,
but
okay.
I like how this has just gone from Sonia Rotaxes to Glee. That's something that generally happens. Just massive tangents.
Absolutely. But, I mean, that is it, really. That is as much as we've got to give you today. I don't think anybody can say today has been boring. It has been incredible from start to finish. We've had some dominance, we've had some battles, we've had some controversy. We have had everything all in one neat little package called Whilton Mill Kart Club. And I think it's only time for us to say thank you and to get ready to sign off as well.
Yes, exactly. So thank you very much to everyone for watching. Thank you, Kieran, for being alongside me in the booth. Yeah. And also, I'm going to say final thanks. So thank you to the marshals out on track, because without them, we couldn't go racing. I'm pretty sure that was to quote Howard Mitchell just for a second there.
Yes.
That's my favourite line, and he sums it up so well. Thank you to all the camera operators out on circuit as well. So that is Sam Woodford, Sam Leddington, and Dan Hyde as well, with Luke Woodford also calling the shots today as well. Thank you to all the staff at Whilton Mill, again, who without them, they wouldn't have this brilliant car championship in the first place. And thank you very much for the timing as well, who without them, we couldn't tell where everyone is on track apart from looking, which is a lot harder than you'd think.
Yes, indeed.
So
I think we should also say one final thanks to somebody that isn't here, which is John Ratcliffe.
Yes, we've got to say thank you to that man.
We have to say John Ratcliffe, because he has called the shots all year long. He has been phenomenal in commentary, and we've both spoken to him. We've both taken some advice from him in going into today. We've both taken some of his spreadsheets, some of his information. We've nicked some of his knowledge about the racing today, just to try and give you the best possible racing and the best possible coverage that we can give you. So we want to say a massive thank you to John for the help that he's given us, and hopefully he's enjoying the day. But yes, it's only time for us to sign off. So my name's been Kieran Mogg. Alongside me, like you say, is Stuart Rice, and thank you very much for watching this stream of the Whilton Mill Kart Club. We'll see you soon.